LoveLore Library. Chapter 870. At this time, Lon Tianhai walked over and said with a smile, "Well, everyone has got their number. Now, stand in order of number." After standing in place, everyone knew who was number. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing stood side by side. The two looked at each other helplessly. For Su Jiming, this was excellent news. As long as the two people in front did not choose Lin Xian, then he would inevitably fight with Lin Xian. "Well, Qiyun, you are number one, so you choose your opponent first," Lon Tianhai said to the man who was number one. Li Qiyun, the genius of Ice City's Li family. His strength was naturally unquestionable. In the entire Ice City, he was also ranked at the top. "Actually, I also want to fight with young Master Lin. Young Master Lin came from China and has great attainments in poetry and literature. Young Master Lin said that he is now focusing more on cultivation, so I want to exchange pointers with young Master Lin." "Young Master Lin it is." Li Qiyun glanced at Lin Xian on the other side and smiled. On the surface, it seemed that only Qin Ming and Su Jiming were targeting Lin Xian. In fact, there were many people in the dark. Because of Lin Xian's extraordinary performance, or to be precise, Lin Xian got the woman they all wanted, they were jealous. Xiao Runing, as one of the top beauties in Ice City, was their dream lover. They all wanted to compete with Lin Xian, but Su Jiming's mentality was more serious. Li Qiyun also knew that he definitely couldn't beat Qin Ming and Su Jiming. If he lost, then he would just be looking for humiliation. Then, who would he beat? If he won, he would be able to get higher praise. Obviously, it was Xiao Runing's boyfriend, Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was a warrior from a third-tier city. Their age difference was not big, and he had a lot of family resources. What kind of resources could a person from a third-tier city have? No. So what could he use to win against him? Fuck. Su Jiming cursed in his heart. If the first person selected Lin Xian, what should they do? If Lin Xian lost to him, then wouldn't he have no chance to fight against Lin Xian? But could Lin Xian win? He didn't know. Although he didn't like Li Qiyun's strength, he was still an expert. He felt that Lin Xian, a country bumpkin from a third-tier city, couldn't compare to him. That would be awkward. Now, he could only hope that Lin Xian could advance. That way, he would have a chance to fight against Lin Xian in the next round. Xiao Runing was not worried about Lin Xian. She was the one who understood Lin Xian the most among everyone present. No matter what, Lin Xian was also a 5-star lower realm warrior. In terms of realm, he should be about the same as Li Qiyun. In terms of strength, she felt that Lin Xian should be better. "Since I'm lucky enough to be chosen as Brother Li's opponent, then I hope we can have a good fight." Lin Xian walked out. The others silently returned to the audience seats and sat down. "Good. Then the two of you should get ready. Everyone else might know the rules, but little Xian shouldn't. I'll reiterate the rules here. You can't use martial skills or spirit weapons. You can only fight with your fists and feet. This is also to maximize your safety. However, you can use your respective attribute powers. The rules of winning and losing are the same as the rules of an ordinary martial arts competition. Here, I'll emphasize that this is a friendly fight. I hope that you can stop when necessary. Don't hurt each other and don't get hurt," Lon Tianhai said. "Understood. Then get ready to begin." "Son, how is little Xian's strength?" Xiao Qingqing walked toward Xiao Zun and asked doubtfully. Xiao Zun shook his head. "Actually, I'm not too sure. Ask Ning Ning. She should know." Xiao Runing just happened to walk over and heard their conversation. "It's all right. It shouldn't be much different from Li Qiyun's realm. Around 5-star lower realm. 5-star lower realm. It's still a bit low. Xiao Qingqing sighed. It had to be known that whether it was Qin Ming or Su Jiming, they were both at the domain realm. It's a bit low, but he obtained the Divine Sun system much later than everyone else. Realm isn't the only standard to evaluate strength. The main thing is combat power. Let's see Little Xian's combat power first. By the way, Ning Ning, what's this kid's attribute? Xiao Qingqing asked. Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling knew, but as his grandfather, Xiao Qingqing didn't know anything about Lin Xian. Grandpa, you'll know when you see. Xiao Runing kept him in suspense. On the stage, Lin Xian and Li Qiyun faced each other. Young Master Lin, this young master is at 5-star lower realm. Please advise me. And I happen to be at 5-star lower realm too. Please advise me. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Li Qiyun frowned. He actually had the strength of a 5-star lower realm cultivator? Was this still the level of a 3rd-tier city? In fact, 3rd-tier cities lacked powerhouses. Many people didn't dare to go to the demonic beast domain often, so their realms were generally low. Large clans like this didn't lack powerhouses, and they could go out every day. With the protection of powerhouses, it was normal for their realms to rise relatively quickly. However, there was definitely one thing. Within the same realm, under normal circumstances, regardless of martial skills or the like, the people in border cities were definitely stronger. This was because they had all cultivated themselves, and these people had more people protecting them. This was the difference. Hearing Lin Xian's words, many people expected it, and some were slightly surprised. 5-star lower realm. This age was indeed not bad, but Xiao Runing should be much stronger than him, right? How could someone like him, whose cultivation was weaker than Xiao Runing, still be able to win her heart? This was very strange. Could it really be the power of love? When Su Jiming and the others heard Lin Xian's realm, they became even more presumptuous. Originally, they might have been a little worried about whether Lin Xian's realm was higher or not. But it turned out that he was only a 5-star lower realm cultivator. He really didn't pose any threat to them. That's good. Our realms are the same, so no one has an advantage in this competition between us. Then, it's more fair. Li Qiyun said with a smile. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to defeat him within 10 moves. Although they were in the same realm, defeating him within 10 moves would already show everyone that he could crush Lin Xian. 10 moves within the same realm was really very rare. It would really be a one-sided crush. Yes, it's more fair. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, young Master Lin, you attack first. No, young Master Li, you do it. No, young Master Lin, you do it. No, young Master Li, you do it. Everyone, young Master Lin, this is Ice City, where I live. It's just a matter of who makes the first move. You still have to give me face, right? All right. Lin Xian shrugged, and then his aura surged slightly. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian rushed over. Then, complete silence. Chapter 871. Lin Xian threw a punch at him. What happened next? Li Qiyun looked like he wanted to casually catch Lin Xian's punch, but their fists collided. In that instant, Li Qiyun's expression changed greatly, but it was too late, and then he directly flew out of the battle arena. Falling out of the arena meant that he lost. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat dumbfounded. How could Lin Xian crush Li Qiyun when they were in the same realm? Lin Xian was of the metal attribute. Even if he was, he didn't release any attribute power. He was able to crush him with just his physical strength alone. What the hell? Why is this happening? Even if there's a gap between people in the same realm, it shouldn't be so big, right? In this case, the gap between their strength is at least double. Yes, although Li Qiyun might have underestimated his opponent, they're still in the same realm. How could the gap between their strength be so big? Moreover, neither of them released any attribute power. It shouldn't be. Could it be? Lin Xian isn't just a 5-star lower realm expert? No, it can't be. It's not good to deliberately hide this kind of thing. Lin Xian should know that too. The people who were watching the fight were discussing animatedly. As for the experts and elders, they were also puzzled. They exchanged glances with each other. Lon family head, do you understand this? An old man asked Lon Tianhai. Lon Tianhai shook his head slightly. I don't understand. That little Xian did release the power of a 5-star lower realm expert, and so did Qiyun, but the gap between their strengths is too big. Lon Tianhai also didn't understand why. This little Xian is really amazing. Yi Qianling was simply becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xian. Xiao Runing also didn't understand. Was he really that strong? Lin Xian stood on the stage and smiled at Li Qian below. Young Master Li, you've misunderstood me. I also mean that if you don't attack first, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to attack. Thank you for letting me win. Everyone, wasn't this a little too pretentious? Li Qian's complexion was extremely ugly. As the person involved, he didn't understand why. He only felt that Lin Xian's strength just now far exceeded his, and there was no way he could resist. If he was a little more serious, he might be able to exchange a few moves, but even if they really fought, he felt that he had no chance of winning. He could not figure it out. However, Lin Xian's words were too fucking pretentious. Su Jiming frowned. How could this be? Just now, it was clearly the power of a 5-star lower realm expert. But how could Lin Xian's strength crush him in one move? So it turns out that young Master Lin's cultivation realm is far above 5 stars of the lower realm. Li Qiyun said to Lin Xian. No, I'm indeed a 5-star lower realm expert. It's just that I'm naturally strong, so you might need to pay attention to my strength when fighting against me. Lin Xian shrugged. Everyone, could this be used as a reason? Naturally strong. It wasn't impossible, but you had to have a strong physique, right? No one knew if what he said was true or false, but Lin Xian defeating Li Qiyun in one move was indeed a fact. There was no doubt about it. Li Qiyun said that just to give himself some face. How could he not know that Lin Xian's aura was indeed that of a 5-star lower realm expert? Why should Lin Xian give him face? Lin Xian naturally knew that Li Qiyun wanted to defeat him to improve himself. He even knew that Su Jiming and the others had the same idea when they forced him to participate in the poetry gathering or the martial arts competition. Since they wanted to slap his face, then what was wrong with him slapping their faces? It had to be said that Lin Xian's ability to knock down his opponent in one move had indeed surprised many people, especially since he didn't crush his opponent with a higher realm. Instead, he was able to produce such an effect at the same realm. This was the most amazing thing, but no one knew why. Was it really because he was strong? Li Qiyun didn't say anything and silently sat in the audience. However, his expression wasn't very good. Being knocked down in one move by the opponent in the same realm, who would have a good expression? Then, Lin Xian walked down and silently waited for the others to fight. Little Xian, why is your strength so high? Lin Xian sat beside Xiao Runing. Xiao Zun asked doubtfully. Great strength. Lin Xian said. Is that true? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's true. I was born with it. That's an extraordinary talent. Xiao Zun praised. It's all right. Actually, there's also the Hall Master's reason, which is that I often fight. Maybe he doesn't. Lin Xian scratched his head. His realm is the same as yours, so his actual combat experience shouldn't be less than yours. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian means that young masters like Li Qiyun will definitely be accompanied by experts from their families to protect their safety every time they go out of the beast domain. In this way, their improvement in various aspects won't be much. However, Lin Xian is truly alone. Without the protection of experts, he can train himself even more. Yes, this is indeed a very important point. Xiao Zun nodded. Actually, that's not the case. After all, there were many times when Lin Xian went out with Ling Longyue to protect their safety. In fact, they were the same in some aspects, but no one knew. For example, when he wrote a poem, it was indeed copied, but no one knew that it was written by himself. The following battles continued. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing sat together and chatted, admiring the battles. Later, you have to pay attention to Su Jiming or Qin Ming. Xiao Runing reminded Lin Xian. She was extremely intelligent, so she naturally understood why these two people kept asking Lin Xian to spar with them. Don't worry, I'm your husband. Your husband is #1 in the world. How can I lose to them? Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing, hold your sister's mail. They're in the domain realm. Xiao Runing said. I know, as a genius of the ice capital, isn't it a must to be in the domain realm? After all, Lin Xian had also experienced Xiao Yun and the others in China. They were all in the domain realm. As the ice capital, wasn't it reasonable for there to be a few geniuses in the domain realm? However, Lin Xian had an ability that they couldn't even imagine. The domain realm won in the domain realm. In other words, the martial techniques unleashed by those in the domain realm would be more exaggerated. However, in this battle, they couldn't unleash their martial techniques. This caused Lin Xian to have an advantage in certain aspects. Compared to the battle with Xiao Yun in Heaven Capital, Lin Xian would definitely have an easier time if he were to fight with Su Jiming and the others in the domain realm. This was without a doubt. In fact, Lin Xian wasn't that worried. It just so happened that Lin Xian could test the level of his physical strength. Chapter 872. Xiao Runing found it very strange. You also know that they're in the domain realm. Then why aren't you panicking at all? Actually, a loss was a loss. It was indeed nothing. However, the most special person present was Lin Xian. If he lost, it might not be a big deal to the elders. It was normal to win or lose, but to Su Jiming and the others, they would be villains intoxicated by success. Of course, Xiao Runing did not want to see such a scene. After all, she was on Lin Xian's side. However, the lower realm was the lower realm, and the domain realm was the domain realm. Even if the domain realm had not comprehended the law, the attribute gap of that realm was there. Was Lin Xian really not panicking? Losing wasn't a big deal. She wouldn't lose anything. However, based on her understanding of Lin Xian, this bastard either didn't participate, or he couldn't be overshadowed. He wanted to be the brightest one. Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian might have some confidence. However, he was a 5-star lower realm cultivator. It might be possible if he was 8 or 9 stars, but the difference between a 5-star and a domain realm cultivator was too big, right? Want to bet? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing with a smile. Xiao Xingyue, who was beside them, heard Lin Xian ask Xiao Runing, want to bet? She subconsciously wanted to shake her head for Xiao Runing. She felt that this bastard's so-called bet was to give others the impression that he could not do it, but in fact, he could do it himself. Too bad. After all, she knew that Lin Xian and her sister were a fake couple, so Lin Xian might take the opportunity to take advantage of her sister through a bet. After all, she was the victim. Bastard. As expected, men were all fickle. What are we betting on? Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian really would not be easy to win against, the gap between realms was just too huge. Although Lin Xian did indeed have the strength to fight across realms, but if he did not use a spirit artifact or a martial skill, how could he win? Although Xiao Xinyue looked like she was watching the competition, she was actually listening to their conversation. Let's bet on whether or not I can win. Alright, I'll bet that you won't be able to defeat Su Jiming, provided that you don't use the space attribute. Wow! Aren't you being too cruel? I can use the space attribute, but I can't use the space attribute to directly send him off the stage, is that okay? Logically speaking, it was really hard to beat him without the spatial attribute. Sure. As for the wager, there are other people waiting nearby. Let's talk about it later. In any case, we can't go back on our word. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue's pretty face blushed slightly. Then, she coughed lightly and looked at the arena seriously. She couldn't be bothered to listen. Sure. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian had no chance of winning at all. According to what she knew, Su Jiming was a 2-star domain realm cultivator while Lin Xian was a 5-star lower realm cultivator. The gap between them was very obvious. Although Lin Xian had several attributes, Su Jiming was definitely not weak. If he was weak, how could he have gotten second place in the Ice Capital Sky Martial University Assembly? Moreover, Xiao Runing understood Lin Xian better. Many of his martial arts techniques were powerful. Without martial arts techniques, how could he win against Su Jiming under normal circumstances? Although she felt that Lin Xian wasn't the kind of person who would do something he wasn't confident in, but the reality was too difficult, so she would rather gamble with Lin Xian. If she won, she would torture him to death. Let me tell you something first. Su Jiming has dual attributes of darkness and lightning. Right now, it's nighttime, when the darkness attribute is at its strongest. Although your spatial attribute is powerful, his realm is much higher than yours. If you insist on competing attributes, your spatial attribute can be instantly broken by him. However, his darkness attribute isn't something you can compare to. The difference between their realms is too great. Xiao Runing said. Yeah. Lin Xian sighed and nodded. Xiao Xinyue, something was wrong. Just now, when Lin Xian made a bet with her, he looked as if he didn't have much confidence, which made her feel that her chances of winning were higher. Just like now, she was sighing, but he still crushed her. It couldn't be the same now, right? Wah! This man was too evil. There were tricks everywhere. She finally understood. Pay! But, Xiao Xinyue also felt that if a normal lower realm cultivator and a domain realm cultivator purely competed in terms of strength, speed, and other aspects, it would be fine. If Lin Xian was an 8-star or 9-star lower realm cultivator, it would be fine, but a 5-star. Was he really not confident? But there's nothing absolute in this world, right? Not being able to use martial skills or spirit artifacts is actually beneficial to me in a certain way because the martial skills released by a domain realm cultivator are too terrifying. That's your confidence. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. No, I feel that not using martial skills or spirit artifacts is more of a test of actual combat ability. Fist techniques, leg techniques, movement techniques, and so on, I feel that I'm quite outstanding in this aspect. He's also from a wealthy family. How much worse can he be compared to you? Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian was a little too arrogant. She felt that this was not good. He had probably never fought with a domain realm cultivator before and did not know how much stronger a domain realm cultivator was compared to a lower realm cultivator. However, if she knew that Lin Xian was also at this realm back in Tiandu and had even defeated Xiao Zun, who was equally outstanding, she probably would not think so. Unfortunately, she did not know. There was also another point. Although he could not use martial skills or spirit artifacts, there was no rule that said he could not use laws. Although the other party definitely had laws, Lin Xian felt that there were not many laws that could compare to his creation laws. So if I win the bet, can I raise 2 conditions with you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wishful thinking. TSK, then forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. The battles on the field ended one after another, and in the end, 12 people advanced. The 12 people went on stage again to draw lots and draw numbers. This time, Lin Xian drew 12. Fuck. Lin Xian really wanted to curse. Why was he always the one who was chosen? Then, Lin Xian silently looked at Xiao Runing beside him. That's right, the 2 of them were the last 2 people. It was very helpless. This was also quite fated. Lin Xian, let's see how you run this time. Qin Ming, who drew number 1, smiled slightly. He was a 1-star domain realm cultivator, and his attributes were relatively ordinary. Wind and water. Wind was a rare attribute, but his personal strength was still not bad. He also got 3rd place in the Tianwu tournament, but if Xiao Runing participated, he probably would not have gotten 3rd place. However, he was still a domain realm cultivator. It was impossible for him to be afraid of Lin Xian, who was a 5-star lower realm cultivator. Qin Ming, choose your opponent, Lan Tianhai said. Many people thought that he would choose Su Jiming. He lost in the Tianwu tournament, but he could win back the face at this time. Young Master Lin, to be honest, among all the people here, I want to fight with young Master Lin the most. Although young Master Lin's realm doesn't seem to be too high, I think the gap between us shouldn't be too big. Moreover, I saw the battle between young Master Lin and young Master Li very clearly. Young Master Lin is very strong, so I want to personally experience it. So, I want to fight with young Master Lin. Qin Ming smiled. Chapter 873. Lin Xian shrugged. When he saw that the first person was Qin Ming, he had already guessed it. Everyone was secretly speechless. Basically, everyone knew that Qin Ming was at the domain realm. Everyone had more or less seen the outcome of a battle between a domain realm cultivator and a lower realm cultivator. However, it was precisely because of this battle that there might be a different kind of attraction. Why? In fact, on one hand, everyone really wanted to see Lin Xian being defeated because of jealousy. On the other hand, it might come from Lan Tianhai's seniors. They wanted to see how great Lin Xian's potential was. They wanted to know what would happen if he fought a 1-star domain realm cultivator with the power of a 5-star lower realm cultivator. Alright, then I hope young Master Qin will show mercy. Lin Xian smiled at Qin Ming. Of course, I also hope young Master Lin can surprise me. I will. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. If I beat Qin Ming, does that mean I won the bet with you? Lin Xian then quietly asked Xiao Runing next to him. Xiao Runing thought about it. Qin Ming had both wind and fire attributes, and his realm was much higher than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian would not have an easier time fighting Qin Ming than fighting Su Jiming. Of course. Then what if I defeat him and Su Jiming? Xiao Runing, that would be equivalent to you losing the bet twice. You would owe me 2 bets. Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing, can you win? I'll give it a try. Anyway, if I lose, there's no next round. Alright. Heartwarming nodded. You said it. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Why did Heartwarming have a bad feeling about this? Illusion. How could a 5-star low realm cultivator fight a domain realm cultivator? I'll head down first. After Heartwarming and Lin Xian finished speaking, they walked down the stage. Only Lin Xian and Qin Ming were left standing on the stage. Elder Xiao, what do you think? Lan Tianhai asked. In the end, the lower realm and the domain realm are not on the same level, so there's basically no way to fight them. Xiao Qingqing said. But I think that since little Xian agreed, he might have some confidence. What do you think? Xiao Qingqing nodded. That should be the case, but we've all come from these realms, so we understand the gap between these two realms better. Let alone a 5 or 6-star difference, even if Lin Xian is an 8-star, 9-star, or even 10-star lower realm cultivator, the difference in strength, speed, physique, and other aspects of this realm is too great. It's very difficult to fight him. That's why I look forward to it even more. Young Master Lin, you go first. Qin Ming looked at Lin Xian and said. No, you do it. Qin Ming, this again. Young Master Lin, don't tell me you also think that if you attack first, I won't have a chance to use my hand. Qin Ming smiled. Lin Xian shrugged. That won't happen. After all, young Master Qin is at the domain realm. In terms of strength, how can I compare to young Master Qin? Then you might not have a chance to attack with this punch of mine. Qin Ming said. Then come at me. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed. Okay. Then I won't be pretentious. Take this. Whoosh! In the next instant, Qin Ming's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. With a powerful punch, he directly punched at Lin Xian. Too fierce, this is the domain realm. And the most important point is that Qin Ming is of the wind attribute. Even if he doesn't use the power of the wind attribute for the time being, his speed is not something that Lin Xian can compare to. With this speed, I feel like I can't dodge at all. Heartwarming, Xiao Xinyue, and even the people from the Xiao family looked at Lin Xian nervously. On one hand, they hoped that Lin Xian could bring about some miracles. On the other hand, they hoped that he wouldn't be injured. If this son-in-law was injured, wouldn't the plan to make a baby be delayed again? However, the next scene made everyone look incredulous. Everyone thought that Lin Xian might try to dodge, but he didn't. He met the punch with force. Bang! The two fists collided. Both of them staggered and stopped. Lin Xian staggered about 7 to 8 meters back while Qin Ming staggered about 3 to 4 meters back. This punch seemed to be Qin Ming's gain, but he was at the domain realm. Shouldn't his strength be able to crush Lin Xian? With this punch, shouldn't Lin Xian be sent flying while Qin Ming didn't move at all? Why did Qin Ming stagger? Everyone was puzzled. You said that you were born with great strength, but it couldn't be so great that you could almost contend with the difference of a realm, right? Qin Ming frowned. How was that possible? How could he be so strong? His grand domain realm strength was only able to suppress his strength by a tiny bit. How was that possible? Lin Xian's strength was naturally not that strong, but Lin Xian had exchanged for an attribute that doubled his strength. The effect of this exchange would become more and more monstrous as his realm increased. The strength of a 5-star lower realm expert would be doubled. In terms of strength, it should be about 9 or even 10 stars of the lower realm, right? Compared to a 1-star domain realm expert, there was only a difference of 1 major realm. Then how did Lin Xian make up for it? Very simple, creation law. Lin Xian secretly released a little bit of the law of creation to increase his strength. The law of creation could instantly heal his injuries, increase his speed, or increase his attributes. It couldn't be any easier for him to do that. In this way, Lin Xian's strength was indeed not much worse. However, this scene was too unbelievable to the surrounding people. Isn't the difference in strength a little too small? Maybe it has something to do with Qin Ming not releasing his full strength, but he's also at the domain realm after all. It's indeed too unbelievable. What's the reason? It was a reason that no one could think of. Xiao Runing's mouth was also slightly agape. How was that possible? How did he do it? Xiao Xinyue asked. I want to know too. Then did you lose the bet? I want to know too. Xiao Xinyue, young Master Lin's strength is really strong. It makes me feel that you're not a 5-star law realm expert anymore. Qin Ming forced a smile. Of course, it's just that I'm born with great strength. There's no other way. All right. Then let's continue. Qin Ming's expression froze. He seemed to have won that move just now, but in fact, he had lost because he was at the domain realm. He couldn't crush Lin Xian at the domain realm. It was simply embarrassing. But now, Qin Ming was really serious. He couldn't look down on Lin Xian anymore. His wind attribute surged, and his speed was so fast that some people who weren't at a high realm couldn't see him clearly at all. It was dazzling. However, Lin Xian's speed suddenly skyrocketed. Although he wasn't as fast as him, he wasn't that much slower. Chapter 874. Lin Xian had exchanged for double the speed attribute and created a law to increase his speed. Didn't you want to slap my face? Then who was slapping whose face now? You're a domain realm martial artist with the wind attribute. In terms of strength and speed, you're higher than me, but not by much. This scene made everyone even more incredulous. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures intersected and collided at an unimaginable frequency in the dark night. Some people who were not strong enough could not catch their tracks. Why does Lin Xian have twice the speed and strength of his realm? Xiao Runing was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too exaggerated? It was completely unbelievable. Martial techniques. No, he couldn't use martial techniques. Moreover, everyone saw it. Where were the signs and power of martial techniques released? After more than a minute, the two of them separated. Lin Xian shook his hand. Don't say, it hurts a little. Everyone, fuck you. Are you trying to act cool? Normally, it was too normal for a 1-star domain realm cultivator to be insta-killed when fighting a 5-star lower realm cultivator or a 5-star lower realm cultivator. You've been fighting with the other party for a minute, and during that time, you haven't even lost, yet you're saying that it hurts a little? Are you saying that the power of a domain realm cultivator only hurt you a little? The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He also wanted to know why a 5-star lower realm cultivator was so terrifying in terms of speed and strength. It was fine if they were terrifying, but if they collided, they would be injured, right? But they weren't. Because Lin Xian had also exchanged for double the physique attribute. Young Master Lin, are you really a 5-star lower realm cultivator? Qin Ming asked with a frown. I'm the real deal. Su Zhiming also frowned. They knew better than those powerhouses whether he was a 5-star lower realm cultivator or not. He definitely was, but what was with these attributes that far exceeded that of a 5-star lower realm cultivator? Could it be that this is the difference between fighting alone all year long and having an expert accompanying you in battle? Isn't this too big? Lan Tianhai said. Impossible. It's normal to have a difference, but it's definitely not normal to have such a big difference. However, in terms of actual combat, Lin Xian does have the advantage. If it weren't for the difference in realm, Qin Ming would have lost. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and charged towards Lin Xian once again. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Even if he won, it would only be a narrow victory. He would be the one losing face. Sorry, you are of the wind attribute, but I am of the ice attribute, so I might be able to restrain you. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and then his body was surrounded by ice attribute energy. The entire stage was frozen by the ice attribute, and the ice attribute countered the wind attribute. Do you think this young master only has the wind attribute? Yes, your ice attribute does restrain this young master, but this young master also has a fire attribute that can restrain your ice attribute. Qin Ming shouted, and raging flames burst out. Then, at an extremely fast speed, the raging flames condensed in front of his fist and blasted towards Lin Xian. Sigh. But, in terms of strength, how can your fire attribute compare to my lightning attribute? Lin Xian smirked. Buzz buzz buzz. Purple lightning flashed. Boom. What? In the next instant, they collided again. Purple lightning. This Lin Xian actually has both the ice and lightning attributes. The most important thing is that this is purple lightning. It's an extremely rare purple lightning, the strongest lightning of the lightning attribute. Compared to the blue lightning, purple lightning is more than twice as strong. I haven't seen it for many years. In a collision between the fire and lightning attributes, the lightning attribute definitely has the advantage, but the realm, before that person could finish speaking, Qin Ming's figure had already flown out of the stage and landed on the ground. Everyone. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. Yes, your lightning attribute is indeed better than the fire attribute in terms of strength, and you are even a purple lightning, but one was a fire attribute released by a domain realm cultivator, while the other was a lightning attribute released by a lower realm cultivator. This difference wasn't something that could be made up for by attributes. But why was Qin Ming blasted down instead? It was actually very simple. It was just that Lin Xian released an even stronger law of creation, doubling his own attributes. Lin Xian's law of creation allowed his strength to double. That instant increase directly allowed Lin Xian's pure strength to reach the domain realm, so it was normal that he couldn't compete. Qin Ming landed on the ground and even felt as if a lifetime had passed. He wasn't injured, but he had already lost. As the person involved, he had lost in a daze. It went against common sense. Everyone whispered and looked at each other. This is too unbelievable, right? With a 5-star lower realm strength, he actually won against a 1-star domain realm cultivator in terms of attributes. This is impossible. In theory, it's indeed impossible. The difference of these few stars is too great. If a normal 5-star lower realm expert is an infant, then a 1-star domain realm expert is a 10-year-old child. There's no way to compare the two, but an infant defeated a 10-year-old child. Would you believe it if I told you this? What kind of monstrous son-in-law did the Shao family find? Shao Zun, Shao Qingqing, Yi Qianling, and the others were also pleasantly surprised and in disbelief. This son-in-law was too fierce, right? Could their daughter take it? This was a victory that completely went against common sense. If you won with a martial technique that far surpassed the other party's grade, this was very normal. For example, Qin Ming had released an Earth rank martial technique, and you had released a Heaven rank martial technique. A Heaven rank martial technique could make up for the difference in realm between you two, but without a martial technique, just pure strength, speed, and attribute strength, Qin Ming was instantly defeated. I won, right? Lin Xian then silently said. Of course you won. Little Xian, I'm very curious how you did it. You did release a 5-star lower realm strength, but how can you compare to a domain realm cultivator? It's too unbelievable. Lan Tianhai stood up excitedly and asked Lin Xian. This was definitely a monster. It's just that my strength is great. Maybe my attribute purity is also relatively high, so this slightly makes up for the difference. Lin Xian said. Attribute purity. Yes, 100% attribute purity. Everyone, no wonder. No wonder it's purple lightning. It turns out that it's 100% attribute purity, but, even so, it shouldn't be. Lan Tianhai was still puzzled. Then I don't know. Maybe it's because of the other party. Lin Xian asked. Everyone, Qin Ming, the other party's reason. What did that mean? What else could it mean? The other party was too weak. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched, and he secretly gritted his teeth. Young Master Lin's strength is indeed strong. I was careless. Without a martial technique, young Master Lin should be invincible in the same realm. I admit defeat. Qin Ming said unwillingly. But his words gave him leeway. Carelessness, no martial technique, many people were more willing to believe that he was careless. If that wasn't the case, then Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could easily fight across realms. Chapter 875. One had to know that this was a 6-star realm. How difficult was it to defeat a 6-star opponent in the same realm? And this was a major realm gap. Su Zhiming frowned. This unbelievable outcome made him panic a little. It was really too unbelievable. God knew how much of a sensation Lin Xian had brought to these people in this battle. It had even subverted their worldview of martial arts. A 5-star lower realm cultivator had defeated a domain realm cultivator. No one would believe it. Lin Xian then cupped his fists at Qin Ming. Thank you for letting me win. Then, Lin Xian walked down. After walking down, Lin Xian was greeted by Yi Qianling, Xiao Zun, and the others. Lin Xian naturally couldn't expose himself, so he gave an ambiguous answer. Perhaps the other party was really weak or had gone easy on him. That's right. In fact, although many people found it unbelievable, they felt that Qin Ming had gone easy on him or had really been negligent. Of course, Lin Xian was indeed strong. After all, everyone had seen that he didn't lose to him by much. But everyone basically felt that if they really fought, Lin Xian wouldn't be Qin Ming's match. Moreover, Qin Ming hadn't released his laws yet. Yi Qianling knew that Lin Xian still had the spatial attribute, which meant that he still had it. If he had held back but still won against Qin Ming, he might be stronger. Xiao Ningning, you lost. Lin Xian grabbed Xiao Runing's hand and rubbed it unscrupulously. After all, they were a couple in front of everyone, so Lin Xian could take advantage of her. How did you do it? She had indeed lost, but compared to losing, Xiao Runing wanted to know more about this unbelievable thing. My laws. Lin Xian wouldn't hold back too much from the woman he had decided on. It didn't matter if he told them about laws. Your laws. To increase your strength. You can do that. Increase strength, speed, and so on. No wonder. If there were laws, and you were at the same level, you should be stronger than him. That would explain it, but can laws make up for it? Just how high is the grade of your laws? Xiao Runing was a little confused. How can your husband be bad? Lin Xian laughed. In fact, many people had guessed that Lin Xian had released the law. Otherwise, it would be too inconceivable, but they did not say anything. Because it could only be explained by the laws. The laws, combined with the purple lightning, and a strength that might indeed be different from that of an ordinary person, it was possible. On the other side, Su Jiming walked towards Qin Ming and sat beside him. How could he lose? Su Jiming asked. I advise you not to fight with him. You will lose too. Qin Ming sighed and said. How is this possible? Do you think I'm holding back? No, I really unleashed the power of a one-star domain realm expert, but I still wasn't able to defeat him. At that time, his strength had also reached the domain realm. Of course, it doesn't mean that his cultivation base is at the domain realm. It just seems that his strength has increased. Qin Ming said. You mean, the laws? Qin Ming nodded. That's the only explanation. It's a pity that my laws don't have much effect on Oz, so it's useless. However, his laws should be a kind of amplification law that can greatly increase his speed and strength. It can even allow him to unleash the purple lightning attribute, and his strength will reach the domain realm. The purple lightning is still very strong. Humph. You are you, and I am me. Don't forget that I have the dark attribute. Although my lightning attribute isn't the purple lightning, it's not weak either. Moreover, my laws are much more useful than yours. Then I wish you good luck. Qin Ming said. Although he felt that Su Jiming could defeat Lin Xian under normal circumstances, after fighting with Lin Xian, he inexplicably felt that it was very difficult. This Lin Xian was clearly very weak, but he could unleash such power. It was very mysterious. He inexplicably felt that he was really not a match for Lin Xian, and he did not understand why he had such a feeling. If he wanted to use martial arts or something, he would definitely win if he fought with all his strength. Look at the gap between you and this young master. After saying that, Su Jiming walked away. Why did he inexplicably feel that Lin Xian might win against Su Jiming instead? One match after another was finished, and everyone was very happy to watch, especially when they were able to watch Xiao Ru Ning's battle. Not to mention anything else, this woman was really beautiful. Just looking at her was a kind of enjoyment, and they could not understand how much her boyfriend, Lin Xian, was enjoying himself. Alright, there are still 6 people left. It's getting late. Let's fight one last round with 6 people. Let's form groups of 2. After that, everyone can go back and rest. At this moment, Su Jiming stepped forward and said, just now, when I saw that young Master Lin could actually defeat young Master Qin, who is at the domain realm, I found it unbelievable. So, I wonder if young Master Lin can fight with me. Let me feel young Master Lin's strength. Young Master Lin, what kind of strength can a 5-star lower realm cultivator have? Su Jiming's words naturally won the respect of everyone. They wanted to see how Lin Xian won, and they wanted to see whether he was lucky or not. Previously, when he fought with Qin Ming, they did not see it clearly, and they did not think about it. This time, if he could fight with Su Jiming, everyone would definitely look very carefully to see what was different about him. So, they were all looking forward to Lin Xian agreeing to this battle. Okay, but I hope young Master Su will go easy on me. Lin Xian smiled. No. You being able to defeat young Master Qin proves that your strength absolutely cannot be treated as an ordinary 5-star lower realm cultivator. I will fight with you very seriously. Su Jiming said with a smile. Then what if young Master Su fights seriously and loses? Lin Xian's inexplicable words stunned Su Jiming. Winning or losing is normal. Since young Master Lin can defeat young Master Qin, then you might indeed have a chance to defeat me. However, this young master has to remind young Master Lin that I have the dark and lightning attributes. It's night now, and it's the time for the dark attribute to shine, so young Master Lin, you really might not be able to win. Su Jiming said with a smile. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then let's fight. Lin Xian said with a shrug. Everyone, they kept feeling that Lin Xian had confidence, but where did this confidence come from? Previously, Qin Ming's wind was restrained by his ice, and his fire could not resist the attack power of his lightning. Now, however, Su Jiming was also a lightning and dark attribute. His advantage was completely gone, and his realm was even suppressed. Relying on his seemingly innate strength, it would be very difficult. In front of the dark attribute, strength was not worth mentioning. However, it was precisely because of this, and because of Lin Xian's agreement, those powerhouses were all more curious and prepared to watch this battle. Young Master Lin, do you want to rest? Su Jiming asked. No, let's hurry up and finish the battle. After this, I still have to go home and sleep. Lin Xian stretched and said. Okay. Then I won't be unreasonable with you. Take this. Chapter 876. Su Jiming could no longer underestimate Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had defeated Qin Ming. Therefore, for this first move, Su Jiming directly released the lightning attribute. Lightning wrapped around his fist. His speed was not as fast as Qin Ming's, but he was still at the domain realm after all. His speed was not slow at all. Competing in strength, is it? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to compare to this kind of gap. However, he had a bug-like law of creation. Everything could be controlled by his will. The consumption of spirit energy was actually acceptable. It was almost equivalent to using the spirit energy of an Earth-stage martial technique in battle on this law of creation. Lin Xian stood there with purple lightning wrapped around his right fist. Since you want to embarrass me, then I'll let everyone see who's the one who's embarrassed. He can't be going to compete in strength with Su Jiming, right? Su Jiming's realm is 1 star higher than Qin Ming's, and he's also at the domain realm. Moreover, he has the lightning attribute. How can they compete in strength? Crazy. This is really the first time I've seen a 5-star lower realm cultivator dare to compete in strength with a domain realm cultivator. Although he did win against Qin Ming previously, the lightning attribute Su Jiming. When those people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They felt that it was inconceivable. It was completely beyond their understanding. Courting death. When Su Jiming saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Did he still think that he was Qin Ming? Boom! In the next instant, the two of them collided with a fist accompanied by lightning. The entire martial arts arena was filled with lightning and dust, blocking everyone's vision. Whoosh! Suddenly, the two of them jumped out of the range of the dust, and the distance between the two of them was not much different from when they collided. This was the most exaggerated. It can't be that this move is 50-50 again, right? When the people saw this scene, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Crazy. What's wrong with this world? They looked at each other. Xiao Runing frowned. Just how much could Lin Xian's laws strengthen him? The difference between a 5-star lower realm cultivator and a 2-star domain realm cultivator should be around 4 times in terms of pure strength, so a difference of 10 times in terms of overall combat prowess was normal. Even if Lin Xian was extraordinarily talented, he would only be able to close the gap slightly. The rest would be made up for by his laws of nature. The power of a single law was almost enough to make up for the difference of a 7-star domain realm cultivator, and there was even a major domain realm cultivator in between. This increase was a little too exaggerated. Su Jiming was even more shocked. Watching others fight was always just watching. If he didn't experience it for himself, he would never know. But when he experienced it for himself, he realized that this was a fucking monster. Under normal circumstances, his strength should have been able to crush Lin Xian, but it was only 50-50. Wasn't this Lin Xian's law too fierce? Young Master Lin, the power amplification of your laws is really strong. It can amplify your power by more than 3 or 4 times. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian and said. So it's a law. Hearing Su Jiming's words, everyone also understood. But even if it was a law, it also meant that the grade of this law was very powerful. Normally, it would be good if you could double a power amplification by 3 or 4 times. Well, more or less. Lin Xian nodded. Unfortunately, my law just happens to restrain you. Because my law power is the law of weakening, it weakens the opponent's power by half. The more you amplify, the more it weakens. And you should be able to feel it now, right? Yes, Lin Xian did feel that his power had been weakened. It should be because when they exchanged punches just now, Su Jiming had released his law power on him. Normal law power was targeted at oneself. Only at the domain realm would there be many buffs targeted at the opponent. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't expect that Su Jiming's law power was actually to weaken the opponent. But, I feel it. Then, young Master Lin, do you admit defeat? Lin Xian smirked. Why should I admit defeat? My wife said that if I beat you, she will give birth to my baby. I have to work hard. Xiao Runing, Yi Qianling looked at her daughter Xiao Runing with interest. I didn't say that. Xiao Runing blushed. Bastard. How could he say such words in front of so many elders? Not embarrassed at all. What's there to be embarrassed about? Look at how hard Xiao Xian is working for you. Yi Qianling patted Xiao Runing's head. Xiao Runing wanted to cry but no tears came out. Ha! Young people, it's good to have a baby sooner. Lan Tianhai smiled. Su Jiming frowned. Then I'd like to see how you, with your power weakened by half, will fight with me. With that, Su Jiming charged at Lin Xian again with lightning wrapped around him. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian worriedly. He had increased his strength, and it was a terrifying increase. However, he had also reduced his strength by half. For example, his strength was previously 10, but now he had increased it by 4 times. That was 40. Now, it was only 20. Only with 40 would he be able to fight Su Jiming on par. 20 meant he would be crushed. Lin Xian was also wrapped in lightning again, and the two of them punched each other again. What? When everyone saw the next scene, they looked at each other, dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Lin Xian would have a one-sided advantage, but they were actually still 50-50. The two of them pulled apart the distance between them. What's going on? How is this possible? Su Jiming's eyes widened. Why didn't his laws work? That. If my strength is quadrupled, and you reduce it by half, then I'll be the same as before. That seems to be the case. That move just now was about the same as before. Lin Xian said. Everyone, what? Does that mean Lin Xian's law power is quadrupled, and that's not all? He can do it again. What kind of law is this? This is the most fucking terrifying law I've ever seen or heard of. It's several times stronger than the strongest law. Isn't this too scary? Doesn't that mean that he's invincible in the same realm and can easily fight those of a higher realm? Of course it's easy. Didn't you see that Su Jiming, who's at the domain realm, didn't have any advantage? Invincible. This kid will be heaven-defying when he grows up. Xiao Zun, Xiao Qingqing, and Yi Qianling also looked at Lin Xian with incomparable surprise. His daughter had really picked up a treasure and brought it back. You! Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. After a few seconds, he said, "That's really terrifying. I didn't expect young Master Lin's law to be so strong. But... young Master Lin, don't forget that I also have the dark attribute." After saying that, Lin Xian was fixed in place. "You increased your strength, not your realm. If that's not your true strength, then can you break free from my domain realm?" Chapter 877. How had Lin Xian dispelled his negative nomological powers? Simple, creation law. He created a debuff removal effect for himself, so the law was naturally useless. However, the consumption was not low. After all, it was a law released by a domain realm expert. Today, Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Fuck, with this law of creation directly creating all sorts of attributes for him, this cross-level battle was really as easy as flipping one's hand. Unless the gap was too big, Lin Xian could fight against this kind of domain realm expert with his 5-star lower realm strength. Even if he went all out, it would still be about the same. It would be difficult to be stronger. But this was already very exaggerated. However, there were limitations, although this limitation was not big. One of the limitations was that if it was a normal battle, Lin Xian's spiritual power would not be able to hold on for long if he had to release martial arts techniques and creation laws to continuously fight cross-level battles. Secondly, everything was based on the opponent's laws and domains being ordinary. The world was big and full of strange things. There would always be many laws and domains that could be particularly disgusting. It might even make Lin Xian helpless, making creation laws helpless. The simplest example was, if a person released a domain, what kind of debuff would the area he created bring to Lin Xian? Normal laws would only affect Lin Xian alone, but his domain was an area. The spiritual power consumed by the creation law to remove the debuff on himself and the debuff on an area was not proportional. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. The second was spiritual power. When everyone saw that Lin Xian was bound by shadow fixation, they sighed in their hearts. Yes, after all, Su Jiming was of the dark attribute and was at the domain realm. How could a 5-star low realm expert break free from shadow fixation released by a domain realm expert? He could break free, but he would need time. It was impossible to break free in an instant. Take this. Seeing that Lin Xian could not move, Su Jiming punched again. Whoosh, however, this punch of his missed. What? Everyone's eyes widened. What was going on? Lin Xian had already appeared on the other side of the arena. Shadow fixation had not broken free yet. Space. It's space. An expert suddenly thought of this possibility. What? Fixed image can't move, but he used the space attribute to move the small space he was in, thus achieving movement. This brat. Peace, lightning, and space attributes. What kind of monster did the Shao clan find? Space. If it was ice, lightning, or a dark element, I might be able to accept it. But if it's one of the rarest time and space elements, I really can't compare. I was already so excited to have a lightning attribute, not to mention a spatial attribute. Now, there's a triple attribute with spatial attributes, sigh. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Yi Qianling knew it, so she was fine. However, when she heard the shocked voices of the people around her, she couldn't help but smile. This son-in-law of his was really giving him face. Su Jiming also widened his eyes. He also had the space attribute. A sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. What did he force Lin Xian to do? Other than this realm, what else was there? He was even crushed by Lin Xian in all aspects. Could he win? He couldn't win. The dark attribute was nothing in front of the space attribute. These two attributes were different, but they had something in common. The space attribute was really strong. Everyone would admit this. Lin Xian used a few seconds to break free from the shackles of fixed image. Fixed image was fatal. In a real battle, not to mention 1 second, even 0. 1 second of fixed image could cause you to die without a burial ground. However, Lin Xian, who had the space attribute, could escape immediately and at the same time, had time to break free from fixed image. I didn't expect young Master Lin to have the space attribute. If that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to end this match. Let's end it here. No, young Master Su. Lin Xian said at this time. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian. I have to defeat you. If I don't, what if my wife refuses to give birth to my baby? Lin Xian said. Su Jiming, then I admit defeat. You win. Su Jiming then walked down the stage with a smile. However, his heart was filled with hatred. He knew that if he continued to fight, regardless of whether he won or lost, he would lose. He was at the domain realm and couldn't face Lin Xian. If he really lost to Lin Xian, it would be even more embarrassing. Therefore, he directly admitted defeat. This way, no one knew whether he would lose to Lin Xian or not. More people still felt that he wouldn't lose. Too shocking. It's really too shocking. I didn't expect to see such a battle today that can almost topple us. Lon Tianhai said in shock. Yeah, he can face a domain realm cultivator as a 5-star low realm cultivator and not lose. Under normal circumstances, a low realm cultivator would be instantly killed. It's really toppling us. His poetry is so sharp, and his combat talent is so strong. Elder Xiao, your Xiao family has found a good son-in-law. Xiao Qingqing said with a smile, it's not bad. It's barely passable. In fact, he was overjoyed. He had face. Lin Xian then walked down the stage and walked toward Xiao Runing. How is it? I won. Lin Xian said with a smile. If you win, you win. Xiao Runing mumbled to herself. So you lost the bet. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, I knew it. She didn't know how her sister would be taken advantage of by this Lin Xian. Why was she so unhappy? Xiao Xinyue thought. Alright, everyone, it's getting late. Let's go back. Little Xian, if you have time, come here and see Uncle Lon. I like you a lot. Lon Tianhai said to Lin Xian with a smile. Of course. Okay, go. Then, they all left. The shock that Lin Xian gave them today was simply too great. As for Su Jiming, he really couldn't win. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Xiao Runing's grandparents lived in Imperial Palace, so they didn't go back. However, they agreed to have a meal together tomorrow and have a good chat with Lin Xian. On the way, Xiao Zun and Yi Qianling praised Lin Xian. Xiao Runing was especially unhappy. However, she had to admit that Lin Xian really shocked her and everyone else. When they got home, Yi Qianling said to Lin Xian, Little Xian, go take a shower and sleep early. Okay, Auntie. Ning Ning, don't forget what you said to little Xian. If he wins, you'll give birth to his baby, right? Mom remembers. Do you still need Mom to remind you? No need. Xiao Runing said with grievance. She didn't say that. Bastard. Okay, then you and little Xian can rest later. Lin Xian, Xiao Runing. Chapter 878. In Xiao Runing's room, Lin Xian looked at her with a smirk. What are you laughing at? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian, took off her jacket, and hung it on the hanger. I'm laughing at you for losing. If you lost, then you lost. Tell me your conditions. Conditions. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I want to have sex tonight. Xiao Runing, fuck your mother. She really wanted to curse. Get lost. Xiao Runing walked into the bathroom with a face full of shame and anger. Sigh, women are all bad people who don't keep their words. Lin Xian grumbled in an aggrieved manner, and then lay down on Xiao Runing's fragrant bed. 10 minutes later, Xiao Runing walked out, wiping her wet hair. Get lost and take a shower. I'm not your woman. Why do I have to take a shower every day in the middle of winter? Lin Xian refused. Also, you've really changed. You wouldn't yell at me in the past. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Xiao Runing, yes, she wouldn't yell at Lin Xian in the past. But you fucking came to my house and had sex with me. Who would feel good if that happened to you? Hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, I won't let you on the bed. You must be sweating after fighting with someone today. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged and walked into the bathroom. Hey, Xiao Ningning, can you take out your underwear first? Lin Xian's voice came from inside. Xiao Runing, her pretty face immediately flushed red, and she hurriedly rushed in. Bastard. Lin Xian hummed a tune as he took a shower. Xiao Runing sat on the bed with a red face, doubting her life. Really, this Lin Xian was her nemesis. Not to mention the flirting before, even here, because of her mother, she lost her first time. Sigh, did she really have to let him be her partner for life? But, he was so perverted, Xiao Runing was very confused. Lin Xian came out 5 minutes later. What are you thinking about? Lin Xian saw Xiao Runing sitting there in a daze and asked. Nothing, Xiao Runing shook her head. Then go to sleep, I want to have sex with you. Lin Xian smiled as he sat beside her and hugged her delicate body. Go to hell. Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian's hand away. But you lost the bet. My condition is to have sex. Lin Xian said. Normally, he wouldn't dare to say this, but they had already had sex, so it was different. If there was a first time, then a second time was easy. If there was a second time, then there would be countless times. No. Change it. Xiao Runing Lin Xian gritted her teeth and said. Sigh, forget it, so be it. Time to sleep. Lin Xian looked disappointed. He wrapped himself in the blanket and lay down, his back facing Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing Lin Xian, hey. She wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend. She had no obligation to do that with him. But, she did lose the bet. Let's sleep then. Xiao Runing Lin Xian turned off the lights and crawled under the blanket with her back facing Lin Xian. Then, the whole atmosphere became silent. After about 5 minutes, Lin Xian's hands began to move. He first turned around and then hugged Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing's delicate body suddenly trembled. Xiao Ningning, turn around. Lin Xian whispered into Xiao Runing's ear. Don't bother me, go to sleep. Xiao Runing mumbled. However, Lin Xian found that she didn't remove his hand from her body. Instead, she held his hand tightly and didn't let him move. This was actually extremely good news. I want a kiss. Lin Xian whispered. Xiao Runing did not respond. Then, Lin Xian smiled and flipped to the other side of her, which was in front of Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian's naughty smile in the dark. Don't move. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he kissed Xiao Runing's cherry lips. There was no need to say anything else. Just like that, Xiao Runing was conquered by Lin Xian step by step. Ding! The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Runing in his arms. He revealed a naughty smile. This Xiao Runing was more or less taken. All that was left was to wait for her mission to be triggered. Even if it wasn't triggered, it didn't matter. Lin Xian felt that he was really a scumbag, but his luck was really good. Which girl around him wasn't beautiful and outstanding? But he just let Lin Xian take advantage of her. What kind of logic was this? Lin Xian then rubbed his face against her hair and closed his eyes again. Xiao Runing slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian's side profile. She sighed softly. Why did she and him last night, oh God? She wasn't a woman who didn't know how to reject. Some girls really didn't know how to reject, but she wasn't one of them. But why couldn't she reject Lin Xian? Was it because this bastard was too naughty? At first, she was determined to refuse. But after being kissed by him, her whole body and mind slowly fell into his hands, and then he gave her a slap. Ah! This wasn't what she wanted. After about 2 hours, Xiao Runing woke up after a short nap. She wriggled out of Lin Xian's arms. At the same time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Good morning. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her pink cheeks. Go away. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian flirtatiously. Hee, Lin Xian grinned. I'm going to get up. Xiao Runing said with a red face. Get up. Turn around. Xiao Runing gritted her teeth and said. Wow. Xiao Ningning, we're so familiar with each other, and it's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you still shy? Turn around. Xiao Runing's voice became louder. Lin Xian then quietly turned around and lay down. Xiao Runing quickly put on her clothes. I asked someone to buy a few concert tickets. Let's go see it together at 8 tonight. Xiao Runing stood at the bathroom door and said to Lin Xian. My dear wife, I'll go if you go. Lin Xian smiled. Get lost. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again and then went to wash up. Comfortable. Lin Xian stretched and then put on his clothes. He walked in while massaging his waist. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian massaging his waist and couldn't help but blush again. Bastard. Xiao Ningning, give me a massage later. My waist hurts. No way. Wow. I'm tired because of you. Xiao Runing, did I ask you to move? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian unhappily. But in the end, you were the one who grabbed my arm and told me not to stop. Xiao Runing, get lost. Oh, okay. Lin Xian then walked out with a smirk. Xiao Runing looked at her pink face in the mirror and took a deep breath. Was Lin Xian her nemesis? Why did it feel like she was mad at him, but it wasn't real anger, so annoying. Chapter 879. Downstairs, Xiao Xinyue was sitting quietly on the sofa, reading a magazine. She was quite similar to Han Chuxue. Her every move was polite, but the difference between them was that Han Chuxue was colder than her. Xiao Xinyue was more like a cold girl next door with a bit of a strong career woman. She was also more serious. It wasn't that Han Chuxue wasn't serious, but sitting there, one was an ice beauty, and the other was a colder girl. Anyway, they each had their own characteristics. If you put them together, you wouldn't think that they were made from the same mold. Xiao Zun sat on the other side, drinking tea and reading newspapers. Yi Qianling and a few maids were busy. Xiao Xinyue and Xiao Zun were calmly drinking tea and reading newspapers. It was as if they were people from two different worlds. They didn't care about the world at all. I say, you two, can't you help me with something? Your grandparents will be here at noon. Yi Qianling rolled her eyes at them. What can we do? You'll say that we're causing trouble later, right? Xiao Zun asked Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Yes, and Lin Xian and sister didn't do anything, right? You compare yourself to your sister? Your sister has more important things to do. Yi Qianling said. Then she looked at the time. It's already 10 o'clock, and your sister and Xiao Xian still haven't come downstairs. It seems that they really went to bed quite late last night. Yi Qianling said with satisfaction. Xiao Xinyue, this mother was really indecent. I say, Mom, don't always rush them. Xiao Zun said helplessly. Don't rush them. How can I not rush them? It's not like you didn't hear Xiao Xian say that he hasn't touched our eldest daughter more than a few times. If I don't rush him, when will we get a grandson? Xiao Xinyue, Xiao Zun, okay, as long as you're happy. At this time, Lin Xian came downstairs. They all looked at Lin Xian. Xiao Xian, you're awake. Hurry and eat something to fill your stomach. Yi Qianling said cheerfully. Thank you, Auntie. Ning Ning hasn't woken up yet. She's up. She should be coming down soon. Well, hurry up and eat something. At noon, the family ate a meal together. Xiao Qingqing and the others also chatted a lot with Lin Xian. In any case, they were very satisfied with Lin Xian. The Xiao family didn't place much importance on things like matching families. The Xiao family was a big family. They didn't need their daughter's other half to be rich and powerful. As long as he was outstanding, it was fine as long as their daughter liked him. To be honest, in the current era, no matter which era, which world, such a family was really rare. After eating, they went shopping again and then went home. Mom, we went to the concert. Xiao Runing changed into a set of cultivation clothes and shouted. Okay, go ahead and have fun. Then Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Xiao Xinyue walked out together. They didn't even drive because the stadium wasn't too far away. They could take a walk and chat on the way. The concert started at 7 p.m. It was 5 p.m. now, but because of the weather, it was already a bit late. When are you going back? Lin Xian asked Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing said, in the next few days, I have already done what I need to do. After watching the concert, there will be nothing left to do. I don't want to stay at home anymore. I think it's good to stay at home. Lin Xian said with a smile. Get lost. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. Good, but what about her? Torture. Little Xinyue, look at your sister. As their daughter, she wants to leave just like that. She doesn't even want to spend more time with her parents. Don't you think that's right? No. Xiao Xinyue said faintly. Hey. Even little Xinyue said that it's wrong. Xiao Runing, this guy definitely thought that he could take advantage of her in Ice City, in the Xiao family, but after leaving, he couldn't do it anymore. Bastard. But, it's time to go back. Xiao Xinyue added. Buy the tickets tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow. Xiao Runing said. He still wanted to stay in Ice City and take advantage of her. Dream on. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Okay. There were a lot of cars and pedestrians on the road today. Lin Xian had been here for a few days and had gone out to play a few times. Logically speaking, it was just after the new year, and the closer it was to the end of the year, the more people there would be. However, today was an exception. There was a traffic jam on the road, and there were a lot of pedestrians. Most of them were young people, and most of them were couples. Moreover, they were heading in the same direction as Lin Xian and the others. Don't tell me they're all here to watch the concert. Xiao Runing nodded. The Ice City Gymnasium can accommodate 130,000 people. It can be considered a top gymnasium, and 130,000 people will definitely be full, so there will be 130,000 people coming to the Ice City Gymnasium one after another. Lin Xian, damn. What kind of celebrity is so famous? 130,000 people in a concert with a full house. Even if Lin Xian didn't chase celebrities, watch dramas, or listen to songs, he could still roughly hear some news. A normal A-list celebrity would hold a concert in a stadium with a capacity of 70,000 to 80,000. Because of that, the stadium wouldn't be full. 130,000 people in a stadium, and it was full. This should be a super A-list celebrity. An Exian, you've never heard of her. Lin Xian, an Exian. Lin Xian suddenly remembered the beautiful girl he met on the plane. Wasn't her name an Exian? Could it be her? It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Moreover, didn't celebrities have to make a big show when they appeared? How could she be the only one on the plane? Even if she chartered a plane or took a private plane, it would be normal. It shouldn't be her. It's a pity that her tickets are too difficult to buy. Even in the first second when the tickets are sold, it's hard to buy them. The software directly jams. When it's not jammed, the tickets have already been sold out. I had to ask someone to buy 3 tickets for the inner field. Although it's the inner field, the seats are very ordinary. They're in the back row of the inner field. The front row was the kind of area that was very close, and even celebrities could interact with each other. It was a pity that it was impossible to buy tickets in such an area. Those who could buy tickets were the Children of Destiny, 130,000 people in a stadium, the back row of the inner field. That's still very far. What's there to see? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. I tried my best, Xiao Runing said helplessly. But you also chase celebrities? Lin Xian asked. I'm not chasing celebrities. I just like her songs a lot. There must be a lot of her songs in New Moon's song list. Since she's holding a concert in Ice City, I'll go and take a look. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Chapter 880. Lin Xian picked up his phone and glanced at it. Xiao Runing, who was beside him, sneaked a peek at Lin Xian's phone screen. Damn it! Although she couldn't see clearly, the profile picture of the person chatting with him on WeChat was that of a real girl. Bastard, bastard. Chatting with a girl again. Lin Xian was still confused. Why did the system prompt that Xiao Runing was unhappy suddenly appear? Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue went to the side to chat. Lin Xian looked at the message. It was from an Exian. To be precise, she had sent 2 messages at 8 in the morning. However, Lin Xian was sleeping too soundly and Lin Xian had muted his phone. Why did he mute it? There were too many girls in his WeChat. Who knew how many girls would look for him, and if Xiao Runing saw it, wouldn't that be detrimental to the development of their relationship? Anyway, it didn't matter. Those who were really close to him had his phone number. If there was something important, they could just call him. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't use his phone much. He didn't like using his phone. Compared to his phone, he preferred girls. Plus, he was eating, chatting, and shopping with the elders of the Xiao family. He couldn't possibly play with his phone, right? How impolite would that be? Therefore, it was as if he hadn't looked at his phone for an entire day. He didn't even open WeChat. He only looked at the time. It was only when Lin Xian pressed the mute button on the side of the phone that he heard the sound. An Xian sent a message to Lin Xian at 8 in the morning. Are you there? At 8:30, she sent another message, are you still sleeping? Then, at 11 in the morning, she sent another message. Hey, do you want to watch the concert? I'll give you the tickets. Lin Xian still didn't reply. Hey, are you dead? Still no reply. Then, there was this message. If you don't want to reply, then don't reply. You didn't even reply once. Goodbye, I'll delete you as a friend. Clearly, an Xian's imagination was running wild. She felt that he didn't care about her at all after not replying to her messages for an entire day. It was very depressing. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they had experienced life and death together. Moreover, she was also a beautiful girl, so why didn't she reply? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. My phone was turned off. I just turned it on, so I didn't notice. Lin Xian sent a message over. An Xian replied instantly, I don't believe you. You just don't want to reply to me. That's true. I have so many beautiful girls around me. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sent a message over. An Xian, he really wanted to hit someone. Hey, are you watching the concert or not? Lin Xian asked. Yours? Lin Xian frowned. Her name was an Xian, and she just happened to ask him this question. The concert they were going to watch was an Xian's, so there was no need to guess. Guess. Lin Xian, then, an Xian sent another message, are you going to watch it or not? If you do, I'll give you tickets. Okay, I'll watch it. On the other side, an Xian revealed a happy expression. Ice City Stadium. You can go in through gate 8. There will be people waiting for you there. I'll give you tickets for the front row, the ones at the very front. Do you have 3? I also have 2 friends. Yes. Okay, thank you. I'll be there soon. An Xian put down her phone and made a cheering gesture for herself. She was very happy. Although this bad guy was a scumbag, she felt that he wasn't bad after getting along with him. Perhaps she misunderstood him. After all, she didn't feel that he was a scumbag, and he even saved her life. Anyway, he was very special. An Xian, why aren't you changing? Your concert will start in an hour. Don't let your fans wait too long. An Xian's agent, Zhang Ling, walked out and said with a smile. I know, Sister Ling. By the way, Sister Ling, I have 3 friends coming later. Please arrange for someone to wait for them at gate 8 and give them these 3 front row tickets. An Xian handed the tickets to her. An Xian, this is your first time in Ice City. You have friends here? Yes. It's Lin Xian who saved me on the plane. I see. Then I really have to thank him. Yes. Zhang Ling smiled, okay, then you go and prepare first. On the other side, Lin Xian put away his phone and looked at the beautiful sisters next to him with a smile. By the way, how do I get the front row tickets? Lin Xian asked. The front row tickets have the least number of votes. Although it's also the most expensive, it's impossible to get it through the normal software. It's purely based on luck. Some tickets are even sold to tens of thousands of yuan in the hands of scalpers, so it's basically impossible to get the front row tickets. Heartwarming said. I don't think it's difficult. You've never seen a concert before. How can you understand the difficulty of getting tickets? Heartwarming rolled her eyes. Then what if I can get you the front row tickets? Lin Xian asked. How is that possible? At this time, there was only one way to get tickets for the front row, and that was to buy tickets from those who had tickets for the front row. However, those tickets cost more than 100,000 yuan. How could it be so easy to find 1 or 2,000 tickets? And since they bought the front row tickets, they're true fans. How can they change hands? Especially now that it's starting in more than an hour. Xiao Runing said. Do you want to bet? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, why is it like this again? Now when Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue heard Lin Xian's words, they inexplicably felt that they were going to lose. There was a shadow. Bastard, what do you want now? Xiao Runing stared at Lin Xian. Nothing. I'm just asking if you want to bet. Let's bet on whether I can get 3 front row tickets before the concert starts. Moreover, they're the ones in the very front row. They'll be able to touch hands with the big stars, Lin Xian said. TSK, don't tisk. You don't dare to bet. Lin Xian said. We'll bet. But you can't buy it with money. Xiao Runing said. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Buying it with money was actually a way. Would they sell a ticket for 500,000 yuan? Those people would definitely sell it. And Lin Xian wasn't short of money. So as long as they didn't buy it with money, they couldn't think of any way to get 3 front row tickets. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Did I hit the nail on the head? Xiao Runing laughed. Do you think I only have one way? Lin Xian said. Keep pretending. So, do you want to bet? Yes. Xiao Xinyue, actually, she didn't want to bet for no reason. But her sister didn't hesitate to bet. Okay, if I win, each of you owe me a condition. If I lose, I owe each of you a condition. Sure. Chapter 881. Xiao Xinyue secretly rubbed her forehead. She now owed Lin Xian 3. If she lost, it would be 4. There's good food over there. Do you want to eat? I'll go buy it. Xiao Runing then ran over. Hey, if I win, I'll cancel the 3 conditions I owed you. Is that okay? Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian and asked. No. -1. But if you insist, you have to add 3 more conditions if you lose. Xiao Xinyue clenched her teeth. She had a bad feeling. Forget it. She felt that if she agreed, she would owe Lin Xian 6 conditions. Wouldn't that kill her? After a while, Xiao Runing came over with a few egg rolls and handed them to Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue. Let's go. It's time to enter. Then they walked towards the ice capital stadium. I'll go. Lin Xian had never been to the ice capital stadium. He didn't know what a normal stadium looked like. But now, the huge parking lot was filled with cars, and a dense crowd was pouring into the stadium. Within sight, there were more than 100 special police officers maintaining order. Throughout the stadium, there were many men and women giving out support items, such as light sticks, fluorescent paper, and so on. Lin Xian saw an Xian on the huge poster. It was her. So many people. More than 100,000. Xiao Runing sighed. How popular is this Xian? Lin Xian asked. Well, she has a childlike innocence since she was young. She debuted when she was 4 or 5. When she was 16, she wrote and composed her own song, 16, and became popular throughout the 5 great empires. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she has won all the awards in the past 3 years. She has 300 million fans on Weibo and countless fans in the 5 great empires. She is probably the most popular celebrity in recent years. Xiao Runing said. But her songs are really good, and she basically wrote the lyrics and music herself. She's really talented. Talented people won't be buried in the end. Xiao Xinyue nodded in agreement. Lin Xian also agreed. If it was in the past, talented people would also be buried. But now, in the era of the internet, as long as you have talent, as long as you are really talented, you will not be buried. Basically, 50% of her fans are fans of her because of her songs. Of course, that includes her looks. She is indeed beautiful. What about the other 50%? Lin Xian asked. He didn't expect an Xian to be so famous. Wait a minute. Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Linglong Shui and the others had watched many of her dramas. The other 10% probably fell in love with her after watching her drama, and the other 40% were fans of her character. Character. Xiao Runing nodded. For example, on some variety shows, she is really popular with the audience. Moreover, she has earned a lot of money over the years, and even her own company is very profitable. I don't know if it's because she doesn't lack money or something else, but she started a peace foundation. Over the years, she has earned several billion, or maybe even more. Anyway, the Peace Foundation alone has invested several billion to help the poor people. This is one of the reasons why I like her very much. In short, although she is young, she is very likable and admirable. She is a true idol. Lin Xian nodded secretly. This an Xian really couldn't tell. As expected, the girls who triggered the system's mission were all very good girls. Not only their looks, but also their character. Which one of the girls who triggered the system's mission wasn't good? And according to statistics, an Xian's fans are the most cohesive. No other celebrity can compare to her fans. In short, her influence is very big. As they spoke, they followed the crowd and walked towards the entrance. Wait a minute. Lin Xian glanced and then asked, "Where is door number 8? Why? We can only enter the stadium from door number 1. Door number 1 checks the tickets. The other doors are closed today or are guarded by other people's security. Don't forget our bet." Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing. She didn't quite understand Lin Xian's meaning. Anyway, just bring me to door number 8. Alright, I don't know what you want to do. Anyway, it's still early. Then, Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian and Xiao Xinyue to door number 8. There was a sea of people in front of door number 1. There weren't many people in door number 8. They were all passing by and heading to door number 1. What is it? Xiao Runing asked Lin Xian. She didn't understand why he was here. Lin Xian glanced and saw someone he had seen before. Just come with me. Then, Lin Xian walked over. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue looked at each other in confusion. Then, they followed him. Mr. Lin, right? Zhang Ling saw Lin Xian and hurried over. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Zhang Ling took out the tickets and handed them to Lin Xian. She said, and then asked me to give you these. 3 tickets for the front row. But you still have to go through door number 1. It's okay. Thank you. It's okay. I won't disturb you. I'll help and with the preparation. Zhang Ling said and then walked away. Beside him, Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue looked at each other in confusion. Lin Xian smiled and threw the 3 tickets in his hand. How is it? You've lost. Lin Xian said proudly. Xiao Runing then snatched the tickets from Lin Xian's hand and took a look. These were real tickets. Just a second ago, she was still wondering if that woman was Lin Xian's prop. Now, it seemed that she was definitely not. You know an Enchanting? Heartwarming asked in surprise. Don't change the topic. You lost the bet. Don't forget. Lin Xian said. I'm not lying. Tell me, you know an Enchanting? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I know her. We've met once. Tisk, you've met her once. She specially got someone to give you the front row tickets. Heartwarming didn't believe it. But in her impression, Lin Xian shouldn't have had the chance to know an Enchanting. Maybe I'm too handsome. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue's face was bitter. For now. She now owed Lin Xian 4 conditions. What should she do? In any case, she understood one thing, and that was to never bet with Lin Xian. Even if it seemed impossible for Lin Xian to do something, it was best not to bet with him if he felt that he would be able to do it. As long as he proposed it first, he must have the confidence to win. Wow! People's hearts are really sinister. Damn, what's going on? Lin Xian walked to door number 1 and said, It's nothing. I just saved her life. Saved her life. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, she was also on the plane to Ice City. She saved everyone on the plane. She was one of them. It's that simple. Chapter 882. Heartwarming and Xiao Xinyue looked at each other again. Lin Xian's luck with women was a little too good, wasn't it? He could even meet an Enchanting like this. He could even save her like this. Somehow, there was a relationship between them. No wonder Lin Xian had so many beautiful girls around him. Somehow, he was destined to be popular with women. You couldn't reason with this kind of thing. For example, some people were quite handsome and outstanding, but they hadn't been in a relationship for 23 or 24 years. What about others? They were sloppy and didn't want to make progress. The number of girls they'd had sex with was enough to form a class. Or, they were all looking for jobs that were more or less the same. For example, being a salesperson in an office building. Other people had a lot of girls, but those who went were mostly men. The girls were also not young, had boyfriends, and were even married. How could you reason with them? Or, your friend had sex with a girlfriend in a week, but you had a girlfriend for a month, and they were only holding hands. You couldn't even have sex with her because the girl didn't agree. You broke up with her before you could really take advantage of her. Therefore, luck with women was something that couldn't be seen or touched, but it did exist. Take Lin Xian for example. His luck with women couldn't be called good. It was heaven-defying. It was fine if he had a lot of girls around him. It was fine if all of them had a good relationship with him. But weren't all of them campus belles and goddesses wherever he went? Which one of them wasn't beautiful? Find one and see. It was very annoying. Okay. You're amazing, okay. Heartwarming said helplessly. I'm amazing, but I only know that you've all lost. Lin Xian grinned at Heartwarming. Heartwarming, seeing this extremely familiar smile, Heartwarming was a little flustered. The last time, the most recent time, this smile had made her sleep for the second time. This time, when she went home to sleep at night, no. Absolutely not. This was absolutely impossible. Her current relationship with Lin Xian. How should she put it? They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they weren't lovers, it was more like, pal friends. That was right. This was the feeling. Wow. Since when had she, Heartwarming, been reduced to such a state? Fuck. Xiao Xinyue lowered her head and walked forward silently. 4 conditions. With this scoundrel's character, she felt that her future would be bleak. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian and continued walking forward. There were still a lot of people at Gate 1. They followed the crowd and slowly made their way inside. I don't care, I want to see Sister and Xan's concert, I want to see it. At the side, a little girl about 10 years old was hugging a woman next to her, who should be her mother. She was constantly acting coquettishly, making a lot of noise, attracting the attention of many people. Be good, child. It's too late to buy tickets now. Let's wait for the next one, okay? The woman patiently comforted her daughter and sighed in her heart. Although she lived in Ice City, she came from a very remote area to work, so her life wasn't very good. The tickets for such a big star cost more than 1,000 yuan, which was equivalent to a few days' worth of money, so she couldn't bear to part with it. Although her child really liked it, she had no choice but to bring her child to take a look. What if she accidentally saw an Xan in person? When Xiao Runing saw this scene, she could tell from the expression on the child's mother's face that she was in a difficult position. Then, Xiao Runing walked over. Little girl, here you go. Xiao Runing passed 2 tickets to her. The girl took them, her little mouth wide open. Sister and Xan's tickets, she said happily. Xiao Runing then smiled and rubbed her head, saying, Little girl, if you like an idol, you don't necessarily need to go to her concert, because those idols are out of reach for many people. As a child, you should pay more attention to your own parents, they are the ones who accompany you the longest, And, thank you, sister. Miss, if you give us the tickets, then you. It's okay, I still have them. Xiao Runing said and walked away. What a kind heart. Lin Xian said. No, I just happened to meet them. The 3 tickets I already have are useless, so isn't it better to give them to them? Xiao Runing said. Everyone, please take out your tickets in an orderly manner. We will now check your tickets. After checking their tickets, they entered the huge stadium. At this moment, the stadium was relatively dark. The whole stage was playing some songs and an Xan's music video. In the huge stadium, there were various colors of glow sticks and fluorescent signboards. Occasionally, there would be people screaming and Xan. Everyone was talking and waiting for the main character to appear. To be honest, the current environment was quite noisy. There were too many people, but it didn't matter. The noisier it was, the livelier it was. After a while, tens of thousands of people would sing along to the music video. They were unusually orderly. Oh, I've heard this song before. Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, as long as you're a citizen of Sky Blue Planet, as long as you don't live in a place isolated from the rest of the world, there will be at least one of her songs that you've heard before. Maybe it's in the mall, on TV, in various shops, Xiao Runing said and sat in the front row with them. This was really the front row, the first row closest to the stage. How close was it to the stage? If you bent forward slightly and stretched out your hand, you would be able to touch the stage. What was the best thing about this position? When a celebrity sang, they would interact with the audience. For example, as they sang, they would walk to the side of the stage and give the fans a high five. That's right. That was the best thing about this position. Perhaps Lin Xian couldn't understand, but for the real fans, to be able to shake hands with their idols, it was a kind of happiness. However, the front row wasn't the best position to watch the performance. But it was still okay. You could see the people in the front row, but the people in the back couldn't see the people on the stage clearly. They could only watch through the big screen. You don't say, she's quite beautiful. Lin Xian looked at the female lead, an Xan, on the big screen. She was really beautiful. She was a little young, but her looks were top-notch. There's nothing that isn't beautiful in your eyes. Heartwarming said in a displeased tone. Who said that? In my eyes, you're all beautiful except for the two of you. The two girls. Hey. I forgot to buy food. Do you want to help us buy some food? Heartwarming elbowed Lin Xian. Errand fee. Okay, go buy it. Lin Xian was very willing to run errands for his woman. But Chapter 883. When Lin Xian got up and walked down the aisle, his whole body trembled. Why? What the fuck? They were in the first row, about the fifth row, which was basically directly behind them. The distance between them was less than 8 meters. Lin Xian didn't know why, but he looked over and saw a girl who was munching on delicious food. When he took a closer look, he thought, what the fuck? Isn't that Ling Longyue? Then, Lin Xian looked beside her, Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyue. Why are they here? No one knew why Lin Xian was here. If they knew that he was here for a girl, wouldn't Ling Longshui be angry? Fuck. Why are they here? As the venue was rather dark, there were many people walking in and out of the corridor at this time. Furthermore, they definitely did not expect Lin Xian to be here, so they did not mind. Lin Xian, on the other hand, lowered his head and hurriedly walked over. Why are they here? Ling Longyue had wanted to tag along when Lin Xian came because an Xian's concert was here. They didn't really like her that much, but they had listened to a lot of her songs, watched a lot of movies, and watched a lot of dramas. They just wanted to see how she was like in real life. Since they had nothing to do, Ling Longyue spent a lot of money to buy 3 front-row tickets from a scalper. Then, they came. They were rich, but they didn't have any concept of money. For example, the front-row tickets, the official selling price was less than 2,000 yuan, but the scalpers increased it to almost 20,000 yuan. Ling Longyue bought 3 tickets without hesitation. She didn't feel like she was at a disadvantage because she didn't know how much it was worth. Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue didn't care. Since they had nothing to do, it was better to watch a concert than to stay at home and watch TV. Also, after being in the human world for so long, they had never seen a celebrity's concert. Humph. When I get home, I'm going to laugh at Lin Xian. Ling Longyue took a picture and said. What are you laughing at? I came to the concert, but he didn't. Maybe he's busy now. Didn't he say that he had something to do in Bingdu? Bing Lingyue said. Not necessarily. Maybe he's just playing. Ling Longshui knew Lin Xian relatively well. What could make him cross the border? She now knew that Lin Xian's Yixian group was temporarily developing in Hua Nation and had not even cooperated with other families for the time being. Even if he wanted to develop his own power, he should start from Lin and City, various cities, and Hua Nation first. Why did he have to go to Bing Nation? It most likely had something to do with women. At least, that was what her intuition told her. After Lin Xian bought the food, he braced himself and walked past them. Ling Longshui and the rest did not notice because they were not the kind of people who would be swayed by the movements around them. For example, some people kept looking at the aisles beside them. They did not recognize anyone and just wanted to see the passers-by. For people like Ling Longshui, what was there to see? Only Ling Longyue would pay attention to it. Why, do I seem to smell Lin Xian's scent? After a few seconds, Ling Longyue muttered softly. If Lin Xian knew about her, Lin Xian would probably cry. The Void Fox belonged to the demon race and the Void Fox's sense of smell was extremely sharp. In such a noisy environment with so many people, she did not deliberately sniff but still felt a little bit of Lin Xian's scent. Of course, she did not suspect too much and just muttered. Really? Ling Longshui asked. I don't know, it shouldn't be. Forget it, Forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's eat and wait for the celebrity to come. I wonder what a human's concert is like. Ling Longyue muttered to herself curiously. On the other side, Lin Xian sat down awkwardly with the delicious food. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue each took a bag of delicious food, popcorn, cola and so on and ate silently. Why aren't you eating? Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian sitting there in a daze and asked. I don't feel like eating. Let's talk about it later. Then, Lin Xian silently turned his head. What should he do? The three of them did not even tell him that they were coming. If he did, Lin Xian would not come to watch the concert. Time passed slowly and it was almost 7:00. Click, suddenly, all the lights in the stadium went off and the entire stadium slowly turned into a starry sky. The big screen started playing a new song. Everyone knew that this was the prelude to the celebrity's appearance. Starry Sky, my favorite song. NN. The stadium was filled with screams. The big screen was playing a very nice song. Some people were singing along softly, some people were paying attention to the huge changes on the stage, and some people were calling an Xian's name. The first half of the song was played and the fans were shouting an Xian's name in unison. With hundreds of thousands of people shouting, one could imagine the feeling. At this moment, the song continued playing but someone realized that something was wrong. Why? The original song's audio and some details made it obvious that it was played. But now, although it was nice, it did not seem to be played but sung. Click, a ray of light suddenly shone on a corner. A beautiful girl wearing a white princess dress smiled and sang while waving at the crowd. She walked towards the center of the stage. NN. I love you. NN, I love you. Goddess. Seeing her suddenly appear, the entire stadium was in an uproar. But it was only for a short while because everyone wanted to listen to her sing quietly. TSK. She's really pretty. Lin Xian glanced at her and said. She sang very well and her voice was very sweet. The song was quickly finished, and an Xian bowed in several directions. The pitch-black stadium was filled with glow sticks and fluorescent signboards. This was the time when the fans' shouts were the loudest. It was simply deafening, and there was a boiling cauldron of voices. An Xian stood on the stage and glanced at the front row. She was the one who gave the tickets, so she knew where Lin Xian should sit if he came. Then, she glanced around and saw Lin Xian. Seeing that he came, she was actually quite happy. Then, she saw the two girls sitting beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian asked for 3 tickets, which meant that the two girls sitting together were his friends. Chapter 884. Lin Xian's seat was at the end of the aisle. There was no one on his right. On his left was Xiao Runing, and on his left was Xiao Xinyue. Next to Xiao Xinyue was another girl. Therefore, an Xian knew that the two on Lin Xian's left must be Lin Xian's friends. Moreover, the tickets were for these 3 seats. The distance was a little far, and the lighting was a little dim. She could only tell that they were 2 girls, but she didn't know how beautiful they were. But women were like this. When they saw the girls next to a boy, they always wanted to know if they were beautiful or not, and what their relationship was, but after all, her every move was watched by hundreds of thousands of people. Although they wanted to see it, they definitely didn't want to leave any traces. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my concert in Ice Nation, at the Ice Capital Stadium. Everyone came from all over the world. Although most of you might be from Ice Capital, there will definitely be people from the other 4 empires who came from afar. Actually, I don't think it's necessary. An Axian hugged the microphone and continued, Ice Nation, this is my first concert here, but I promise that I will hold more concerts here in the future. Besides China, I will even start my concert tour in the other 3 empires. So, friends and fans from other countries, please don't be too anxious. After all, it's quite expensive to travel across borders, and it's quite dangerous. So, I will often go to other empires to hold concerts in the future. Excited shouts came from all around. Goddess and then, you have to be careful too. Yes. Be careful. We're fine. You must be careful when flying in the other empires. Some people shouted. As an Axian's fans, they definitely knew which flight an Axian was on. Naturally, they also knew that something had happened on that flight. On the day of the accident, this news directly rushed to the top of the trending list, but it was quickly suppressed. To be precise, the survivors of that flight and the captain were interviewed by the media. They said that they were about to lose all hope, but somehow, they appeared on the ground. They didn't die, and it seemed like someone had saved them. Then, some people guessed that it was the space attribute. Other than an Axian, no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it, and an Axian didn't expose it either. An Axian held the microphone and said softly, yes, there were indeed some dangers on the way to the Ice Nation, and it was also my own fault. But fortunately, I was lucky and everyone on the plane was saved, so because I experienced this myself, I don't want everyone to go across the country and cross the dangerous demon beast territory to come to another empire, so I promise everyone that if I want to hold a concert, I will try my best to hold it in every empire. What followed was another round of cheers and screams. Alright, now I'll dedicate 16 years old to everyone. I hope everyone will like it. An Axian's sweet voice played one song after another. Time slowly passed, and the concert was about halfway through. Lin Xian felt that it was really quite good. Heartwarming, who was beside him, could even sing along. In the next segment, I will draw a random audience member to sing a song with me. An Axian smiled as she looked at the audience. I. Pick me, pick me. Hearing an Axian's words, everyone stood up excitedly. The loud voices of the hundreds of thousands of people in the stadium were simply incomparably exciting. Then now, the big screen will randomly capture an audience member. An Axian then laughed evilly in her heart. Although it was said to be random, it had already been arranged. Don't let it be me, don't let it be me. Heartwarming muttered. Lin Xian, hey, sister, there are hundreds of thousands of people, and a 1 in 100,000 chance. Why are you still praying? Then it definitely can't be you. Lin Xian laughed. That's true. The huge screen flashed one face after another. The flashing speed was so fast that it was impossible to see who was on the screen. There were probably hundreds of thousands of cameras in the entire stadium. Suddenly, the image on the huge screen froze. A figure was sitting there drinking Coke with an innocent look in his eyes. No, to be precise, this image captured 3 people most clearly. Lin Xian, Heartwarming, and Xiao Xinyue. But there was also a seat number displayed on the screen, Section A, Row 1, Seat 24. Heartwarming muttered to herself and then glanced over. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. It's you, it's you. Heartwarming saw the person on the screen and then pulled Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian, fuck. Fuck. Everyone in the stadium was looking for this person, to see if it was this person beside them, Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian. Ling Longyue saw the person on the screen and her small mouth opened slightly. Ling Longxue and Bing Lingyue were also stunned. Lin Xian was also here. Ah! Bastard! You said you came here for business. Did you come here for business just to watch someone else's concert? Ling Longyue was going crazy. What was more exciting in the stadium was Heartwarming and Xinyue. Heartwarming and Xinyue's beauty were definitely top-notch. When they appeared on the big screen and hundreds of thousands of people saw them, fuck, beauties. Beauties. Fuck. There are beauties of this level. Where are they? Where are they? And there are two of them. What the fuck? What the fuck? They are beauties that don't lose to celebrities. Those people were talking about it. And Xian also took a look and saw Heartwarming and Xinyue's faces on the big screen. How should she say it? There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. She knew that Lin Xian's friend was a girl, but both of them were so beautiful. Lin Xian was having a hard time. What random. A 1 in 100,000 chance that it would happen to him. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew it was fake. This girl was doing it on purpose. It was actually nothing. But Lin Xian was hiding it, but now, what was there to hide? The big screen clearly showed him sitting with the two beauties. Linglong Shui and Xinyue were probably preparing to kill him. Wow, I didn't expect the big screen to capture such beautiful sisters. What great luck. However, row 24 in section A is the gentleman next to them. And Xian smiled and said, "But I think everyone must be hoping that the two beautiful ladies can come up on stage, right?" Yes. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted loudly. And Xian smiled and said, "Then don't be anxious. Let's first invite the gentleman in row 24 to come up on stage and greet everyone. Lin Xian, I want to fuck you up." Then, Xian smiled and walked over. She stood in front of Lin Xian, just 1 meter away. Chapter 885. Lin Xian really wanted to press Xian down on the sofa, make her wear a little skirt, and then give her a tight slap. It was her. She purposely let him show his face and purposely chose him. Now, he was exposed. Damn it. "Mister, please go on stage." And Xian smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "Is it okay?" Actually, Lin Xian wanted to ask this question, but he didn't dare. Why? Lin Xian was afraid of being spat to death by these fans. And Xian invited you to go on stage, and you still asked if it was okay. Wasn't that asking for it? Then, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage and followed Xian. Hey, Xian must have purposely chosen Lin Xian, right? Xinyue asked Heartwarming, who was next to her. Definitely. Heartwarming said. They knew that Lin Xian and Xian knew each other, and the 1 in 100,000 chance fell on Lin Xian. Obviously, Xian had purposely chosen Lin Xian. But Linglong Shui and the others didn't know. When they saw that Lin Xian was chosen, they were also stunned. Why did he happen to be chosen? Can he sing? Linglong Shui asked. They couldn't blame Lin Xian, because Lin Xian didn't say what he was doing in Bing country. Was he developing his career or something? Although it was unexpected that he appeared at the concert, he didn't lie to them. If he said that he was developing his career in Bing country, then he would be lying to them. But he didn't, he just said that he had something to do here. Something to do. That covered a lot of things. So, they couldn't blame her. Linglong Shui was still very rational. Anyway, she hated people who lied to her the most. If you didn't lie to her, even if you had other big sisters outside, she wouldn't blame you. At most, she would feel a little wronged. Linglong Shui shook her head. I've never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either, but with his voice, his singing should be pretty bad. Anyway, Lin Xian wasn't around and Bing Linglue didn't give him any face. Linglong Shui nodded. You're a man, yet you're so bad at gaming. How can you sing well? If Lin Xian heard what they said, he would probably have a mental breakdown. Wow! Is this how you talk about me behind my back? His heart ached. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Bing Lingyue could not help but laugh. He's thick-skinned. He's not afraid of losing face. Ling Longshui said. She had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian, although she would never say it out loud. She was such an outstanding woman. She didn't feel wronged when she was with Lin Xian. It was just that she felt a little resentful when he still ran out and flirted with other girls even though she was pregnant with his baby. Lin Xian and an Axian then faced the audience and the camera. Sir, why don't you briefly introduce yourself to everyone? An Axian acted as if she didn't know Lin Xian and said with a smile. Not to mention, although Lin Xian wasn't a very handsome man, but he was very good-looking and was relatively photogenic. After all, he was meeting Xiao Ru Ning's parents, and he was with a beautiful girl, so Lin Xian didn't dress sloppily or casually. Although he didn't give people the feeling that he was a celebrity, he didn't look ugly. A brief introduction, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Well, a brief introduction will do. An Axian said with a smile. She felt that Lin Xian didn't seem nervous in front of hundreds of thousands of people. She was nervous in front of so many people during her first 7 or 8 concerts. It was much better now. It should be Lin Xian's first time facing so many people, right? She felt that his expression and speech were quite normal. That was true. Lin Xian didn't have anything else. During this time, he had been flirting with girls. Anyway, no one could compare to his shamelessness. Although he was facing hundreds of thousands of people, he wasn't nervous at all. Compared to this, Lin Xian felt that he was being watched by Ling Longshui and the others. This was the most nervous thing. Then, do you have a ruler? Lin Xian asked. Ruler? What ruler? Why do you need a ruler? An Axian looked at Lin Xian in confusion. That's right. Hundreds of thousands of people were confused when they heard Lin Xian's words. A brief self-introduction. Why does this guy need a ruler? A self-introduction, of course. Lin Xian. Lin Xian's words left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. This was a fan that made people feel that there was something wrong with his brain. Logically speaking, if he was chosen, he should be especially excited. Even if it was a guy, he would probably cover his mouth and excitedly come to an Axian's side. He would then say all sorts of things like, "I'm so happy," and "I didn't think of it." However, this person seemed very calm and even said a bunch of things that no one understood. An Axian was puzzled. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Alright, since this gentleman wants a ruler to introduce himself, although I don't know what it means, he might have some other methods. Then let's look forward to it. After all, a 1 in 100,000 chance has landed on your head. Then, we're quite fated. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll get the staff to bring a ruler over. After about 30 seconds, a staff member ran over and handed a measuring tape to an Axian. An Axian passed it to Lin Xian. Sir, there's only a measuring tape. Can you introduce yourself now? An Axian asked with a smile. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Then, Lin Xian took out the measuring tape and pulled out 20 centimeters. Then, he pressed his hand on the 20 centimeters position. Done, Lin Xian said. What do you mean? An Axian and everyone else looked at each other on the big screen. Please give me a close-up. Thank you. Lin Xian said. Then, the big screen showed Lin Xian holding the measuring tape with his thumb and index finger on the 20 centimeters position. Everyone was dumbfounded. Alright, this is my short self-introduction, Lin Xian said. Everyone, what did he mean? An Xan was also stunned for a moment. What did he mean? That. Sir, what do you mean? An Xan asked, puzzled. This is my self-introduction. 20 centimeters. Lin Xian said straightforwardly. Everyone, in that instant, about a third of the 100,000 people suddenly understood what Lin Xian meant. Then, the rest of the people slowly began to understand what he meant. Or they asked the others and understood. A short self-introduction, this self-introduction of yours, is really direct and short. Ha ha ha, the next moment, those people couldn't help but burst into laughter. What the fuck? Talent. This is a fucking talent. Logically speaking, I feel like this is the effect set up by Goddess and 20 centimeters, a simple self-introduction. Ha ha ha, this guy is amazing. He's probably going to become an internet celebrity. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Is this a little flirting with our goddess and? It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Anyway, I'm really convinced. This fucking concert passerby gave me a surprise. I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 886. Those who were able to attend the concert were basically all adults. They all knew what was going on. It was just a matter of how fast they reacted. Heartwarming also knew what was going on. She blushed helplessly. Bastard. You even dare to tease an Xan. You must be tired of living. Heartwarming said helplessly. If she didn't know that they knew each other, Heartwarming would be even more confused. This bastard was really thick-skinned. However, some people really didn't understand. Sister, what do you mean? Ling Longyue blinked her eyes and asked. Although Ling Longxue had done it with Lin Xian before, she really didn't know how to react. It was mainly because Lin Xian had never joked about the number of centimeters with her, so she didn't really understand. After all, they didn't always live in the human race. Oh, but what are they laughing about? Ling Longyue heard the thunderous laughter and didn't understand what was so funny about them. Hey, sister, what are you laughing about? Ling Longyue then asked a lady with glasses who she didn't know. I'm laughing about the person and found. This short self-introduction is too short and too realistic. Pfft, why? The lady with glasses saw that Ling Longyue was quite young and felt that it was normal for her not to understand. She then explained to her. Ling Longyue, bastard. Stinking hooligan. Stinking hooligan. She blushed and kept mumbling to herself. To be honest, a National Idols concert with hundreds of thousands of people would probably be recorded on the internet. Lin Xian's short self-introduction would probably go viral. No, it would definitely go viral. An Xian's face also turned slightly red. Bastard. Stinking hooligan. Stinking hooligan. She didn't expect Lin Xian to tease her in such an occasion in front of so many people. It might not be considered teasing, but a short self-introduction could give him so much space to act. No one else could do it. This was the first time an Xian didn't know how to continue. Cough cough, this mister is really humorous. I was asking what your name is, where are you from, not this. An Xian said helplessly. Ha ha ha. The people below laughed again. Seeing an Xian's helpless look, they felt that she was so cute. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Lin Xian, from China. China. Ice Nation from Hua Nation. Did you come here just to listen to the concert? An Xian smiled and asked. Of course, she knew that wasn't the case. She was just trying to get some information out of him. Anyway, she cared a lot. No, I'm here to accompany my girlfriend, Lin Xian said. Anyway, he didn't plan to hide it from Linglong Shua when the time came, so he might as well tell her. Sister, look at him, look at him. When Ling Longyue heard Lin Xian's words, she was flustered and exasperated. When Ling Long Shua heard Lin Xian's words, she felt that he was right. But, whose girlfriend is it? Could it be his teacher? Ling Long Shua had seen Xiao Runing before and knew that Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's teacher. She was indeed beautiful, but wasn't that too sinful? Girlfriend? Is it the beautiful lady beside you just now? An Xan asked. Which one are you asking? An Xan, everyone, Xiao Runing, Xiao Xinyue, the fuck. What the hell? What the fuck? Fuck, did we meet a god today? Ahaha, the fuck, don't tell me that those two super beautiful goddesses on camera are his girlfriends. Could it be that he's a big shot? An Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Scumbag. That's not right. How can there be such a blatant scumbag? He's probably teasing me on purpose. Forget it, I shouldn't talk to him. If I do, I'll be the one losing face. Lin Xian was still so calm. She wanted him to make a fool of himself, but now he was the one in the limelight. Ahem, Mr. Lin Xian, you're really good at joking. Anyway, an Xian felt that Lin Xian was joking. One of those two beautiful ladies should be his girlfriend or neither of them. She inexplicably hoped that it was the latter. It's all right. Didn't the internet say that girls like humorous guys? I was thinking about how there are so many people here. There are more than 100,000 people here. I don't know if any of the pretty girls will take a fancy to me. If there are, I'll wait for you after the concert. Everyone, an Xian even regretted letting Lin Xian come up. Alright, everyone heard that. Mr. Lin Xian is looking for a girlfriend on the spot. If you're interested, you can look for him, an Xian said with a smile. Another wave of laughter came from below. Then, Mr. Lin Xian, let's start the duet. What would you like to sing? An Xian looked at Lin Xian and asked. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't know anything. I'm a little nervous. Lin Xian said. An Xian, why the hell are you nervous? Also, I'm tone deaf. I only know how to listen to music and can't sing at all. If I sing, I'll ruin your concert. Lin Xian said. Sing. You must sing. Sing one. Countless people below echoed as if they were injected with chicken blood. They inexplicably felt that this person who was chosen was quite funny. Even if his singing was terrible, the effect of the show was there. They felt that it was quite good. Lin Xian, wow. Are these people beasts? I already said that his singing was terrible, but they still want to listen to it. Are they idiots? Mr. Lin Xian, you see, everyone wants to listen to it. It's okay if it's terrible, but the main thing is that everyone likes your humor. Also, you're the one who got chosen in this segment. If you don't sing, everyone will feel that it's a pity. What's missing, everyone? Yes. The voices echoed like a tsunami. Lin Xian, then all right. An Xian, then what would you like to sing? Why don't I sing a song that I wrote? I'm worried that I'll lead Goddess Anthan astray. That would be my fault. An Xian's mouth opened slightly. He actually wants to sing alone. And it's a song that he wrote himself. Is this for real? Isn't he tone deaf? Anyway, an Xian felt that she didn't know what to believe in Lin Xian's words. What does everyone think? An Xian asked with a smile. Let him sing. Let him sing. Lin Xian's appearance caused the entire concert to be in a state of excitement. Everyone looked on happily and couldn't help but laugh. You're tone deaf and you wrote your own song. Everyone was ready to hold their bellies and laugh. Alright then. And Xan also wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. Anyway, it was her concert. She could do whatever she wanted. Lin Xian looked at the piano and asked, "Can I use the piano?" Chapter 887. And Xan was stunned. He still wanted to play the piano. Could he? Lin Xian's piano skills were quite good. Back on Earth, he had learned from Dongfang Shui for a long time and often played with her. Was he tone deaf? Of course not. It was just that after coming to this world, Lin Xian had no interest in music. On Earth, Dongfang Shui liked to listen to music, sing, and compose. Lin Xian liked to accompany her. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to remember this. It was just that he really didn't feel good about it. But since he had come to this place and was given such a chance, he felt that, should he give it a try? Of course. Lin Xian then walked to the piano and sat down. And Xan glanced at him. Why did it feel like he was quite decent? Hey hey hey, Lin Xian said into the microphone. Ha ha ha, the audience laughed again. She felt like she had lost her cool. Lin Xian can sing. Can play the piano. Can compose lyrics and music. Xiao Xinyue asked. Xiao Runing shook her head. Impossible. It's already shocking enough that he can write poems. I've talked to Lin Xian's sister many times. He has never learned to play a musical instrument, let alone compose his own lyrics and music. This is even more ridiculous than him being able to compose poems. Then isn't he just asking to be embarrassed? If he can't sing, then he can just sing along with an Xan. There's no need to do this. Xiao Xinyue shook her head secretly. Who knew? Linglong Shui was also stunned. Lin Xian could sing. Compose lyrics and music. Play the piano. As a man, he was so bad at games. How could he play the piano? Was this a joke? Ding, Lin Xian pressed a few keys to get a feel for it. It had been a long time since he touched it. Ha ha ha, for some reason, they felt like Lin Xian was pressing randomly. He didn't know how to play at all. Those people laughed for no reason. And Xan shook her head secretly. What was he trying to do? This song is called Sunny Day. I hope everyone will like it. Lin Xian said into the microphone. Clear sky, and Xan murmured. The title of this song was actually pretty good. Sunny Day was Dongfang Shui's favorite song. Lin Xian also liked it. Then, Lin Xian's hands slowly danced on the piano. If just a second ago, everyone was hoping to see him make a fool of himself, then at this moment, everyone was stunned. The prelude to Sunny Day started with a guitar, but it was not a problem to use a piano. If it was just a piano, there would be less feeling, but a simple singing would suffice. When Lin Xian played the song, an Xan knew that he knew how to play the piano. Furthermore, this song seemed to be pretty good. She was a talented girl when it came to singing, so she knew better than anyone else. The reason why the others were shocked was because he could play. And it sounded pretty good. The little yellow flower in the story floated in the year she was born. The childhood swing, followed by the memory until now, Lin Xian's first sentence had completely shattered everyone's understanding of the world. This song could not be said to be very good, but it was not bad either. And it was very pleasant to listen to. He could play the piano, and the lyrics were pretty good. It really surprised everyone, including an Xan, Xiao Runing, Linglong Shui, and the others. On a windy day, I tried to hold your hand but the rain got heavier and heavier, and I couldn't see you, once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but the wind gradually blew the distance very far. Finally, I could love you for one more day, but at the end of the story, you still said goodbye. When Lin Xian sang the more difficult chorus and the first line was over, the entire venue was filled with gasps of surprise. That was because it was too good. That's right, the chorus of this song was really good, and the lyrics were also very simple, but very beautiful. And Xan was stunned. She carefully savored Lin Xian's lyrics and realized, if this song were to be taken out and the instruments in the song were slightly enriched, it would definitely be a popular hit. Was this really Lin Xian's composition? Wasn't it too exaggerated? Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue were also completely stunned. After recovering from their shock, they were really immersed in this especially nice and youthful song. Linglong Shui and the others were the same. After the song ended, with the last note of the piano, the entire stadium of more than 100,000 people fell silent. The next second, thunderous applause and deafening screams. Another song. Another song. Again. Really, these people were really very excited. Why was it said that in this era, talented people would not be buried? Although there were a lot of people who were obsessed with looks, if you were talented, sometimes you would completely ignore the so-called looks. Looks were just a bonus. Looking at these people's excited faces, they were really convinced by this song. Perhaps part of the reason was because Lin Xian was just a normal person, and a normal person brought a pleasant surprise to them, but it had to be said that this song was really something. And Xan was stunned. She really liked this song. She wasn't old to begin with, and her favorite songs were those that were full of youthfulness. I've embarrassed myself. Lin Xian scratched his head and laughed. How can it be embarrassing? Mr. Lin Xian, you're tone deaf. You're too humble. And Xan definitely did not have any intention of criticizing Lin Xian. She admired talented people. My singing is really not that good. The highest note of this song is a 2. A 2 is already a level that is very difficult for ordinary people to reach. Although your singing is not the best, it's definitely not bad. You're really lucky, and I believe everyone will be very happy to hear such a good song at such an occasion. Mr. Lin Xian, I have a presumptuous request, but I'm not sure if I should say it. And Xan asked. Go ahead. I would like to buy this song of yours. Hearing an Xan's words, everyone was shocked. And Xan's songs were basically all composed by herself. Some of them were written for her by talented people, but it was definitely the first time she took the initiative to buy them. But everyone was very excited. This song was very good, and everyone wanted to hear an Xan sing it. That's easy. Lin Xian smiled. That's great, then. Mr. Lin Xian, everyone was just asking you to sing another song. I wonder if you have any other songs that you composed yourself. That's not very good. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. There's nothing bad about it. Sing another song. That's right. It's best if I can sing with Goddess Envin. Again. As the host, I've become a foil, an Xan said with a grin. Chapter 888. When the people around them heard an Xan's words, they all burst into laughter. Indeed, Lin Xian had brought a huge surprise to everyone. Of course, everyone was here to see an Xan, but the sudden appearance of such an interesting and talented person with such a nice song made everyone want to see him perform as well. Looking at an Xan, there was still more than an hour to go. However, this small interlude was not something that could be encountered every time. An Xan really liked this song. She really wanted to buy it from Lin Xian so that she could sing it herself and release it herself. Of course, if Lin Xian was willing to sing with her, she was also willing to do so. Because she felt that this song was not bad for a guy to sing as well. Mr. Lin Xian, since everyone has invited you so kindly, why don't you sing another song, if you still have more? An Xian said. I do, but I don't have the money. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. An Xian, everyone, pfft, ha ha ha, it's so fucking realistic. Damn. I'm dying of laughter. You still want money? Awesome, awesome. Where the hell did this demon come from? I want to see a close-up of Goddess and Anne's expression. An Xian was really helpless. Alright, money is naturally not an issue. After all, Mr. Lin Xian, you're no longer an ordinary lucky audience member. You can even be considered my guest. Since everyone likes you so much, I'm naturally willing. Let's talk about this after the concert. It's not a good idea to talk about this on stage, an Xian said helplessly. But if she was asked to spend money to see if Lin Xian had any other good songs, she was really willing. Because that sunny day had already stunned her. Lin Xian did not know that these songs would become phenomenal songs in the future. Lin Xian then sat back down in front of the piano. Everyone fell silent for some reason. Xiao Runing and the others looked at Lin Xian with rapt attention. When the piano keys were pressed and the prelude sounded, the entire audience screamed. Why? Because this prelude was too good. It made them feel like they knew it was a good song even before they started listening to the lyrics. Yes, this was the prelude to the Nocturne. The prelude of this song should be one of the best. Anyway, just listening to the prelude was already a top-notch song. Back then, Jay Cho had used this song to complete the pentacle at that year's chart award ceremony. He went on stage 5 times and even ran out of words to say in his acceptance speech. It was needless to say how high the standard of this song was. In any case, Lin Xian felt that in the prelude, and even in the melody, this song was really amazing. A group of bloodthirsty ants, attracted by the rotten meat, I look at the lonely landscape with a blank face. If I lose you, love and hate will begin to differentiate. If I lose you, what else is there to care about? Everyone was stunned when they heard the rap part. They didn't expect it to be such a song. However, playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, in memory of my dead love, when the chorus was sung, it was followed by another wave of screams and cheers. An Xian looked at Lin Xian in shock. It was another golden song that even she was convinced by. This man was glowing. That's right, in the eyes of Xiao Runing, Linglong Shui, and the rest, this man was really glowing. After the Nocturne was sung, Lin Xian stood up. An Xian looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Wasn't this person too much of a rapist? There was thunderous applause, cheers, and screams. Debut. Debut. I suggest you debut on the spot. Damn. I'm a freaking fan now. What should I do? Me too. The standard of these 2 songs is too high. I beg you, hurry up and release the album. Xiao Runing and the rest were even more shocked. What kind of demon was he? Mr. Lin Xian, what's the name of this song? An Xian asked excitedly. Nocturne. Is it alright? It's more than alright. It's definitely a golden song. This song, can I buy it too? An Xian asked excitedly. As long as you have the money, there's nothing you can't do. Lin Xian said with a smile. An Xian looked at Lin Xian excitedly. This was really an unexpected gain. She loved these 2 songs too much. Yes. Then it's a deal. I'll look for you after the concert. Then I'll be going down. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked off. Hey, where did you learn it? Xiao Runing poked Lin Xian with her elbow. I'm a genius. There's no need to ask. Xiao Runing, an Xan, then smiled and said, I'm also very happy to have met such a talented gentleman today. I believe everyone is also very happy. Talented people will not be buried. I'm also looking forward to hearing Mr. Lin Xian release an album in the future. Of course, that's on the premise that he's willing to work in this industry. Alright, next up, to express my happy mood, I'll bring everyone a happy song. More than an hour later, the concert ended perfectly. The news about Lin Xian and the two songs directly reached the top of the hot search list. There were millions of comments. After all, an Xan was too famous. Someone had recorded the two songs, but the sound quality was very poor. However, everyone felt that it was especially good after hearing it and waited for the next part of the story. You guys go back first. I still have something to do. Lin Xian said to Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue. You're going to talk about the songs? Xiao Runing asked. Something like that. Don't tell me you're going to be a celebrity. Xiao Runing asked helplessly. Bullshit. I've never liked being a celebrity. I'm going to earn money. It's obvious that I don't want the opportunity to earn money. You're only thinking about money. Xinyue and I will go back first. Then, Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue walked away. Lin Xian sent a message to Linglong Shui and the rest. Then, he ran to a cafe not far from the concert. In the cafe, 3 beautiful girls sat there. From time to time, people would secretly take photos of them. They were already used to it. Lin Xian braced himself and walked over. Then, he sat beside Ling Longyue. Why are you guys here? Lin Xian coughed and said. To watch the concert. Linglong Shui took a sip of coffee and said indifferently. Tell me, I'll fetch you guys. Che, I already said that I wanted to watch it. You didn't bring me. Now you have the right to say that. Dog man. Ling Longyue said unhappily. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Isn't it because I have something to do? Something to do is to watch the concert with another girl. Lin Xian, I'm just here to pretend to be her boyfriend. I'm also here to watch the concert. It's really nothing. Lin Xian explained. And, when are you going back? Linglong Shui asked. Tomorrow or the day after. Want to go together? No, we're leaving now. You can go back by yourself. Linglong Shui said. Hee, you're not staying for a night. Lin Xian said with a smirk. Sister, let's stay. We can stay at their house for a night. Let's see if they're pretending to be boyfriends or not. Humph. Ling Longyue said with a frown. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 889. Fuck. This Ling Longyue was really ruthless. But he definitely couldn't do that. It would be troublesome if they found out something was wrong. They didn't ask him about his relationship with Xiao Runing, so Lin Xian didn't have to answer. If they asked, he would tell them the truth. He wasn't lying to them. Moreover, Lin Xian would have to sleep with Xiao Runing. If Linglong Shui and the others stayed there, that wouldn't do. That's not good. Her parents are at home too. Lin Xian said. You're guilty. Ling Longyue mumbled. It's not about being guilty. Her parents are at home too. Lin Xian said. It's not good. But Yu was just saying. Don't take it seriously. Bing Lingyue said. Lil Bing Bing, you're the best. Lin Xian said emotionally. Aren't you going to talk business with an Exan? Go, we're leaving soon. Ling Long Shui said. Alright, then I'll go. I'll accompany you when I get back. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian then moved closer. Ling Long Shui pushed Lin Xian's face away in disdain. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Lin Xian then walked away. But Lin Xian's songs are really good. My favorite is that nocturne. Ling Longyue mumbled. The melody of the chorus of the nocturne was still lingering in her mind. Ling Long Shui also nodded. It was really good. She was also surprised. She had never seen Lin Xian know how to sing. Although his singing and voice weren't particularly outstanding, his songs were definitely outstanding. Otherwise, an Exan wouldn't be so excited. Let's go back. On the other side, Lin Xian arrived at the private room in the 5-star hotel that an Exan had arranged with him. She was more excited about her relationship with Lin Xian right now. She had left the finishing touches of the concert to the staff. These 2 songs were too good. She loved it so much. Especially the lyrics, playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, in memory of my dead love. She didn't know who Chopin was, but since he appeared in the lyrics, as a lyricist, the lyrics had a soul. What really resonated with a song was never the tune, but the lyrics. Of course, Lin Xian had to pay attention to an Exan. She had triggered a quest, and the quest reward was maxing out all of her current attributes. This was definitely the most direct way to increase a martial artist's combat prowess. For example, ice, fire, and poison. Lin Xian had it, but he didn't use it much, so the effects weren't that great. However, if you maxed out your proficiency, it would be a different story. Furthermore, she was very beautiful. Perhaps this was what men were like. As long as there was an excuse, he could do anything. Dong, 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 Lin Xian knocked on the door. An Exan quickly ran over and opened the door for Lin Xian. You're here. Come in, come in. An Exan looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Just the 2 of us. Lin Xian walked in. Yeah, the dishes are all here. We're just waiting for you. Come in, come in. An Exan dragged Lin Xian in, then sneaked a few glances outside before closing the door. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that they were up to something. Lin Xian and an Exan were alone, so Lin Xian didn't need to be reserved. He sat there and started eating. An Exan was also a rich woman, and she seemed to be very sincere. The table was filled with dishes, and some of them even cost more than 10,000 yuan. No one saw you, right? An Exan sat beside Lin Xian and looked at Lin Xian. I'm not transparent. Why can't anyone see me? Lin Xian mumbled as he stuffed a big abalone into his mouth. I mean, those fans didn't see you, right? Don't worry. I'm wearing a hoodie. That's good. Oh, right. You're really so talented. Why didn't you go into this industry? An Exan looked at Lin Xian expectantly. I don't like it. I don't like to show my face. Lin Xian said. Oh, I think so. Lin Xian saved a plane full of people, but he didn't show up until now. Those people were even looking for their savior. If he showed up, he would definitely receive the attention and praise of the society. However, he didn't. An Exan admired him for this. Normal people would use this opportunity to hype themselves up. Hey, are those 2 beautiful girls really your girlfriends? No, no, it's one of them. No, isn't my girlfriend beside me? Oh. An Exan turned her head and looked to the side. What? An Exan said doubtfully. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something and couldn't help but blush. go to hell. She kicked Lin Xian under the table. Then, an Xian ate her food like a lady. After such a long concert, of course, she was hungry. Normally, she would eat with the people in her company. However, because it was a little special this time, she was alone with Lin Xian. What kind of guy do you like? Lin Xian wiped his mouth and asked with a smile. Why are you asking this? Because I want to become the kind of guy you like. Lin Xian smiled. Scumbag. I won't believe a single word you say. An Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Bastard. You want to do something to me? I'm curious. Why do you call me a scumbag? Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. An Xian didn't know what to say. She hesitated for a while and said, at that time, on the plane, I was sitting in front of you. I heard you talking to a few girls. Lin Xian, so that's why. That's my sister and my friends. I have a good relationship with them. Don't you think it's normal for guys and girls to have a little ambiguity when they talk? Oh, really? That seems to be the case. Yeah, why did I come to Bing? I came to pretend to be the boyfriend of that beautiful girl you saw. Her family urged me, so I came to pretend to be her boyfriend. It's not easy for me to pretend to be an international boyfriend. Wow. Then your relationship is really good. An Xian exclaimed. More or less. She's my teacher. An Xian, teacher. Yeah, the teacher who taught me cultivation. I can't help it. She's too handsome. An Xian, go away. I can admit that you're talented, but as for handsome, you're far from it. Then if I become your boyfriend, will you consider it? Lin Xian smiled and asked her. That's right. Lin Xian was starting to hint, but it felt like a joke. An Xian, tisk, in your dreams. I have millions of fans. Boyfriends are useless. But I like you a lot. An Xian, go to hell, scumbag. An Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Yes, in her eyes, Lin Xian was indeed joking. It's true. Say, if your girlfriend is a famous celebrity, how much face would that be, right? Chapter 890. Fuck. Lin Xian suddenly realized, if this an Xian were to become his girlfriend, then the girls around him, he had the school belle Lu Yufan, the ice beauty Han Chushua, the tsundra loli Miao Xiaomiao, the girl next door Wang Xintong, then Lin Ye could be considered a female CEO, then the beautiful teacher Xiao Runing, then the witch Ling Ying, the noble goddess Ling Long Shui, and then the superstar an Xian, fuck. Wasn't this the ultimate dream of every man? Invincible. Shoo shoo shoo, we're having a serious chat. An Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Although this was only the second time they had met, and the total time they had spent together was only one day, Lin Xian had saved her, and when he saved her, he had taken liberties with her. They were friends, and definitely special friends. Perhaps this special relationship hadn't risen to the level of an ambiguous relationship, but there was definitely a trend. And an Xian didn't have the airs of a superstar with hundreds of millions of fans, being together with Lin Xian. In any case, Lin Xian didn't think of her as a superstar, but as a rather innocent and youthful girl. Anyway, it was just one word, he wanted to slap her. It's very serious. I was thinking that having a superstar as my girlfriend would be so glorious. Lin Xian said with a grin. Sure, then if you help me win 10 Golden Melody Awards this year, I'll be your girlfriend, okay? An Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again and said casually. It was just a casual remark. The Golden Melody Awards was a very important award in the music industry. It was held once a year, and there were a total of 20 or so awards. To an Axian, half of them had nothing to do with her, such as the Best Newcomer Award, Best Male Singer Award. There were only 10 or so awards that were related to her, and she had won them all. Best Composition, Best Lyrics, Best Song of the Year, Best Album of the Year, Best Female Singer Award, etc. She once won 4 Golden Melody Awards in a year. But it wasn't like she could only win once. With Lin Xian's talent, an Axian felt that he had the ability to help her win another 10 or so awards. At the very least, she felt that if she maintained the standard of those 2 songs, it would be absolutely possible. But no matter how talented a person was, it was impossible to produce so many high-quality songs in a short period of time. Especially when she said that she would win 10 Golden Melody Awards this year, that was even more impossible. Winning 1 and winning 10 awards were two completely different concepts. Since ancient times, there had never been a superstar who had won 10 awards at the Golden Melody Awards in a year. There were only 13 or 14 Golden Melody Awards that were related to her. It was impossible for her to win 10 awards at this year's awards ceremony. So she said, it to hell to say to her to not to her to the end. You said it yourself. Lin Xian said. I. An Axian snickered in her heart. It seemed like he really didn't have any concept of the Golden Melody Awards. There were so many outstanding singers, so many songs, and so many outstanding artists in a year. How could she sweep 10 awards by herself? At her peak, she only won 4 awards. That year, she neglected to eat and sleep and almost didn't rest for a day. She released 5 albums. What did it mean to release 5 albums in a year? It was terrifying. Under those circumstances, she even found some outstanding lyricists and composers to write many outstanding songs. Including her own, she only won 4 awards. Lin Xian's 2 songs had indeed amazed her. She felt that they were definitely at the level of a Golden Melody Award. But 10 Golden Melody Awards. It was really impossible. Winning an award and being nominated were 2 different concepts. All right. Just based on what you said, I'll write songs for you. I don't want your money. Ah. Hearing Lin Xian's words, an Axian was stunned. No, that's 2 different things. An Axian quickly shook her head. She was just saying it. She felt that it was impossible. If Lin Xian didn't want money, she really felt that she was guilty. Or could it be? He couldn't be serious, right? Ding. An Axian's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian looked at an Axian, then raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, if I can get you, then wouldn't I get everything from you, including your money? An Axian, then what if you can't get it? Wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? And do you know what it means to win 10 Golden Melody Awards a year? The most famous celebrity, Sister Luo Shi, was only nominated for 16 awards a year and won 6. That's the best. And Axian was really afraid that Lin Xian would take it seriously. What if I'm even better? Lin Xian laughed. And Axian, let's agree on this. I'll take care of all the songs for your next album. Tell me the genre and I'll write it for you. I won't take your money. And Axian, what was he after? Did he really like her? And Axian thought to herself. Do you really have the ability? She was really embarrassed, but Lin Xian seemed to be very serious. But Nocturne and Sunny Day were indeed very good, but they were all written by him in the past and might have taken a lot of time. The Golden Melody Awards would begin in May. There were still 3 months. She felt that writing 2 songs of that level would be heaven-defying. Get a paper, a pen, and a guitar. Lin Xian took a bite of the lobster and said. What are you doing? Give me the conditions for a song you want. This young master will show you what true talent is. Lin Xian looked at an Axian. The confidence in his eyes made an Axian feel that this man was really glowing. You. Wait a minute. An Axian quickly made a phone call. She was very excited and couldn't believe that Lin Xian could say such a thing. He wanted to improvise. She wasn't excited because of her own interests, but because Lin Xian made her feel that it might overturn her understanding. This was what made her excited. She really liked those talented people. She also admired them. Moreover, a confident man was really charming. But the prerequisite was that he had the capital to be confident. Lin Xian wanted her to come up with a genre on the spot. This already proved that he was going to improvise. It was absolutely impossible for him to take out a previously composed song. Unless he had composed countless songs, that was also impossible. After 5 minutes, a man walked in with a pen, paper, and a guitar. Ansanapa, why are you here? Seeing him, an Axian was stunned. Wei Anshuan was also an A-list celebrity. He was a male singer who had developed his career in ice country. Lin Xian had seen him before. It was at this concert that he was one of an Axian's invited guests and had helped her sing 2 songs. He was definitely a popular little fresh meat. I heard from your manager that you wanted a guitar or something. Coincidentally, I had a meal with them and was almost done, so I came to see you and give it to you. Wei Anshuan's gaze then turned to Lin Xian. When he saw them sitting together, he knew that they were discussing something. But he didn't like other men being alone with an Axian. Hello, I'm Wei Anshuan. Mr. Lin Xian, right? Please advise me. Chapter 891. Lin Xian wiped his mouth and stood up to shake hands with Wei Anshu. Then, he took the guitar, pen, and paper from Wei Anshu's hands. This. Anan, is this what Mr. Lin Xian wants? Wei Anshu asked. An Axian nodded. Mr. Lin Xian wants to improvise. Oh. Coincidentally, I also know how to improvise. We can compete. Wei Anshu smiled as he spoke to Lin Xian. Wei Anshu was also considered a talent. He felt that Lin Xian's 2 songs were not bad, but he was sure that he had spent a lot of time writing them. He also had 2 golden songs. If he was given time, he could write even better ones. In the field of improvisation, it still required talent and deep music theory. He did not believe that a layman could compete with him in improvisation. Although Lin Xian had written 2 very good songs, so what? Who couldn't write them when they had the time? Although he did not think that Lin Xian would threaten his pursuit of an Axian, he could tell that an Axian admired him. If he could compete with this Lin Xian in this aspect, with him as a comparison, wouldn't an Axian's image of him be even more perfect? Sure. Lin Xian said nonchalantly. How could he not know what Wei Anshu was thinking? He was probably an Axian's pursuer. Although he might have something, but Lin Xian loved to listen to songs with Dongfang Shui on earth. There were too many golden classics in his head. He was destined to win. Ansuanji, that's not too good. An Axian felt that with Wei Anshu here, the atmosphere had changed. She and Lin Xian could not let go of each other. She wanted to see Lin Xian more than Wei Anshu, but she could not refuse. Since Mr. Lin Xian says it's okay, then let's try it together. Anan, you can evaluate it. Besides, I also admire Mr. Lin Xian. If we compete together, my growth will be great. Then, all right. An Axian nodded slightly and said. Lin Xian drank a mouthful of soup and asked, what do you want to write? Ugh, an Axian lowered her head and muttered to herself. There were too many types of songs, but they were generally categorized into pop, classical, folk, rock, jazz, opera, etc. Each type was further divided into more detailed ones. Then let's write a ballad. An Xian looked at Lin Xian and said, "Sure, folk songs. No problem." Wei Anshu added, "If you're going to improvise, then just compose a song in 10 minutes. Just one paragraph will do. Then, play it out slowly. I'll just listen to it." An Xian said. He still felt that it would be better if only Lin Xian was there. He could be more open, and they could talk more. Lin Xian picked up the pen and pondered for a moment. Wei Anshu was also thinking, but Lin Xian was thinking about which ballad to write. Lin Xian liked folk songs very much. Then, Lin Xian pondered for about 10 seconds before writing down the title of the song. Those flowers. When an Xian saw Lin Xian start writing, she gave him a puzzled look. The title of the song made her feel that it was quite mysterious. Whether it was Nocturne or this, they were different, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Wei Anshu also glanced at Lin Xian. He started writing so quickly. "That laughter reminds me of those flowers of mine, quietly blooming in every corner of my life." And Xian was paying attention to Lin Xian's lyrics. The first and second lines had already shown her how extraordinary Lin Xian was. The lyrics were very ordinary, but very real, and very beautiful. Wasn't that how a folk song should be? A minute later, Lin Xian finished writing a paragraph. Then, he picked up the guitar and slightly tuned it. On the other side, Wei Anshu had just finished writing the title on the first line when he saw Lin Xian holding the guitar. What was his toy? So fast. It probably wasn't anything good. It had only been a minute. Da-da-da-da, Lin Xian slightly tuned the guitar. "It's done. Can I play now?" Lin Xian asked an Xian. "You're done." Lin Xian nodded. I had a rough idea when I was writing the lyrics. The chords are also relatively simple. I just need to repeat them. The chords of a folk song are very simple. Then, okay. Wei Anshu laughed in his heart. Indeed, the chords of a folk song were generally simple and unadorned. But in such a short time, what good song could you come up with? Lin Xian cleared his throat and then strummed the chords. An Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. The prelude to this chord was very warm. "That laughter reminds me of those flowers of mine, quietly blooming in every corner of my life. I once thought I would stay by her side forever. Today, we have already left in a sea of people. They are all old. Where are they? Fortunately, I once accompanied them. Law, miss her. Law, is she still blooming? Law, go away. They have already been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the world." When Lin Xian sang the first line, the atmosphere was completely silent. Lin Xian played the guitar and looked at the lyrics he wrote. Sometimes, he would smile and sing while looking at an Xian. Wei Anshu's pen stopped there and he couldn't write a single word. He realized that he was looking for humiliation. An Xian's beautiful eyes were shining. God! What kind of person is this Lin Xian? He is too talented, isn't he? She liked this song so much. She really liked it. Why did she like any of his songs so much? Okay, that's about it. Lin Xian finished playing the last chord and put the guitar aside. Clap, 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 and Xian clapped excitedly for Lin Xian and clapped with her little hands. Nice, it's so nice. And Xian said excitedly. It's really nice. Lin Xian smiled and then looked at Wei Anshu. Cough, cough, Wei Anshu coughed and said, Mr. Lin Xian is really talented. I admit that I can't compare to you. He was very unwilling, but he could only say so. It's okay. There's still a lot of time. You can take your time. Lin Xian. No, no. Wei Anshu shook his head and said, after hearing Mr. Lin Xian's song, my confidence in composing is gone. Her. It was really uncomfortable. It's still okay. It would be better if there was more time. Isn't he fucking mocking me on purpose? And Mr. Lin Xian is really talented. That. I have to go back. My manager is probably rushing me. I have to go record a variety show tonight. And I'll be leaving first. Ansenji, take care. Then, Wei Anshu walked out with a black face. Fuck your mother. Wah. Once Wei Anshu left, an Xan suddenly changed. She looked at Lin Xian like a little fangirl. This man was really glowing. Especially when he sang the song, played the guitar, and looked at her with a smile. God. Her heart trembled. She didn't have high expectations for her other half. It was fine as long as she liked him. But what she hoped for the most was that her other half was someone talented. Someone who was confident and handsome when playing the guitar. Chapter 892. Lin Xian wanted a bowl of abalone soup. An Xan quickly stood up and took the initiative to help Lin Xian get a bowl for Lin Xian. Master Lin, please. An Xan said with a smile. Oh, even the way you address me has changed. Master Lin is so talented. It's only right for me to give you a bowl of soup. An Xan said. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, this song is also very nice. Can I have it recorded? Sure, as long as you like it. Yay! An Xan secretly clenched her fists. Too awesome. Then can you improvise a song? Really, if Lin Xian was a scumbag in an Xan's eyes in the past, he was a shining scumbag now. That's right, he was inexplicably charming. What should she do? Give me the question. Lin Xian said calmly. I think. An Xan was so excited that her face was flushed red. She was so cute. She was really not excited because she might be able to sing and publish these songs. It was really because Lin Xian made her excited. This man was too talented. Too exaggerated. If he entered the entertainment industry, he would probably set off a heaven-defying wave. In her eyes, those handsome little fresh meats were so boring and dull. On the other hand, this Lin Xian, who did not look particularly handsome, was so handsome. So charming. Ding. An Xan's favorability towards you +5. Then, write a love song for the masses. No, that won't do. Nocturne and Sunny Day are both considered love songs. I want to listen to another, ancient style, okay? An Xan's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked. She was super into ancient styles. And ancient styles were another kind of music. And there was something very important about ancient styles. Lyrics. Writing. Ancient styles were definitely a test of a lyricist's standard. Ancient styles, Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Is it difficult? Indeed, this is another style of music. It's very rare for someone to know so many different styles of music. An Xan said. And most importantly, a truly good ancient style song not only had good lyrics and a good melody, but also, concept. This mood was not brought about by the beautiful words, but by the story. A really good ancient-style song would actually tell a complete story. And some ancient-style songs sounded good and the lyrics seemed good, but they were actually trash. It couldn't bear to listen to it. Those that could bear to listen to it must have a very beautiful story, perhaps a poignant one. But it must be very good. Lin Xian laughed. No, I know ancient styles too. Coincidentally, I also know how to make some poems. When the time comes, you might see my poems in your textbooks. And Xin, let's eat first. I'll think about the lyrics while I'm at it. After all, Gu Feng's lyrics are quite unique. Lin Xian said. Do you want to add a little more? Wait, I'll go order a bottle of red wine. Wait a moment. And Xin then ran out excitedly. Ah. It's an. That's right, the moment she ran out, screams came from outside. She was so excited that she even forgot that she was a big star. She was immediately surrounded by a group of people, screaming and taking pictures. AI, how sinful. It's all plagiarism, but there's no other way. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. And Xin just happened to like this. Lin Xian could only use this to woo her. So, hooligans were not afraid of handsome hooligans, but hooligans with culture. And Xin took about 15 minutes to return. Sorry. I was surrounded by fans the moment I went out. And Xin hurriedly said as she walked in. Lin Xian ate a mouthful of lobster and said, I've finished writing the lyrics. Oh. And Xin then looked at the small notebook on the table. To be honest, Lin Xian's handwriting was really ugly, but, and Xin picked up the notebook and looked at the content. The more she read, the more shocked and excited she became. Heavens! It was really hard for her to associate this with Lin Xian's image. Moreover, this was the kind of lyric she wanted to see. This lyric wrote a complete story. It let her see many scenes and made her feel melancholy and touched. Lin Xian, you wrote an entire song in such a short time. And the lyrics are really good. And Xin looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Actually, this kind of lyric is considered easy to write. The main point is to write a story. This story is a story from a novel I read before and it left a deep impression. It's just a simple compression into a story. The lyrics are slightly old-fashioned. As for the melody, it's probably a bit of a tune. Can I listen to it? Lin Xian nodded, then picked up the guitar and started to play. That year, the long street was full of spring. Riding a horse, the misty rain was like a dream, hiding from the rain under the eaves. Looking into a pair of deep eyes, like the breeze of Mount Hua mixed with fine snow. And Xin listened with her mouth slightly agape. Oh my! This, I want it. I want it. And Xin excitedly grabbed Lin Xian's arm and said. This man is really glowing. I'll give it to you, Lin Xian said. But I have to spend money to buy it. Otherwise, I'll feel bad. And Xin hurriedly said. All right, but you have to fulfill your promise with me. Lin Xian said. What? And Xin asked doubtfully. If I can help you win 10 Golden Melody Awards in May, you have to be my girlfriend. Lin Xian said. And Xin, it's true. If it was just Lin Xian's nocturne and sunny day, she would definitely feel that it was impossible. However, Lin Xian wrote those flowers and a Taoist nun friend in such a short time. She deeply felt Lin Xian's talent. He didn't need a long time to write a song. He only needed a short time to write a good song. It was as if he was one with the music. If that was the case, she really felt that it was possible. But on second thought, even Luo Shi, that big star, only won 10 Golden Melody Awards was too exaggerated. Moreover, what she thought was good might not be accepted by the majority of people, right? This wasn't a big deal. You might not be popular, and many of your good songs would be buried. However, an Exan was too popular. The songs she released had too much attention. Once these songs were released, it would probably blow up. She wasn't sure, but she did say that sentence. If you go back on your word, I'll look down on you, Lin Xian said. I won't. An Exan mumbled. All right then. Wait for me to return to Lin and City. I'll be in charge of writing the songs for you. You just have to record them. Just wait to be my little girlfriend. Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. TSK, the Golden Melody Awards is every singer's dream. Just one is enough. It's impossible for me to win 10 awards in 1 year. So, you should give up. Drink, drink. Let's celebrate the results of our collaboration in advance, great talent Lin. Chapter 893. Lin Xian and an Exan finished a bottle of red wine. Lin Xian ate almost everything on the table. They talked about a lot of things. At first, they only talked about work. Later, they gradually talked about life and the like. Then, they talked about fun and some small things in their hearts. Anyway, what else did Lin Xian and an Exan talk about? For example, if Lin Xian wrote a song for an Exan would give him 10 million. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This thing can make so much money. 10 million for a song. Normally, it wouldn't make so much money. However, an Exan knew that Lin Xian's songs were really good. She felt that it was worth it. This little rich lady looks like she's not even 20 years old. She's taking out 10 million in a row. Speaking of which, do you make so much money as a celebrity? Lin Xian asked while eating dessert. It's all right. The main thing is that you can only earn money if you're famous. For example, I can probably earn about 300 million from this concert. I'll give half of it to the company, and the rest will be used to pay the venue fees and employees' salaries. I can probably earn a little more than 100 million. Damn! You can make 100 million from singing for 2 hours. Who said that? It's very tiring. I only relaxed a little this year, last year. I don't want to be so tired anymore. An Exan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Even if it's tiring, it's still something an ordinary person can't earn in their lifetime. Oh, an Exan nodded slightly. Then it's settled. When the time comes, send me these 4 songs first. I'll be staying in Lin and City for a while. Why are you staying in Lin and City? Lin Xian felt that it would be a good thing for an Exan to stay in Lin and City. She was close to him, and they might meet often to cultivate their relationship. It just so happens that during this period of time, I won't take on TV dramas, movies, or variety shows. I want to focus on making an album and aim for the Golden Melody Awards in 3 months. So, in the next 3 months, I will focus on making an album. I can make it anywhere. For the next 1 or 2 albums, you are my exclusive lyricist and composer. It's convenient to be close to you. An Exan said with a smile. Also, I'm going to find a few songs to record with you. Don't. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. Why? I feel that since you wrote the songs, you can definitely sing the stories and emotions in them more realistically. An Exan blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian. She really wanted to sing a duet with Lin Xian if there was a duet between a man and a woman. You're not paying. An Xan, of course, I'll pay. An Xan rolled of her eyes. She really, money only. Did Lin Xian you Lin Xian of songs of the song of the song of God of her of the songs of the songs of the song of the songs. Or Xian could yang, he's, if he Xan of. He Lin's songs is, s songs, s of their, s. Was it Lin Shui hence, this was probably why an Xan was curious about Lin Xian. Lin, he's Yi Shuiyan, and did not know what. Okay. I'll be leaving in 2 days. I'll go to Linton City. I'll look for you then. Whatever. Okay, it's a deal. It was almost midnight by the time Lin Xian finished chatting with an Xan. The concert was supposed to end at 10 p.m., but Lin Xian had a good time chatting with an Xan. This girl was not bad. No wonder the system triggered a mission because of her. By the time he arrived at the Xiao family, it was already 12:00 in the middle of the night. The security guards naturally did not stop Lin Xian. The villa was already dark, everyone had already gone to bed, but Xiao Runing's room was still lit. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Although Xiao Runing was unhappy, she still left the light on for him and waited for him to come home. He had to admit that Xiao Runing would be a good wife and mother. Lin Xianran walked upstairs and slowly pushed the door open. Xiao Ningning, why aren't you asleep? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing who was sitting under the quilt, leaning against the headboard and reading a book. Smiling, he moved closer to her. I'm reading a book. I'm going back to Linton City to teach the students tomorrow. Miss Xiao, can I call you Miss Xiao when we have sex tonight? Lin Xian grinned as he leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Xiao Runing pushed Lin Xian away and blushed. Go to hell. You reek of alcohol. You drank with an Xan? Xiao Runing asked. She asked me to drink with her. It's just red wine, but the after effects are a little strong. Go take a shower. Xiao Runing said in disdain. Hey, it's not summer. Why would I take a shower in winter? Are you crazy? Then you'll sleep on the floor. I'll go take a shower then. That night, Lin Xian had sex with Xiao Runing again. She really resisted, but she couldn't resist anymore. She really wanted to cry. Most importantly, this bastard kept saying that she owed him a favor, and the favor was to have sex with him. What could she do about such a soft-hearted woman? Moreover, it was true that she had lost to Lin Xian time and time again. She swore that she would never bet with Lin Xian again when she returned to Linton City. The next morning, Lin Xian, Xiao Runing, and Xiao Xinyu boarded the plane back to Linton City. Xiao Xinyu still owed Lin Xian 6 favors. Lin Xian had to make good use of these 6 favors and try to take her down when the 6 favors were over. Wow! How sinful. A day later, they returned to Linton City. After returning to Linton City, they parted ways. After being lovey-dovey for many days, they returned to Linton City and temporarily had their own things to do. During this time, Linton City wasn't very peaceful. In the Liao family, Liao Zhibang was secretly killed by Lin Xian. Although there was no evidence, Liao Xian had always believed that it was Lin Xian who did it. Gong Sun Jun was still lying at home. His hand was reconnected, but it still needed some time to recover. Even if it recovered, it would never return to its previous state. When it came to fighting with others, it was definitely his weakness. Too fragile. Gong Sun Hao had been secretly investigating Lin Xian, and Gong Sun Jun had been bearing a grudge against him. However, in the past few days when Lin Xian wasn't around, they basically didn't make a move because they really couldn't find a good opportunity. The only one who could make a move was Lin Xian's sister, Lin Ya. However, Linya had Murongqing by her side these past few days. They didn't know Murongqing, but in the past few days, Gong Sunhao had sent 2 people to make a move on Linya, but there was no news. Therefore, they really didn't dare to make a move. He wasn't sure if this Linya was powerful or the Murongqing by Linya's side was powerful. It was better to simply look for an opportunity to make a move on Lin Xian directly. After all, Lin Xian's strength was probably clear. Chapter 894. The first thing Lin Xian did when he returned to Lin and City was, of course, to visit Linya at the Yixian group. Linya didn't know that Lin Xian was back. She was sitting in her office, sorting out some documents. Then, her door was slowly pushed open. Linya heard the movement and looked up. At first, she was very surprised. How could her office door be pushed open? Anyone who wanted to come in had to knock on the door. How could someone come in without knocking? Then, Linya was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian was back. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Linya quickly got up and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian casually locked her office door from the inside. As for why he locked it from the inside, isn't this a little surprise for you? Lin Xian then hugged Linya's slender waist. Linya's pretty face was slightly red. I'll get you a glass of water. Lin Xian then let go of her. By the way, little fairy, is the Yi Chongqing still pestering you? Lin Xian asked. No, he's already returned to Jiangzhou City. But the Yixian group has already signed a contract with him. Do you want to take a look? Lin Xian shook his head. No need. I'm relieved with you here. Our Yixian group can also try to slowly expand to other cities and even the empire. Linya put the glass of water in front of Lin Xian and then looked at Lin Xian. But, if we expand too quickly, I'm worried that we won't be able to control it. For example, the problem with the chalcedony liquid. Linya had been paying attention to everything in the Yixian group. Of course, she knew that the chalcedony liquid was provided by Lin Xian. He didn't lack anything else but the chalcedony liquid. Looking at Lin Xian, it seemed like he didn't have much. Don't worry. Just expand slowly. Leave the rest to me. Linya nodded slightly. By the way, has anything happened here recently? Linya thought for a moment, then shook her head. After shaking her head, she suddenly thought of something. She didn't know if she should say it. If she said it, she was afraid that Lin Xian would be worried. If she didn't say it, it might not feel good. What if it implicated something? Then Linya said, 2 days ago, someone tried to assassinate me, but I listened to you and stayed with Murong. She is very powerful, she beat them all away. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Lin Xian had expected this. Both the Liao family and the Gongsun family would definitely make a move on Linya. Therefore, Lin Xian had arranged for Murongqing to accompany Linya and protect her. But since this was the case, then it was time to completely deal with these 2 families. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. It should be easier for the Liao family, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. In truth, the Gongsun clan didn't have any evidence either. Lin Xian might need to find an opportunity. Moreover, the Gongsun family was a member of the Azura Palace. This was a more troublesome part. The Azura Palace was also a big power. However, it was time for Lin Xian to do these things. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Little Xian, you must be careful outside. Linya looked at Lin Xian worriedly. She knew that those people wanted to make a move on Lin Xian. Protecting herself was actually protecting Lin Xian. But Lin Xian had enemies who wanted to kill him. Linya was very worried. Don't worry. I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Nothing will happen to me. Lin Xian kissed her pink cheeks. Linya's pretty face blushed slightly. Are you busy today? Lin Xian asked. Not bad. I will cook dinner and wait for you at home tonight. Lin Xian smiled. Okay. Okay, then I will go see the others first. Don't be too tired. Linya nodded slightly. Then Lin Xian walked away. Hey, isn't this young Master Lin? You are back. Just as he walked out, he bumped into Murong Qing. Murong Qing was holding some documents in her hand. It seemed like she wanted to talk to Linya about something. Beautiful sister, give me a kiss. Lin Xian then moved closer. Murong Qing nimbly dodged. Go away. There are many people in the company. I don't want others to gossip. Go away. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You dislike me. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Yes, I dislike you very much. Lin Xian, oh right, I might need your help these 2 days. What is it? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing said with a smile, come to sister's house tonight. Sister will tell you when you are in sister's bed. Lin Xian, that won't do. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Oh. Do you think I will fall in love with your bed? I am very busy. I will go to someone else's bed tonight. As for yours, let's talk about it when I am free. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Murong Qing, this bastard. Murong Qing then smiled helplessly. Oh right. Murong Qing stopped Lin Xian and said, Teacher Zhang Zhihan is already in Lin and City. I've already made arrangements for his family. I've also arranged for his residence. I've also started purchasing the materials. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. Okay, I know. Then I will have to trouble you, beautiful sister. Just give me a commission. Murong Qing said. Here. Then Lin Xian walked away. Lin Xian walked on the familiar streets of Lin and City. It was a little uncomfortable. Murong Qing's mission was about to start. He needed to spend Prince Charming points in exchange for time. Lin Xian felt that it was really too difficult to woo Murong Qing. There might be some ambiguity between them, but if he wanted to go further, there was no chance at all. Gather the girls together and have some fun. I haven't played in a long time. Then Lin Xian called the 4 girls, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, Miao Xiao Miao, and Wang Xintong. Of course, the 4 girls were very happy and went out to have lunch with Lin Xian. Wang Xintong did not spend the new year with Lin Xian and the others. It was not that she did not want to, but it was Lin Xian's idea. Qin Feng liked Wang Xintong very much and wanted to take care of her. Therefore, Qin Feng took Wang Xintong as his goddaughter. During the new year, Wang Xintong spent it at Qin Feng's house. Lin Xian was quite happy. When he first saw Qin Feng, he felt that he must be a trustworthy uncle. Sure enough, this way, they might be able to give Wang Xintong a sense of family. New Year's money, New Year's money. In the hotel room, Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and Miao Xiao Miao sat there. Then, Miao Xiao Miao stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. Damn! You want New Year's money from me? Hearing Miao Xiao Miao's words, Lin Xian could not help but roll his eyes. Yes. New Year's money. Give it. Lu Yufan also stretched out her hand with a smile. Yi Yi also stretched out her hand and smiled at Lin Xian. Only Wang Xintong smiled. She was too embarrassed to stretch out her hand to Lin Xian. Damn. Why should I give you New Year's money? We are of the same generation. Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 895. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they felt that it made sense. They were of the same generation, so Lin Xian didn't need to give them New Year's money. However, they were just joking and didn't really intend to ask Lin Xian for New Year's money. Of course, it would be better if he gave it to them. After all, they had a good relationship. Aren't you always calling me daddy? Then give me New Year's money. Miao Xiaomiao wrinkled her cute little nose and said. Lu Yufan, yi, ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. He didn't always call Lin Xian daddy. He only joked and chatted with them occasionally. For example, Lu Yufan would ask Lin Xian for a small favor, or Yi would ask Lin Xian for a small favor. It was very, very small. For example, when her account was frozen, she would ask Lin Xian to help out as a friend. Then, Lin Xian would say, call me daddy and I'll help you. Pervert. Tui. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She didn't expect this pervert to ask Miao Xiaomiao to call him daddy. How perverted. Lin Xian's face turned red. That wasn't really perverted, it was quite normal. In any case, Lin Xian felt that it was. Hey, it's not like you guys haven't called me that before. I remember it very clearly. Miao Xiaomiao called me that once, Yi called me that twice, and you called me that 8 or 9 times, right? Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan with a smile. At first, Miao Xiaomiao and Yi's pretty faces turned slightly red. However, after hearing Lu Yufan's words, they, "Aw. You. Bastard." Lu Yufan went crazy. What a disgrace. If it was just Lin Xian alone, it would be fine. Miao Xiaomiao and Lu Yufan were beside them. Although everyone had called him that before, she had called him that many times. How am I a bastard? I'm just telling the truth. Miao Xiaomiao and Yi couldn't laugh at her. After all, they had called her that before. Moreover, they understood that this Lin Xian was really bad. It was normal for them to be bullied. Since we've already done that, you have to give me some New Year's money. Miao Xiaomiao extended her hand towards Lin Xian again. Lin Xian, holy shit. It seemed to make sense. She had already called him daddy. It seemed that he had to give her some New Year's money. Alright, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian then fished out a few coins from his pocket and tossed 1 coin to each of them. The 4 girls, shameless. The 4 girls rolled their eyes one after another. 1 yuan per person, you're really shameless. Let's eat. If we don't eat, the food will get cold. This meal cost me a lot of money. Then where are we going to play after eating? Lu Yufan asked expectantly. Wherever you want to go. But I have to go home before dark. I have an appointment with Little Fairy. Okay, then let's go to the arcade. Sure. 30 minutes later, they had eaten their fill and sat there to rest for a while. Xintong, how strong are you now? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian could see their realms. Wang Xintong was about to reach the lower realm. Lu Yufan and Yi had also reached the mysterious heaven realm. Normally, you wouldn't be able to tell that these young beauties had such strength. Wait a minute, Lin Xian remembered that when he left, they were not at such a high cultivation level. It had not even been a week, and each of them had at least risen by 3 or 4 stars. This was especially true for Yi and Lu Yufan. Their cultivation levels were not high to begin with, so they had probably risen even more. This was normal, and there was nothing strange about it. It wasn't difficult to reach the mysterious heaven realm from the arcane body realm, or even 3 or 4 stars in a week. The premise was that you had to dare to go out and kill more monsters. It's still okay. I learned a lot from Uncle Chin, and he also helped me get a lot of martial skills. My combat strength should be pretty good now. I hope I'll have the ability to open the Heaven Awakening door when the time comes, although it feels very, very difficult. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue and said. The Heaven Awakening door was the Heaven Martial Assembly. Only the top 10 from the 5 empires would have the qualifications to enter. It was indeed very difficult. But since Wang Xintong said so, Lin Xian felt that it was a good thing. She was actually quite confident in her own strength now. Oh. Yi and I can only try to fight for the next Heaven Martial Assembly in 3 years, Lu Yufan said embarrassedly. They were about the same age, but there was a huge gap between them and Wang Xintong. It's fine. You're still young, Lin Xian said. It seems that the Empire-level Heaven Martial Assembly will start this year, right? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and asked while eating dessert. Lin Xian nodded. It's this year. First, we'll hold the individual empires' Heaven Martial Assembly. Then, we'll hold the 5 empires' Heaven Martial Assemblies to decide the top 10. Then do your best. I'm also going to participate in the next Heaven Martial Assembly. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. You're still very strong. Lin Xian felt that Miao Xiaomiao was very strong. The key was that she didn't put much effort into cultivation but instead into inventing things. Otherwise, she would be even stronger. Humph. Of course. Miao Xiaomiao said proudly. Wang Xintong then said to Lin Xian, when you weren't here, we went to the demonic beast domain together. We were there for 3 days and improved a lot. Did Uncle Chin bring you? Lin Xian asked. Wang Xintong nodded. Yes. Uncle Chin said that it might be safer outside now. Then, he brought me, Yi, and Fan Fan. I improved by 4 stars while Yi and Fan Fan both improved by 7 stars and reached the Mystic Heaven realm. The improvement in the early stages was quite fast. In the 3 days outside, with an expert like Qin Feng bringing them along, their improvement was about the same. Actually, this wasn't a big improvement. But, Wang Xintong thought of something and suddenly said, there seems to be some problems in the demonic beast domain. Oh. What's going on? Lin Xian was very concerned about this matter. After all, Lin and City was the most remote city. Any danger would first affect Lin and City and other remote cities. To be precise, it's not the demonic beast domain but our Lin and City. However, we're not very sure. A few days ago, a group of demonic beasts appeared. We don't know how strong they are. We don't know how they managed to enter Lin and City. Lin Xian frowned. You're saying that some demonic beasts snuck into Lin and City? Wang Xintong nodded. That's right, that's right. I know about that too. The news in Lin and City has been broadcasted over the past 2 days. Right now, quite a number of experts are paying attention to this matter. They are also investigating it. Therefore, Lin and City is now in danger. Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian frowned. Normally speaking, this was almost impossible. How could demonic beasts enter a human city? Chapter 896. With the existence of this barrier, it was impossible for demon beasts to enter. No, it couldn't be said that way. If it was very strong, it was possible. For example, demon beasts that had reached the Empyrean realm could ignore this barrier and enter. The barrier couldn't detect it either. However, when such demon beasts transformed and entered the human world, they were either neutral and had no ill intentions, such as Ling Long Shui and the others, or they were enemies. However, even in this third-tier Lin and city, demon beasts at the Empyrean realm were useless in entering the city. Of course, if it was just to kill some people. That was also very normal. However, according to what you said, those demon beasts are at least at the Empyrean realm? I don't know, but it said that the barrier can block all demon beasts below the Empyrean realm. Lu Yufan said. But there will also be some very weak demon beasts that enter the city in some other way. Didn't we also encounter them in Tianhua City? Lin Xian was very clear about this point. At that time, he was still very weak and had personally seen a few students being bitten to death on the spot. Therefore, this kind of thing could not be stopped. There were even some people who used certain methods to bring demon beasts in. Most of them were from the evil divine hole. Therefore, no one could come to a conclusion before the investigation was completed. Then how do you know that the demon beasts that entered were in human form? Lin Xian asked. It was captured by the surveillance camera. I'll show it to you. Then, Wang Xintong took out her phone and swiped it before placing it in front of Lin Xian. The video had been exposed. This kind of thing had to be exposed to let everyone be vigilant. Lin Xian then looked at the screen. He wasn't very clear about the location, but it must be some corner of Lin and city. It seemed to be a place like a snack street. The surveillance video was taken at the entrance of a convenience store. There were a total of 5 people in the video, but it was not certain if there were really 5 of them. The 5 of them were walking in the quiet snack street in the middle of the night. They turned a corner and walked into a convenience store. So far, they didn't see anything wrong. But in the next moment, the moonlight and a trace of light just happened to shine there. After the 5 of them entered the corner, several shadows appeared at the corner of the snack street. These shadows became bigger and bigger, more and more inhuman. Then, he disappeared. The video ended there. It was very simple. The 5 of them were demonic beasts, and they transformed at that location. To be honest, this video was quite shocking. Seeing a few people walk in and then the shadows on the ground transform into demonic beasts was even more terrifying than seeing a human transform into a demonic beast. It was heartbreaking. Have you been to this place? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. They should have checked it already, Lu Yufan said softly. That's strange. It's hard to say when they entered the human world, but why did they transform into demonic beasts in the human world for no reason? Lin Xian muttered to himself. This was what Lin Xian couldn't understand the most. There were many ways for demonic beasts to enter the human world. There was no need to consider this. But in the human world, as long as you were in your human form, as long as you weren't a very powerful human expert, you wouldn't be able to tell that you were a demonic beast. And there was no need for you to transform into a demonic beast. Of all things, humans were the strongest. It wasn't that humans were the strongest, but that humans were the most perfect creatures. Therefore, demonic beasts all hoped to transform into human form. Transforming into human form was very convenient. Demonic beasts might not even like their original forms anymore. Even in the demonic beast domain, those demonic beasts that could transform into human form wouldn't live in their original forms. They all lived in human form. Under what circumstances would a demonic beast transform into its original form again? Battle. And it would only transform into its original form when it was at a disadvantage. After a demonic beast transformed into its original form, its combat power would increase by a lot. But in the human world, in Lin and City, they were fighting. Maybe they would kill and fight, but it was absolutely impossible to force them to transform into their original form. Therefore, there must be a reason behind this. They shook their heads at Lin Xian's words. Miao Xiaomiao was deep in thought. If Lin Xian didn't mention it, she really wouldn't have realized this point. That's right, why would demonic beasts transform into their original forms in the human world? They didn't fight with human experts. If they didn't fight with experts, they wouldn't have to use their original forms to kill people. Instead, it would be exposed. If the shop owner hadn't inadvertently checked the video, no one would have discovered this matter. Then why do you think? Miao Xiaomiao asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't understand either. But with these demonic beasts in Lin and city, it's very dangerous. Did anyone die? They shook their heads. Maybe, but they didn't know. Now, there might be a piece of good news. These demonic beasts might be neutral and only quietly infiltrated the human world. This might be good news, but you definitely couldn't think in a positive direction. Moreover, if you thought about it carefully, if they came to the human world to play, why would they transform into their original forms in the human world? Therefore, this possibility wasn't high. During this period of time, you must not go out to play at night. You can go out, but you must not go to remote places. You can only go to places with a lot of people like the city center. Do you hear me? Lin Xian said to them. Got it, got it. Even if you didn't tell us, we wouldn't. Besides, we wouldn't go to remote places to play at night anyway. Lu Yufan mumbled. Yes, except for Lin Xian who tricked us. Wang Xintong nodded seriously. Lin Xian, hey, hey, hey. Little Xintong, you're making it sound like I'm a bad person. Wang Xintong held back her laughter. Demonic beasts that can transform into human form are basically in the lower realm. The lower realm is the base, and the domain realm is more likely. This is because a lower realm cultivator needs a stronger bloodline to transform into human form. In addition, if they ignored the human sister and entered, they should be in the heavenly venerable realm. I don't know what these demonic beasts are trying to do. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and pondered. Wow! So dangerous. Now, he felt that it wasn't safe to stay in the city anymore. Now, in addition to human enemies, there were also demonic beasts in the outside world. Now, there were demonic beasts in the city. Who could withstand this? Lin Xian planned to talk to Murong Qing about this matter when the time came. Perhaps Lin Xian wasn't worried about Gong Sun Jun and the Liao family, but he was very worried about these demonic beasts. Let's go out and play. After we're done, don't go home. Lin Xian said. Why don't we go home? Yi Yi asked doubtfully. Get a room. The four girls, wow, stinky hooligan. Chapter 897. Of course, Lin Xian didn't book a room with these four girls. Although Lin Xian was very willing, he couldn't do it. Wasn't that too much of a scumbag? Moreover, their relationship hadn't developed to this extent. Among the four girls, Yi Yi wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend yet, but she should be the kind of girl that would agree to Lin Xian's confession. Only Wang Xintong. If Lin Xian wanted to have sex with her, she would have done it. As for Lu Yufan, she should be able to trick him. As for Miao Xiaomiao, sin. In the afternoon, they went to the arcade, skating and skiing. Time passed very quickly. The four girls still wanted to continue, but Lin Xian and Linya had promised to cook for her tonight. There was no way he would go back on his word. Oh. I haven't played enough. Lu Yufan pouted and said pitifully. Although Miao Xiaomiao didn't say it, it was obvious that she hadn't played enough. She rarely went out to play unless Lin Xian brought her. Yi Yi was still all right. In terms of playfulness, she wasn't as deep as Lu Yufan and the others. If you haven't played, you can't play today. How about this, let's have some fun in 2 days. The kind where you forget the time, okay? You said it. Miao Xiaomiao said. Yes, I said it. But it's your turn to pay, right? Fuck, I'm the one paying for everything today. Lin Xian said. Damn. A billionaire like you still cares about this little bit of money. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes. Of course, she knew that Lin Xian was just joking. A little bit of money isn't money. You'll treat us the next time we go out. Fine, I'll treat. This lady will treat you to a big meal. Lu Yufan said generously. Okay, I'll send you home. I don't need you to send me off. Lin Xian shook his head. It's safer. After all, it's getting dark. Especially for Xintong, you'll have to pass through a relatively remote path to get there. Wang Xintong nodded slightly. Her heart was filled with warmth. Lin Xian sent them home one by one. Then, he bought some groceries and went home to cook while waiting for Linya to come home. Fuck. Why do I feel like I've become a housewife? My sister is earning money outside, and I'm cooking at home while waiting for her to come back. Lin Xian suddenly smiled helplessly. But he was very happy. At about 7 o'clock, Linya opened the door and walked in. The Arch Xian group normally got off work at 6 o'clock. Linya would stay behind to finish some work and tidy up some things. Taking into account the time on the way home, it was about 7 o'clock. Today, he was with Lu Yufan and the others. Tomorrow, he would be with Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, followed by Ling Long Shui and the others. If there were too many girls, it would be a headache for him. This was a classic example of taking advantage of others and pretending to be innocent. Linya changed into slippers and looked at the table full of dishes. Why did you make so much? If I had known, I would have called Murong over to eat with us. Linya said softly. Don't call her. This is for the two of us. Why would you call her over? Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya wiped her hands and sat at the table. Of course, she liked Lin Xian's dishes. It was just that Lin Xian rarely made them. But you don't have to make so much. It's a waste. It's okay. I'll eat if I can't finish it. I have a big appetite. Hurry up and eat. Linya handed Lin Xian a pair of chopsticks. Then, she couldn't wait to add a piece of Lin Xian's braised pork into her mouth. When Lin Xian ate her dishes, Linya would look at Lin Xian expectantly. When Linya ate Lin Xian's dishes, Lin Xian would also look at Linya expectantly. How is it? It's delicious. Linya nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xian then ate with her in satisfaction. Little fairy, I don't have much time to accompany you. Do you blame me? Lin Xian asked. Why would I? Linya looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, I think it's pretty good now. At least you're not as lazy as before. It's just that. Just what? You're not young anymore. About your girlfriend, aren't I eating with my girlfriend right now? Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya's pretty face blushed slightly. That won't do, she lowered her head and shook it. Lin Xian was quite glad that Linya's confession mission had been triggered long ago. However, this mission had no time limit. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have broken the current atmosphere with Linya. I know. You don't have to worry about this. By the way, you should have heard that Lin and city is not peaceful recently, right? Linya nodded. Murong Qing told me a lot about it. It's quite detailed. It's not something that can be seen on the news. And so at night, no, even during the day, don't go to remote places. If you want to go, you must bring Murong-Ching with you. She's a master. A very powerful master. Weren't these girls the ones that Lin Xian couldn't let go the most? I know. Usually, when I'm in the company, I don't have the chance to go to remote places. The company's gatherings are usually held in the company or in the hotel. They are all crowded places. It's just that, although you're quite powerful now, you must remember to be careful. Lin Xian nodded. The conversation between them was very ordinary, but it was full of concern for each other. Oh right. Is this you? Linya suddenly thought of something. Then, she put down her chopsticks and picked up her phone, placing it in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it. Damn! Where did you get it? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Hot search. It's the second hot search today. The news was about an Xian's concert. There were 2 videos of Lin Xian singing. However, the environment was very dark. Even though it was filmed on a big screen, the clarity wasn't very high. If people who knew Lin Xian could recognize Lin Xian, but if they didn't, now that Lin Xian was in front of him, he couldn't be sure whether the person in the video was Lin Xian or not. It's me. Lin Xian said helplessly. Then what the news said is true. Did you really write such a beautiful song? Linya said excitedly. She didn't expect her brother to be so outstanding. I just wrote it casually. It's mainly because of an Xian's fame that this news reached the second hot search. Lin Xian said. No, it's really nice. Although the sound quality isn't good, I like it when I hear it. Linya realized that Lin Xian was really different from before. Moreover, he did a lot of things that she thought were impossible. For example, he could write songs and sing. The most terrifying thing was, how could he play the piano? Linya grew up with Lin Xian. He had never learned any musical instruments. And piano was something that couldn't be learned in a short period of time. No matter what, it would take at least a year or so to be able to play a little. However, Linya didn't ask. She would even believe it if Lin Xian was said to be a completely different person. Really, he was a completely different person, except for his appearance. Then I'll write a song for you, okay? Lin Xian grinned at Linya. Chapter 898. Linya blushed slightly when she heard Lin Xian's words. No need, but look at the #1 trending topic. So what if it's the #1 trending topic? Isn't my news the second trending topic? No, you're also the #1 trending topic. Lin Xian, then, Lin Xian took a look. An Xian suspected to be on a date with Lin Xian. Is it really a coincidence that an Xian from Ice Nation drew Lin Xian for her concert? That's right, this was a post posted by an unknown person. No one knew why it became so popular. Lin Xian took a look. It started with a few photos. The photos were of Lin Xian and an Xian having a meal at the hotel. Lin Xian entered the private room, and there was also a photo of an Xian walking out. Obviously, this was taken by the paparazzi. With this kind of title, coupled with an Xian's popularity, it was normal for her to be the #1 trending topic. Regarding an Xian and Lin Xian having a date alone, an Xian's manager and company had already released a statement. They were discussing their collaboration and the production of their next album alone. This was believed by everyone. To confirm this matter, they only needed to wait for an Xian's album to be released, and the lyricist and composer would know. But now, this matter continued to fester because of the second reason. Was it a coincidence that an Xian drew Lin Xian at the Ice Nation concert, or was it premeditated? Then, this post gave a lot of opinions. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, the chances of him being drawn were too small. But he was drawn, and he was such a talented person. It was hard not to think that an Xan did it on purpose. Then why did she do it on purpose? She might want to give Lin Xian popularity and hype him up. They wanted him to debut as an amateur. One had to know that for an amateur to produce a song like this and for a singer to produce a song like this, it would be two different feelings to ordinary people and fans. The former would definitely cause a bigger sensation in society. If this was true, why did she do it? At the same time, he thought of the first topic of the post. Lin Xian and an Xan might have a close relationship. An Xan wanted to help him secretly and make him famous. If they were a couple, the best way was to keep it a secret. Once it was exposed, many of an Xan's male fans would be heartbroken and leave her. Lin Xian would naturally be criticized for relying on an Xan to become famous, so he had to use this method. Of course, there were countless people who insisted on this, and countless people who cursed the person who posted it, but there were also people who agreed. Because there was one more thing. Lin Xian was actually very relaxed on stage. How could a normal person be so relaxed when facing hundreds of thousands of people? They could even joke about it. This was impossible under normal circumstances. He even wondered if an Xan had written Nocturne and Fairski for Lin Xian. Was this concert actually an opportunity to increase Lin Xian's popularity and package his debut? Was an Xan a scheming bitch? This suspicion led to many trolls scolding an Xan, and an Xan's fans retaliated. Under such circumstances, it continued to ferment and became the #1 trending topic. With this matter fermenting so much, all the topics were actually about whether an Xan was a scheming bitch or not. After all, in the eyes of the world, an Xan was a pure, adorable, polite, kind, beautiful, and talented girl. Actually, this matter could not be considered a scheming bitch. Even if it was true, it was actually human nature. However, an Xan's image and identity meant that this matter was destined to be magnified. Moreover, she had some competitors. Those competitors' companies or individuals could very well be secretly fanning the flames on this matter. To suddenly be labeled as a scheming bitch, to be honest, this kind of popularity was really huge. Regarding this point, an Xan was also very worried. She really had no way to clarify this matter, because she really did deliberately point out Lin Xian. However, she and Lin Xian were really not in a relationship. She really was not a scheming bitch, and Lin Xian did not want to expose that he was the one who saved her on the plane, hence, she had been keeping quiet. If not for Linya telling him, Lin Xian would still be in the dark. An Xan was probably very distressed right now. What's going on? Linya asked. What else could it be? I just met an Xan. An Xan appreciates my talent and asked me to help her produce an album. That's all. As for the scheming bitch, the trolls in China are still very powerful. Then aren't you in danger right now? Linya asked worriedly. I'm fine. I've been playing outside for the whole day and nothing happened. The quality of this photo was not high. I just changed my clothes slightly and no one would be able to recognize me, let alone link it to me. As long as you're fine. Linya nodded slightly. After dinner, Lin Xian and Linya chatted a lot. It was getting late. Linya had to go to work on time every day, so she usually slept quite early. Normally, Lin Xian would definitely take advantage of her. No matter what, he would have to hug her to sleep, right? However, Lin Xian was more concerned about an Xan's matter. Hence, Lin Xian returned to his room, took out his phone, and sent an Xan a message. On the other side, an Xan was sitting in a hotel room with her manager, Zhang Ling. An Xan, the public opinion is too big right now. Regarding this matter, you have to explain it. Otherwise, the impact will be too great. As an Xian's manager, Zhang Ling was in charge of her schedule, her concerts, and even the variety shows, movies, and dramas that she accepted for her. And Xian's popularity and her earning money meant that she was earning money. This matter had indeed caused a huge commotion. It could be used to create hype, but an Xian's popularity did not need such hype. More importantly, her innocence and perfect image in everyone's eyes was her. Once this was exposed, it would be over. There's nothing to explain. Let them say what they want. Besides, Lin Xian and I did know each other before. I did mention him on purpose. And Xian scratched her head and said, "That's not important. What's important is that those people outside are calling you a scheming bitch and suspecting that you and Lin Xian are a couple. This will have a huge impact on your path to stardom. For a celebrity, especially a girl of your age and popularity, falling in love will ruin your future. You know this very well. Although there's no such thing, you should clarify it. If you don't, then Sister Ling will use the company's Weibo account to help you. Don't. Lin Xian doesn't want to attract attention. Sister Ling, if you say that I met him on the plane, although I'm fine, Lin Xian will be surrounded by people when he goes out. He doesn't like that." And Xian said. "Sigh, if she didn't explain it clearly, then it wouldn't be convincing." Chapter 899. At this moment, an Xian's phone rang. An Xian was a famous celebrity, so it was normal for her phone to ring. Especially when such a trivial matter happened, many people in the industry would ask about it. An Xian took a look and her eyes lit up. "Sister Ling, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Zhang Ling nodded. "Okay, then you have to give me an accurate answer tomorrow. You can't ignore it, do you hear me?" "Got it." Then, Zhang Ling walked away. An Xian held her phone and laid on the bed. She kicked her feet skillfully and her slippers flew out. Then, she held her phone and replied, "Go to hell." This was for an Xian to return to Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian's opening line was, "My little cutie, are you asleep?" Then, an Xian received a video call invitation from Lin Xian. An Xian sat up and tidied up the messy hair on her forehead. Then, she picked up the video call. Ah, hooligan. When the video call connected, the first thing that came into view was Lin Xian's shirtless body leaning against the headboard. Damn! How am I a hooligan? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Are you crazy? You're sleeping shirtless in the middle of winter. An Xian also rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Her face was slightly red. It's comfortable. Not only am I shirtless, but I'm also naked below. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Go to hell, hooligan. An Xian pouted in disdain. Lin Xian smiled and said, "When are you coming to Lin and City?" I might not be going for a while. An Xian said. Why? It's all because of the public opinion in society. If I go to Lin and City now and get photographed by those fans and paparazzi, especially if they take pictures of me and you writing songs together, wouldn't that ferment again? If you don't do anything wrong, then you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Anyway, you didn't really do such a thing, so what's there to be afraid of? An Xian raised her middle finger at the camera. You're too heartless. If it weren't for you, I would have clarified it long ago. Of course, Lin Xian guessed it. Then Lin Xian said, can't you clarify it? For example, you know me, but you don't want to talk about what happened on the plane. This won't do. A clarification like this has to be made clear. Otherwise, People won't admit it and will think that I just made up an excuse. Then make up a reason. An Axian, go to hell. Isn't making up a reason the same as lying? Once it's exposed, it's over. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He was actually quite touched. An Axian, this girl, was really not bad. Then tell me the truth. Ah. An Axian was stunned. Just say it. It's not a big deal anyway. Just don't expose my photo. Tisk, do you still need to expose your photos? There are plenty of them on the internet. An Axian clicked her tongue. It's fine. Just say it. It doesn't matter. But you, forget it, I don't care. An Axian shook her head. Just say it. I really don't care. It's not something that will ruin my reputation. It's something worth praising. But, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Compared to this, I want to see you sooner. If you come later, I won't miss you so much. So just clarify it. An Axian's little face turned slightly red. Humph. You're indeed a scumbag. Lin Xian, damn. Big sister, aren't I helping you? How did I become a scumbag? You're still talking. You said that your words were very heartwarming. Who knows how many girls you've said it to? You're definitely a big scumbag. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Sigh, no one believes the truth these days. Lin Xian then secretly shook his head. Okay. I believe you. Okay. I also want to release the song and album as soon as possible. Then come tomorrow. I'll help you write the song. Let's be an immortal couple in the entertainment industry, okay? Okay, your head. An Axian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she paused and looked at Lin Xian through the camera. She softly asked, can I really do that? Of course. But you have to promise me that you'll come tomorrow. I miss you so much. An Axian, scumbag. An Axian muttered in her heart. Then I'll be rich. Lin Xian nodded. Go ahead. Can you come tomorrow? I can only arrive the day after tomorrow. I'll be in Lin and City in a few days. I might hold a concert while I'm there. Hearing an Axian's words, Lin Xian smiled. I'll wait for you. Humph, then you have to promise me that you'll write good songs for me. Then you have to promise to be my girlfriend. An Axian, didn't we agree? At this year's Golden Melody Awards, you have to win 10 awards for me. If you don't get nominated, I'll agree. An Axian said proudly. That was indeed impossible. Alright, I'll work hard. Thinking about my future girlfriend being a popular celebrity makes me feel good. Lin Xian said. Go to hell. I'm hanging up. Sleep early. Then I'll post on Weibo. An Axian said. Lin Xian nodded and then hung up the video call. Phew, an Axian exhaled and then lay on the bed, swinging her legs. Stinky hooligan, you still want to hit on me? Try again in your next life. An Axian mumbled. However, she had an inexplicable feeling of anticipation in her heart. Perhaps she didn't even know what was going on. Then, an Axian started to edit her Weibo. Her encounter with Lin Xian was written quite clearly. Then, she posted it. An Axian had too many fans. Now that this matter was fermenting, too many people were paying attention to her Weibo immediately. When the Weibo post was posted, everyone was surprised when they saw an Axian's explanation. This Weibo post clarified everything. Although an Axian did choose Lin Xian on purpose and apologized for that, her fans naturally forgave her. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, her fans also heard two very nice songs. And XAN even said that the album would be released soon and that Lin Xian would be the main producer of the album. Everyone was looking forward to it. The most important thing was the news of the plane crash that day reached the top of the trending searches. A plane crash like this was especially big news. Moreover, an XAN was also on the plane. With the abilities of some fans, their idols' itineraries and flights were very clear. Otherwise, why would there be so many fans waiting at the airport when a celebrity got off the plane? They all knew about it. That made it even more popular. When they found out that Lin Xian was the person with the spatial attribute who saved the entire plane, they instantly praised Lin Xian. Some fans even started to shout on Weibo to get together. Chapter 900. Why did they have to be together? A hero saving a damsel in distress. This was fate. And he was so talented. They met again. It was really a miracle and fate. What made everyone admire an XIN even more was that the reason why she didn't clarify it immediately was because Lin Xian didn't want to show his face in public and didn't want to be noticed by social media. In this way, Lin Xian's image was completely that of a hero who didn't care about fame and fortune. This was even more worthy of everyone's admiration and praise. For a moment, fans were begging Lin Xian on an XIN's Weibo. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't play with these things. Xian. In the ice country, in a farmhouse courtyard, a woman dressed in casual clothes was sitting there looking at the stars. She seemed to be in a bad mood and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. If Lin Xian saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fuck, were there so many beautiful girls in the world? This girl looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. However, she exuded a kind of temperament that surpassed her age. Her chestnut-colored bangs hung in front of her eyes. Her wavy hair of the same color was especially charming. She unconsciously shook her head, revealing a pair of clear and mysterious dark purple eyes. That's right, her eyes were dark purple. This was definitely very rare, but it gave her a kind of mysterious beauty. She was cold and elegant. Her thin lips were slightly pursed. Her delicate oval face had long and thick eyelashes that were slightly curled like the leaves of a mimosa plant. Especially her figure, which could be said to be curvy in the front and perky in the back. She had a devilish figure that made people want to vomit blood just by looking at her. Even if she was wearing loose casual clothes or home clothes, if she were to wear something tight, no one would be able to withstand it. At this moment, an old man walked out of the room with a phone in his hand. His hand was slightly trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of excitement or because of something strange with his body. Grandfather. Just by looking at this girl, you would feel that she had a lot of stories. She was very mysterious and had a feeling that strangers shouldn't get close to her. However, when she called him grandfather, she gave people the feeling that she was incomparably obedient. Bai Xian hurriedly stood up to support the old man who wasn't very tall and had an old face. Grandfather, it's cold outside. Your body isn't good. Quickly go in and sit. Bai Xian gently supported the old man. Xian, grandfather has found his benefactor. The old man said excitedly. Really? Bai Xian was also pleasantly surprised. Bai Haojuan nodded. He held Bai Xian's slender hand with one hand and handed over the phone with the other. When Bai Xian saw that her grandfather's aged hand was still trembling uncontrollably, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She took the phone and glanced at it. The image on the phone was the #1 trending topic. The #1 trending topic right now was an XIN's clarification. Bai Xian then carefully read through the content. So this Lin Xian was also on the plane at that time. He has the space attribute. He was the one who saved everyone on the plane, including you, grandfather. Bai Xianxian said. Yes, yes. Bai Haojuan nodded excitedly. At his age, he was especially concerned about being grateful. That's right, he was also on that plane at that time. He was alone, and Bai Xianxian wasn't there. Bai Xianxian and him depended on each other for survival. Bai Xianxian only had this one grandfather. That was why she rarely came out to manage the Azura Palace. It was because she spent most of her time with her grandfather in Tiandu. However, after the new year, she had something important to do in Ice City. She might be away for more than a month. Therefore, she came. However, her grandfather, Bai Haojuan, couldn't bear to part with her. He really wanted to be together with his granddaughter. He missed her so much that he panicked. He wanted to spend a day on the plane to Ice City to accompany his granddaughter. Even if his granddaughter had something to do during the day, he would still be satisfied if they could have a meal together at night. Therefore, he didn't tell Bai Xianxian about it. He knew that once he told her, she would definitely not agree. Because his body wasn't well, Bai Xianxian would be worried about him. Then, he took the plane to Ice City alone. Then, he was saved by Lin Xian. These days, Bai Xianxian had been looking for the benefactor who saved her beloved grandfather. She didn't expect to find him on the internet. When she found out about her grandfather's accident, she realized one thing. Compared to her family, her so-called career was nothing. Although she had given up most of her time in the Azura Palace to accompany her grandfather, she was willing to give up the entire Azura Palace in hopes that her grandfather would be fine. Lin and City, Bai Xianxian muttered to herself. Lin and City was the place where she started from scratch. In Lin and City, she founded the Azura Palace single-handedly. The Azura Palace grew bigger and bigger. Now, nearly 1/10 of the cities in China, which was about 30 to 40 cities, had the shadow of the Azura Palace. In the current era where the three major powers were in power, it was truly heaven-defying for a single person to be able to develop their own power to such an extent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Azura Palace could be said to be one of the strongest small powers under the three major powers in China. The power of the Azura Palace combined was enough to surpass the 8 great families of Tiandu. Although there was still a gap between them and the T2 rank power, the gap wasn't huge. It was even above the T3 rank power of the 8 great families. However, now she hoped. No, she had always hoped that her grandfather's body could recover. Lin Xian had saved her grandfather. She must be grateful to him. Grandfather, you should rest for 2 days. After 2 days, I'll bring you back to Lin and City to look for him. Xian, grandfather has dragged you down. Bai Haojuan gently patted Bai Xuanxuan's hand and said. Grandfather, what are you saying? You're my only relative now. As long as grandfather is healthy, Xian will be the happiest person in the world. Xian will definitely think of a way to cure grandfather. That Lin Xian saved grandfather. He is the benefactor of our Bai family. No matter what it takes, we must repay him. If grandfather didn't come looking for you on a whim, I wouldn't have gotten into this accident and you wouldn't have to worry about me. Grandfather, what are you saying? It's my fault. Xian should spend more time with grandfather instead of leaving for an entire month. In the future, let's stay in Lin and City. It doesn't matter where we are, as long as grandfather is here, it's home. Bai Haojuan sighed. Lin and City is the root of our Bai family. Alright, grandfather. We'll go back in 2 days. It's getting late, you should rest. And you should rest early too. After Bai Haojuan returned to the room, Bai Xuanxuan's gaze changed. She no longer had the appearance of an obedient girl. Her light purple eyes were especially mysterious, deep and beautiful. After that, she took out her phone and made a call. Help me investigate a person called Lin Xian in Lin and City. I'll give you 5 minutes. I want all his information. Chapter 901. In front of Bai Haojuan, Bai Xian was an obedient girl. But don't forget, she was definitely not simple. At such a young age, she established a power like the Azura Palace, which was not inferior to the 8 great families. This was all created by her. If Lin Xian knew that the master of the Azura Palace was such a beautiful and young girl, he would definitely be shocked. Lin Xian wanted to develop his own power, but it was too difficult. Even now, he had not started. Even with such a large capital like the Yixian group, he did not know where to start. He had a rough idea. But she was able to develop such a power by herself. It was impossible to say that she did not have anything. After a few minutes, she received an email on her phone. Then, she carefully looked at it. So he is the younger brother of Linya from the Yixian group. His background is also quite big. First place in Tianhua City's Tianwu competition. Space, lightning, ice, poison, for attributes. The more she looked at it, the more shocked she was. If Lin Xian knew, he would also be shocked. The poison attribute was only revealed during the battle between Tian Du and Xiao Yun. She could also find out about this. This Azura Palace's information network seemed to be quite amazing. Oh. Then, she suddenly saw a message. There was a grudge between Lin and City's Gongsun family and him. But this was not clear. It only said that Lin Xian and the Gongsun family had a grudge. How big was the grudge? Who was right and who was wrong, she did not know. But she was interested. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up early. Another tiring day of playing with girls. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. If other men knew what Lin Xian was thinking, they would probably kill him. This motherfucker. Little Xian, I've made breakfast. Remember to eat. I'm going to the company. Just as he left the room, he saw Linya putting on her shoes at the door. And, don't be too tired. Got it. Then, Linya went out. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Xian went to Han Chushua's house. Ling Ying was also at Han Chushua's place. Last night, they had slept together. During the day, they had gone to the demonic beast domain to improve their cultivation. Ling Ying was too lazy to go home, so he conveniently slept at Han Chushua's place. Oh, isn't this the great scholar Lin? Seeing Lin Xian come in, Ling Ying, who was sitting on the sofa, habitually said. Han Chushua obediently poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Stop fooling around. What great scholar Lin? I'm your husband. Lin Xian walked over and pulled the 2 girls into his arms. Oh my God. Comfortable. Lin Xian was too familiar with them. They had slept together several times, so he was very comfortable with it. Go. Ling Ying pushed Lin Xian away. Lin Xian, when did you learn to play the piano? Han Chushua asked with great interest. I don't have any other good points, but I'm very eager to learn. Usually, when I have nothing to do, I'll learn something. Plus, I'm quite smart, so it didn't take long for me to learn. I really liked the 2 songs you sang at an Xan's concert. Unfortunately, the sound quality online was very bad. Can you sing again? Han Chushua asked. She was very curious. In the past, she thought that she understood Lin Xian quite well, but now she suddenly realized that she still didn't know him very well. Ling Ying was also very curious and looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Chushua also has a piano here. Play one. Ling Ying said. Sure, but I can't sing for you for free. What can you give me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Say it. Lin Xian then whispered in Ling Ying's ear. Ling Ying's little face immediately turned red. Get lost. She then punched Lin Xian's chest with her little fist. Cough cough, be gentle. Han Chushua didn't hear what Lin Xian said, but from Ling Ying's expression and actions, she could roughly guess what Lin Xian wanted to do. He probably wanted the two of them to do it with him. If you don't agree, I won't sing. Lin Xian then said. Hurry up and sing, hurry up. Ling Ying then hugged Lin Xian's arm and acted coquettishly. Wow! How did you become so coquettish after a year? Lin Xian exclaimed. This lady has always been a coquettish lady, okay? Hurry up, hurry up. Okay. Lin Xian then rolled up his sleeves and sat on the piano chair. Then, he sang and played the song, Sunny Day, and dedicated it to Ling Ying and Han Chushue. The two girls listened very attentively. This song was really good. If it was produced, it would definitely be better. Did you write it yourself? Nonsense. Your husband is so talented and you didn't even notice. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I really feel like I can be a star. Han Chushue said faintly. No, no. Ling Ying shook his head. Why? Han Chushue asked. It's too ugly. Lin Xian, you're asking for a beating. Lin Xian then pounced on her. Hey, did you hear? The three major powers set up a martial arts academy. The three of them were tired and laid on the sofa. Ling Ying's leg lifted Lin Xian's arm and then said. Lin Xian grabbed Ling Ying's jade foot and scratched it. Ha ha ha, stop scratching. Ling Ying laughed heartily, then kicked back and forth. What martial arts academy? It sounds pretty awesome. Lin Xian let go of her and then asked. Han Chushue said, it was set up recently. It's the top academy in the entire continent. It's a few grades higher than our Tiandu's Heavenly Saint Academy. It's the highest grade academy since ancient times. Yes, there are two ways to enter. The first way is to enter the academy and go through a lot of screening and assessment. It's said that even if you're in the top 10 of the Tianwu tournament, you might not have a chance to pass the assessment and enter the academy. Ling Ying then continued, the second type is those who have already been selected. As far as I know, Tiandu Xiao Yun and the others have already been selected. Their talent, attributes, and strength have all been recognized by the three major powers. 3 days ago, a group of people who have already been selected have already gone to Martial God Academy. Moreover, this is only within the boundaries of the 5 great empires. Many people from the other 4 great empires are already in the Martial Divinity Institute. The students of the Martial Divinity Institute include all the geniuses of the 5 great empires. Over there, martial artists of the time and space attributes, as well as dual attribute and triple attribute martial artists, are very common. Ling Ying and I plan to go. What about you? Lin Xian, holy shit. What's going on? Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The three major powers' latest policy. The three major powers want to gather tens of thousands of the top geniuses in the continent and use the shortest amount of time to undergo hellish training. Then, they will be completely nurtured and refined to become the greatest fighting force of the human race in the future. The Martial Arts Academy has resources and technology that surpasses all other academies and even families. After all, it's a joint effort of the three major powers. It's said that the Martial Arts Academy's president is a Heavenly Dao realm expert. The Martial Arts Academy has hundreds of instructors, and each one of them is no weaker than a heavenly venerable. Lin Xian. Chapter 902. Wasn't this too fucking ridiculous? A heavenly Tao realm dean with hundreds of celestial venerables and even virtuous realm experts as instructors. What the fuck? Was this academy trying to defy the heavens? The dean and hundreds of experts and instructors must be experts from the three major factions. Ling Ying then said, the Martial Arts Academy's first recruitment criteria is to reach the lower realm 5 stars before the age of 25. In other words, among the future students, the lowest realm will be at the lower realm 5 stars. Lin Xian, what the fuck? If he went to the Martial Arts Academy, he would be at the bottom. Was there a need to do this? Xiao Yun, who is at the domain realm, should be considered quite powerful in the Martial Arts Academy, but there must be someone even more powerful. The Martial Arts Academy will definitely be a place that will give us martial artists the most powerful enhancement. Ling Ying then continued. Isn't that too exaggerated? Han Chushue shook her head. No, this is the Martial Arts Academy. The three major factions will focus on this. Here, all geniuses will be overshadowed because everyone inside is a genius. Only in such an environment can top-notch martial artists be nurtured. If one can stand out in such an environment, how capable would that be? This made Lin Xian's blood boil. Among the tens of thousands of geniuses from the 5 great empires, the worst was at the lower realm 5 stars. That's right, it was people like Lin Xian. To grow up in such an environment. Fuck. Just thinking about it really made his blood boil. Then, did you get an invitation? Han Chushue and Ling Ying nodded. But we haven't gone yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He wanted to go. He really had to work hard in such an environment. For example, one class had both good and bad students, and another class had 50 people. These 50 people were all in the top 50 of the grade. You might be first today, but it might be me tomorrow. If I don't work hard today, I'll be 50th. Only by working hard can I climb up. But, Lin Xian had many things to consider. If he went, he would obviously be there for a long time. Lin and City still had Linya, Lu Yufan, and the others, who would guarantee their safety, especially Linya's safety. Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian was deep in thought. She knew what Lin Xian was worried about. We're very lucky. Not only is the Martial Arts Academy of the 5 great empires located in China, but it's also about 50 kilometers away from Lin and City. Lin Xian, Demon Beast Domain. That's right. The Martial Arts Academy is in the Demonic Beast Domain. Their purpose should be very obvious. Once you enter the Martial Arts Academy, in this kind of environment, you can't avoid frequent training in the Demonic Beast Domain. Even the Martial Arts Academy may be attacked by demonic beasts frequently. However, with so many experts, there will naturally be no danger in the Martial Arts Academy. Ling Ying said. Oh my blood is boiling. Moreover, the Martial Arts Academy has the support of the 3 great forces. Heaven rank martial arts, even martial arts above the heaven rank, and spiritual weapons will be rewarded. There may be even more rewards that we can't imagine. Han Chushue said. In any case, they really wanted to go because both of them had the heart to become stronger. They could definitely become stronger there compared to training in the Demonic Beast Domain. If it's just next to Lin and City, 50 kilometers away, it's not a big deal. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Ying and asked, can we go home after school after going in? Anyway, as far as I know, you can. Unless there's some special operation, you can stay in the Demonic Beast Domain all day. If you die, you die. The academy won't take any responsibility. But I'm not sure. Lin Xian nodded slightly. I know. I'll ask when the time comes and then decide. You don't have to look at me. You can go. But, if you don't go, it will be very boring. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian, hey, you're going in to improve yourself. How is that interesting? Ling Ying, I just want you to go. Sister Linya has Sister Murong's protection. There shouldn't be a problem. Miss Xiao will also go. Xiao Xinyue is also invited. Xiao Xinyue will also go, then if she went and he didn't go, wouldn't it be difficult to pick her up? What the hell? Miss Xiao will also go. As a student. No, she will be a teacher. Fuck. She didn't even tell me. Wait, didn't they say that the teachers there are at least in the heavenly venerable realm? I don't know. It said that someone from the Divine Palace specially invited Miss Xiao. Lin Xian, this was a bit strange. Xiao runing strength was obviously not enough, but she was indeed invited by the Divine Palace. Why? Could it be that she had something that Lin Xian didn't know? That must be it. She must be very powerful in some way to attract the attention of the three major forces. Damn it, each of the women around him was more powerful than the last. Why was he so unknown? Lin Xian didn't want to. Also, she didn't even tell him about such a big thing. He had to spank her. But Miss Xiao should have received the news yesterday. I just happened to be at St. Brilliant Academy, so Miss Xiao told me. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go. When? If it's decided internally, you can go anytime. The recruitment will be in a week. As for the specific date, you have to wait for the notice. Give everyone who wants to come a time to gather in Lin and City. Okay, then do you want to take the test with me? TSK, Ling Ying rolled his eyes. I'm free. I'm too lazy to take the test. I'll just eat melon seeds and watch you slowly get tortured. Wouldn't that be nice? Lin Xian, then I'll make you feel good right now. Lin Xian smirked. He got up and pressed Ling Ying onto the sofa. Han Chushue, who was next to him, was shocked. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ling Ying struggled with all his might. Han Chushue then walked away silently. He, little girl, since you're in my hands today, shouldn't you serve me well? Rip, in the next moment, Ling Ying's pajamas were torn apart. Ling Ying, aw. Bastard. Stinky pervert. Little Chushue, what are you doing? Don't run. Lin Xian glanced at Han Chushue. I'm going to sleep. She then ran into her room. Click, the sound of the door being locked. So scary, Chushue, save me, Ling Ying said with grievance. Save you. Who can save you? Lin Xian waved his hand. A wave of energy rushed out and closed the curtains. Bastard. Half an hour later, Ling Ying was lying on the sofa. He was nestled in the quilt on the sofa without moving. His face was full of resentment. I heard that little Chushue ran away. I'll go teach her a lesson. Then Lin Xian released his space attribute. He disappeared and appeared in Han Chushue's room. Han Chushue, what the hell? What a pervert. Chapter 903. After another half an hour, Han Chushue begged Lin Xian for mercy, and Lin Xian finally let her go. Be good in the future. Lin Xian kissed Han Chushue's pink cheeks. Han Chushue softly replied, N. She hid under the blanket and didn't want to move. It's getting late. I'll make lunch for you. Then Lin Xian walked out. Ling Ying was still under the blanket, but he was playing with his phone. When he saw Lin Xian walk out, he shrank back. What? Are you afraid of me? Lin Xian walked over with a smile. You. Can you not walk around? Disgusting. Also, why would I be afraid of you? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Damn. Aren't my clothes on the floor? Lin Xian then sat beside Ling Ying. Ling Ying shrank back again. You didn't say it was disgusting when you ate it just now. Lin Xian said with a smile. Get lost. Okay, I'll get lost. Lin Xian then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Ling Ying was really helpless. Did he and Chuxue owe him in their previous lives? No matter what, the two of them were goddess-level girls. Not only did they serve him together, but they were also bullied by him. There was no justice. Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom after his shower. Lie down for a while. I'll make you some lunch. After lunch, let's go out and play. Lin Xian sat beside Ling Ying with a smile. Ling Ying shrank back again and rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. I want to eat a big meal, she said unhappily. Wow. You don't want to eat the food I made. You'd rather eat other people's food. Yes. Okay. Put on your clothes, let's go. I'll take you to eat a big meal. That's more like it. I want to eat abalone, the kind that costs thousands of yuan. Lin Xian, fine, fine, fine. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Wasn't this girlfriend supposed to be spoiled? Besides, it's not like I don't have money. Move aside. I'll get dressed and take a shower. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Why don't you wear it? Can't I be there? Ling Ying blushed and glared at Lin Xian. Let's go. Okay, I'll go call Chuxue. Lin Xian then walked into the room. Ah! Han Chuxue, who was in the room, screamed and blushed. She quickly covered herself with the quilt. I say, we're an old married couple. Why are you still so shy? Lin Xian said with a smile. Get out, Han Chuxue said shyly. She was indeed shy. Although they had been married for a long time, both she and Ling Ying were very traditional in their bones. Ling Ying might look carefree, but she was also very shy. For example, they had been intimate so many times. It was fine at night, or when they were having sex, but other than that, under normal circumstances, you would be super shy if Lin Xian saw you naked. Lin Xian expressed that he was in a difficult situation and then walked out silently. Ah, you. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian come out again and threw a pillow at him. Lin Xian, I'm in a difficult situation. I'll go to the study. Then Lin Xian walked away helplessly. Han Chuxue then walked out. First, she sneakily stuck her head out. She was really cute. Only Lin Xian had seen this side of her before. Go take a bath. Lin Xian will treat you to a big meal later. Ling Ying said to Han Chuxue. Lin Xian is back. Gongsun family. Gongsun Jun was lying on the bed to recuperate. Then his father, Gongsun Hao, walked in and said this. Gongsun Jun then looked at Gongsun Hao. Dad, when can we kill him? Hearing the name Lin Xian, Gongsun Jun gritted his teeth in hatred. Humph. I don't believe that in this Lin and city, I can't kill a kid. Gongsun Hao was also very angry. He was the hall master of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall. There was only one White Tiger Hall in Lin and city. The White Tiger Hall was in charge of developing this area. The other 3 halls were developing other areas. Therefore, the Azura Palace here was actually under his control. The Azura Palace was really a relatively large force. There was no lack of celestial venerable powerhouses. At least in a small place like Lin and City, except for the 3 major forces, no one dared to provoke the Azura Palace. He couldn't let the Azura Palace interfere in Lin Xian's matter. Although he was the Hall Master of the White Tiger Hall, there were still some existences above the Hall Master in the Azura Palace. The Hall Master was only a nominal spokesperson. But he still had a lot of power. Originally, he really didn't want to rely on the Azura Palace, but Lin Xian was really too difficult to deal with. Several assassinations failed. Even the people around him had failed. He believed that if it weren't for Lin Xian's space attribute, he would have died long ago. But at least Gong Sun Hao knew that it was still very difficult to get rid of Lin Xian with the Gong Sun family's power. "Dad, do you have any ideas?" Gong Sun Hao said with a sinister look in his eyes. "Don't worry, I've already talked to an elder of the Azura Palace in Lin and City. He has the strength of a celestial venerable. He will personally kill Lin Xian." "A celestial venerable? Is it really enough? That Lin Xian is just a mere lower realm. How is it not enough?" Gong Sun Hao looked at his son. Gong Sun Jun didn't know why, but he inexplicably felt that even a celestial venerable wouldn't do. After all, there was also a celestial venerable old man who said that he wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, but now there was no trace of him. "That celestial venerable from before, that's not one of us. We can't trust him." At that time, our thinking was too simple. This time, you can rest assured. Since Lin Xian has returned, let him sleep here forever. We just need to find an opportunity. In order to invite this celestial venerable powerhouse, Gong Sun Hao even paid almost half of the entire Gong Sun family's financial resources. If he didn't get rid of him, he would feel uneasy. Even if he had to pay such a big price, he was still willing. Lin Xian also played with the 2 beautiful girls for a day. Originally, he wanted to bully them at night, but the 2 girls rolled their eyes and threw him away. Moreover, he had already bullied them during the day, so it was quite comfortable. Then, Lin Xian left at night. After that, Lin Xian went to Xiao Runing's place. Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue were together. When they heard that Lin Xian was coming, although Xiao Runing didn't seem to care, she started to prepare dinner, revealing that she actually cared. Xiao Xinyue didn't think much of it. She felt that they were very good friends. This was a very normal thing. Lin Xian had the key to Xiao Runing's house. He directly opened the door and walked in. Why did he have the key to her house? When he was in Ice City, he asked her for it. Lin Xian had the keys to the houses of Han Chushue, Ling Ying, and Wang Xintong. One could imagine how precious Lin Xian's bunch of keys were. "Little Xinyue, I missed you so much. I want a kiss." After Lin Xian came in, he saw little Xinyue drinking tea on the sofa, and then rushed over. Xiao Xinyue nimbly dodged, and couldn't help but pull the corner of her mouth. Stinking rogue. Chapter 904. Xiao Runing walked out of the kitchen when she heard the commotion. "I just casually made a few dishes. You don't mind, right? As long as it's made by you, I won't mind." How shameless. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes and then brought out the bowl of soup. "Wash your hands and eat." After that, they sat at the dining table and ate. Even though he had casually cooked a few dishes, it was still 3 dishes and a soup. Lin Xian felt extremely blessed. If there weren't any enemies outside, it would be very dangerous if he didn't become stronger. Lin Xian probably wanted to live out his life in peace. Tell me, how many people in this world are as lucky as him? Lin Ye, Xiao Runing, Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Ling Long Shui, which one of them wasn't a goddess? There was also a group of girls that had yet to be defiled by Lin Xian, heavens. If one were to say that it was because of the blessings brought by Lin Xian's system? Lin Xian could admit that it was because of the system's triggering of the mission that caused Lin Xian to deliberately approach them and flirt with them. If the system hadn't triggered the mission, perhaps Lin Xian would only be with Ling Ying. At most, there would be Lin Ye. It was impossible for anyone else. But now, he was already a father. Ling Long Shui, who was at the heavenly Dao realm, was pregnant with his child. In an era where monogamy was very common and normal, a few girls could indulge Lin Xian to have several women. How many lifetimes of blessings did he have to accumulate? The main reason was that they weren't the kind of women who casually wandered around in society. Anyway, Lin Xian was very satisfied and guilty, but also very blissful and smug. Perhaps, he would become even more lawless. Miss Xiao, I heard that you were going to the martial arts academy. That was the reason why Lin Xian was here. Did Ling Ying tell you? Lin Xian nodded. You're so mean, and you. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, we're all going to the martial arts academy, but no one told me. Xiao Xinyue ate silently and did not speak. Xiao Runing said, I knew that Ling Ying would definitely tell you, so I didn't tell you. Are you going to? Lin Xian nodded. I want to go. You'd better go. I've never seen such a crazy side of the three major forces. They've gathered almost all the geniuses in the continent here. They can get the best training and the best resources there. Do you know how many years it took to build the martial arts academy? Lin Xian shook his head. 15 years. Lin Xian was speechless. It's been kept a secret for the past 15 years. I only found out about it yesterday. The others probably only found out about it in the past few days. Anyway, no one knew about it when you were in Ice City. Qi Ming and Su Jiming, who fought with you, will both be members of the Martial Arts Academy. They were all decided internally. Even Xinyue only found out about it in the past 2 days. I didn't even see the fucking hot search. Take a look at it now. Lin Xian took out his phone. The number 1 hot search was the Martial Arts Academy. The number was 1.38 billion. The number 2 hot search was an Xian's clarification on Weibo. The number was 110 million. Lin Xian was speechless. It was only announced to the whole continent at 12:00 last night. Other than that, only some big families and special forces knew about it in advance. The public only found out last night. It was natural that the news was so popular. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been discovered. 15 years of construction. First, it's in the monster territory. Second, have you heard of God Burial Peak? It's one of the forbidden areas. It's about 50 kilometers outside of Lin and City. Lin Xian suddenly stopped. Could it be? Xiao Runing nodded. God Burying Peak is rumored to be extremely dangerous. Even Empyreans will die if they go there. There is a terrifying and mysterious strength there. In fact, it's all fake news created by the 3 great forces. That's because the Martial God Academy is located there. Amazing. Really amazing. There's no other way. The 3 major forces have to do this now. Otherwise, the future of the human race will only be destroyed by the monster race step by step. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, Miss Xiao, why can you be a teacher? I don't mean anything else. I just heard from little Ying that the Martial Arts Academy's teachers are at least heavenly venerables. I'm not going to be a bishop to cultivate. Xiao Runing said. Lin Xian scratched his head. Xiao Xingyue then explained to Lin Xian, actually, I have a very powerful ability, and that's military simulation. Oh. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Simply put, I'm a military strategist. I've liked these things since I was young. I like watching the 7 Kingdoms, 72 Stratagems, and so on, so I slowly learned. I have some talent in this area. In the future, the war between the human race and the monster race will exceed the scale of billions. In addition to cultivating powerful martial artists, the Martial Arts Academy also needs to cultivate powerful strategists and generals. A good general is far better than 1,000 experts of the same level. Lin Xian agreed with this point. A general led a team to attack the monster race. Behind him were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soldiers. A general's strategy was related to the lives of millions of soldiers. Therefore, the most frightening thing was that a general only knew how to fight and not lead troops to war. Therefore, my mission is to cultivate generals who have both the strength and the ability to lead hundreds of thousands, or even millions of soldiers into battle. Lin Xian secretly praised. Then why did I look for you? Are you very famous in this area? Lin Xian asked. When Xiao Runing heard this, she became a little proud. This little girl is not talented, but 3 years ago, I defeated everyone in a continental sand table war simulation exercise. All the famous strategists and old generals lost to me. Lin Xian secretly gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. Really, Lin Xian really did not know about this. Even if Lin Xian did not know about the sand table war simulation exercise, he roughly knew that it was probably a simulation of actual combat. There was a map of various terrains, and you could freely command your army to fight against the enemy. Then, the system would calculate the outcome of the battle and so on. Xiao Runing then said, of course, a simulation is just a simulation. It's definitely different from actual combat, but I also hope to be able to contribute. If I can cultivate a few generals like that, it'll also be a kind of satisfaction for me. Then you should know more about the Martial Arts Academy, right? Is there any other news? I'll only know the specifics when I get there, but I only know that the Martial Arts Academy may have tens of thousands of students in the future. The assessment will be very difficult, but I'm still quite confident in you. In the Martial Arts Academy, there will be a series of measures to help martial artists improve and strengthen themselves. I don't know the specifics, but you'll understand when you get there. In short, the Martial Arts Academy is probably the most important decision that the 3 factions have made in recent years. Chapter 905. Of course, he would go. But before that, Lin Xian needed to settle some matters in Lin and City first before he could go there with a peace of mind. Then I'll go there. I still have to follow you. Lin Xian grinned. Let's talk about it after you pass the test. The test will be very difficult. Besides, what can you learn from me? How to arrange troops. Do you like this? Xiao Runing ate a piece of meat and said. It's all right. It's not about whether you're good or not. To learn this, you have to have a heart that's responsible for everyone. And only when you're outstanding enough, strong enough, and capable enough, will the Empire try to give you power and military strength. And you have to like it. You don't like doing these things, right? Once you learn, you have to want to lead troops into battle. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian didn't like this. Compared to this, Lin Xian might prefer to improve his own strength. We'll talk about it later. Just because I don't want to now doesn't mean I won't in the future. After all, everyone wants to contribute to the mainland. If I don't work hard, the human race will be gradually swallowed up by the demon race. When that time comes, there won't be a place to stay. What's the use of keeping my strength? Heartwarming nodded slightly. As they chatted, Lin Xian's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was Qing. Qing directly sent a message, "Little brother, do you want to play?" Lin Xian. This made Lin Xian a little restless. Xiao Xinyue was here tonight. Lin Xian definitely couldn't stay here. What was the point of staying here? He couldn't fuck Heartwarming. He could go find Qing and cultivate their relationship. He had to find a chance to take her down. Yes, what do you want to play? Lin Xian sent a message. Play me. Lin Xian, wow. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Lin Xian almost dropped his chopsticks. Heartwarming and Xiao Xinyue saw that Lin Xian seemed to be chatting with great interest. Even a fool would know that he was chatting with a girl. I'm done eating. Xiao Ningning, little Xinyue, bye-bye. Let's play next time. I'm going to find other girls to play with. You're not fun. Bye. Lin Xian then left. The two girls were confused. Bastard. Heartwarming couldn't help but curse. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived at the Rose Paradise Hotel. It's tiring to go out with 3 groups of girls every day. Can you handle it? Fortunately, Lin Xian's body was strong and healthy. Master Lin. The staff of Rose Paradise all knew Lin Xian and were extremely respectful to Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was very familiar with their boss and had a good relationship with him. He might even be their future boss. Hello, hello. Where's your boss? On the top floor. Lin Xian then nodded and walked up. There was a large room on the top floor. It was Qing's personal room. Lin Xian directly used his spatial energy to teleport in. Who knows, he might even be able to see some beautiful scenery without giving her time to react. It was a pity that Qing was only sitting at the table and eating dinner. She was eating alone and there were more than 10 dishes on the table. Since Lin Xian said that he had already eaten, she didn't wait for Lin Xian to eat with her. It's very impolite of you to enter a girl's room without knocking. Qing looked up at Lin Xian and said. Didn't you say that I'm here to play with you? It doesn't matter how I came in, right? Lin Xian smiled and sat down. Then, he stretched out his hand towards Qing's beautiful leg and placed it on her leg. However, he didn't move. He didn't dare to move. She was wearing pajamas and there was a layer of pajama pants between them. It didn't seem to matter if he just placed his hand on her leg, right? Take your hand away. Or I'll cut it off. Lin Xian then let go of his hand. What a fickle woman. 1 second, you were seducing me on the phone. The next second, you're ignoring me. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Lin Xian then got up and walked away. Do you want to drink some wine? Qing said. The kind that's drunk. If so, I'll drink. Qing then directly threw a bottle of red wine to Lin Xian and opened one for herself. Then let's drink. Who's afraid of who? Then, the two of them really drank from the bottle. I called you here because I need your help with something. Qing put down the wine bottle and looked at Lin Xian with slightly blurred eyes. Lin Xian glanced at it. 40 favorability. In fact, Lin Xian didn't deliberately try to increase Qing's favorability. However, maybe because he was too outstanding, the favorability wasn't low. After all, he could confess at 50. Moreover, Qing wasn't an ordinary woman. Han Chushua, Ling Ying, and the others couldn't compare to her. After all, she was in a high position. Say it. How can I not help you with your matter? Lin Xian naturally knew that it was impossible for her to have fun whenever she wanted. Then, Murongqing threw a stack of information to Lin Xian. This is the matter that happened a few days ago in Lin and City. I have the most complete information. Take a look first. Lin Xian then flipped through it. It was about the 5 demonic beasts in Lin and City. What kind of demonic beasts did you find out? Did you fight with them? Lin Xian glanced and asked. No, it's a big data filter. It's just a guess based on a few reflections. It might not be right. Lin Xian nodded and continued reading. So, before and after they were found, there were really dozens of people who mysteriously disappeared. Lin Xian looked up at Murongqing. That's right. Although there's no accurate evidence to prove that they did it, it just so happened that it happened at this time. We can't help but think that there's a cause and effect relationship between them. Lin Xian then roughly finished reading all these. There was too much information compared to the news. Murongqing looked at Lin Xian and said, I want to ask you to help investigate this matter. Hey, big sister, you think too highly of me. This is something that even the 3 major forces can't solve. Why would you ask me for help? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. No, I just feel that you can do it. Lin Xian, is my image in your mind that awesome? Yes. Murongqing nodded. This was true. Murongqing really felt that Lin Xian was a mysterious person. He looked very ordinary and his strength wasn't high, but he could do many things that those experts couldn't do. It completely went against the truth. It was very strange. Then, she inexplicably felt that many strange things could be done. She felt that he could do things that those experts couldn't do. She didn't know why she had this kind of thought. It was strange. What if I die? Murongqing, in any case, you have the spatial attribute. Why don't you see it? See if you can find their location. After you're done, I'll represent the Holy Temple to help you get a lightning attribute heaven rank martial skill book. How about it? Lin Xian. Chapter 906. To the 3 major factions, it was worth it even if they had to use a heaven tier martial skill to get rid of a hidden danger. To the 3 major factions, heaven tier martial skills were not as rare as the legend said. After all, there were still god tier and saint tier martial skills above heaven tier martial skills. Although Lin Xian had never seen a god tier martial skill. The last time there was a god tier martial skill, it was just that Lin Xian had changed the reward. At this point, Lin Xian only had 2 heaven tier martial skills. One was Carefree. A heaven tier martial skill with 10 stars. Carefree was the martial skill that Miao Xiao Miao had obtained from the mission. Now, Lin Xian could use it to increase his speed by 10 times. A 10 times increase in speed was paired with a heaven tier martial skill. However, this was only the first stage. There were still the second and third stages. Therefore, Carefree would be even more terrifying in the future. It was worthy of a heaven tier martial skill. The other martial skill was given to Lin Xian by Linglong Shui. Space attribute martial skill, 10,000 Bates Heavenly Prison. This was also a martial skill that Lin Xian rarely used. Because after using it, the opponent would be sucked into a space and die without a doubt. This martial skill could only be used in desperate situations. It was also a martial skill that most people would not expect. Its strength was indeed worthy of a heaven tier martial skill. Then what would a god tier martial skill be like? To be honest, Lin Xian was quite looking forward to it. However, if he obtained a heaven tier martial skill, Lin Xian would also be very interested. An Earth-tier martial skill had the strength to cause damage to opponents of a higher level, not to mention a Heaven-tier martial skill. A Heaven-tier lightning attribute martial skill had unimaginable destructive power. Lin Xian was really tempted. Alright, you know how to tempt people. Murong Qing revealed a seductive smile. So that means you agree. I can only do my best. The three major factions can't find it, so I can only try my luck. And then be careful. Scram, 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 scram. You want me to take the risk and then remind me to be careful. Hypocritical woman. Murong Qing, this was mainly because she knew that Lin Xian had the space attribute and wasn't weak. Therefore, she dared to have Lin Xian investigate this matter. If Lin Xian didn't have the space attribute, then she wouldn't have dared to do so. Then you have to promise me one more thing, Lin Xian said. What? Feel free to mention it. I want a kiss. Murong Qing, if you don't agree, I'll quit. A Heaven-tier martial skill cannot tempt me. It's not like I don't have any Heaven-tier martial skills. Murong Qing was speechless. She pondered for a moment. He wanted a kiss, right? Sure, if you can do it, then so be it. You didn't say where to kiss anyway. When the time comes, she can just kiss Lin Xian on the cheek. This is nothing. At least, Murong Qing felt that because of her relationship with Lin Xian, kissing his cheek was like kissing her own brother's cheek. All right. However, the prerequisite is that you have to complete it. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Hey, be careful. Murong Qing shouted. That bastard. Murong Qing shook her head helplessly. She was only looking for Lin Xian to let Lin Xian give it a try. After all, Lin Xian was quite mysterious at times. She hoped that he could bring her a surprise. On the other side, Lin Xian took the information that Murong Qing gave him and called a taxi to go there. The information recorded the exact location where the few people appeared and disappeared. It was a food street. It was not too late now, but because of that incident, it was a huge blow to the food street that was more lively at night. Usually, at this time, the food street would be bustling with noise and the fragrance of all kinds of snacks would fill the air. However, because of this incident, no one dared to appear in the food street. As a result, there were not many people here. At least for the time being, it was a huge blow to those who did business here. Young man, you can't go there. When Lin Xian walked over, a middle-aged man who was sweeping the street reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked inside and saw that there was really no one. No one was opening the stalls. The shops on both sides were all closed. It was like a dead place. However, Lin Xian had opened his Eye of Cave Spirit. It was because Lin Xian had the Eye of Cave Spirit that he accepted this mission. He could do it. He could see things that others could not. Therefore, he would try to give it a try. As expected, Lin Xian's Eye of Insight saw a trace of an inkling. Thank you for the reminder, uncle. I'll go in and take a look. Then you have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. Actually, no one knew if there was any danger. No one came here because this was the place where the monsters appeared and disappeared. They were all afraid and would rather not come here. Lin Xian walked in the direction of the spiritual energy that the Eye of Cave Spirit had detected. When he reached the front, Lin Xian turned a corner. This corner was where the surveillance video showed. It was where the surveillance camera had captured the shadows of the monsters after those people walked in. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Because his fucking useful Eye of Cave Spirit had seen a clue. It was obvious that many experts had already come here to investigate. However, they weren't able to detect any hidden mechanisms. They weren't able to sense such weak spiritual energy, but Lin Xian, who had the eye of cave spirit, could. Lin Xian could not sense it, but he could see it. There were walls on both sides, but there was a mechanism on the left wall. The mechanism was located in the crevice between the wall and the ground. Normally, people would suspect that there was a mechanism there. He believed that the people from the three major factions had also hired experts to investigate. However, they might have investigated the entire wall on both sides. No one would pay attention to the crevice between the wall and the ground. The eye of cave spirit was simply too useful in this situation. Lin Xian squatted down and swept the soil clean. Then, a small stone appeared. To be honest, he had put in a lot of effort. The position of the mechanism and the appearance of the mechanism were made of stone. If it was discovered, people would think that it was a stone. It would not be easily discovered. Lin Xian pressed down with all his might, but it didn't budge at all. Lin Xian then released his spirit energy and pressed down with all his might. Only then did it move. In the next instant, Lin Xian stood up and raised his head to look in front of him. There was originally a wall in front of him. However, at this moment, it had become a portal. He did not know what kind of power was used to create it. Then why did those people transform into their original forms before entering? Lin Xian revealed a puzzled expression. Then, he stepped into the portal. After Lin Xian stepped in, everything became the same as before. The old man who was sweeping the floor earlier walked over to take a look. There was no one there. He revealed a look of horror. Could that young man also be? Chapter 907. After Lin Xian stepped in, he found himself in a secret passageway. Where was this? Lin Xian wasn't too sure. However, Lin Xian was certain that the portal he had stepped into was actually similar to a spatial portal. In fact, there was a fixed point in space that had been set up. After stepping into it, it was equivalent to releasing a spatial jump and going to another point, which was where he was now. Where was he now? It definitely wasn't close to where he had been just now. The passage was very dark, and there was no light at all. However, Lin Xian's night vision was considered pretty good. 3 minutes later, light appeared in front of him. It was the light of a fire. Lin Xian then walked over. It was a relatively spacious place, but there was no one there. There were beds and chairs. It was obvious that this was a place where someone had once lived. However, Lin Xian felt that there were two things that weren't right. First, since she could take human form, why did she live here? Second, why? You don't understand, right? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Xian frowned and suddenly turned around. He looked at Zhao Mengyue, who was leaning against the corner. He didn't know if she had been there all along or if she had suddenly appeared. It's you. Sure enough, you're more interesting. These people sent so many experts, but they couldn't even find this small mechanism. However, you found it. Your three major forces are really lame. Zhao Mengyue leaned against the wall and fiddled with her nails. Then, she looked up at Lin Xian and said. So this is your doing? No. It's the evil fiend temple. Lin Xian said faintly. I'm sorry, but I really did make this. Zhao Mengyue smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his eye of cave spirit to investigate her. Her realm had risen too quickly. She was now an 8-star lower realm expert. Of course, Lin Xian felt that this was reasonable. He played with girls every day and probably hadn't gone to the demonic beast domain for a month. Zhao Mengyue might have spent a lot of time in the demonic beast domain, so it was reasonable for her realm to surpass Lin Xian's. Lin Xian felt that this wouldn't do. His opponents were all improving, but he was soaking in tenderness every day. Absolutely not. This time at the Martial Arts Academy, he must work hard to improve himself. Join me. Zhao Mengyue then looked up at Lin Xian and said. Sure, then show me. Lin Xian grinned. Zhao Mengyue frowned. Lin Xian, I know that you rely on your spatial attribute and think that it's impossible for you to be in danger. What I want to tell you is that the Evil Fiend Hall has already formulated a plan for you. In this plan, you only have two endings. You can either join the Evil Fiend Hall or die at the hands of the Evil Fiend Hall. I can protect your safety, at least so that you won't die at the hands of the Evil Fiend Hall. I'll also tell you the location of the Evil Fiend Temple. It's a secret, and I'll let you bring people to destroy the Evil Fiend Temple. How about that? Hearing Zhao Mengyue's words, Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Her words had actually exposed something. The most important point was that although she was still a member of the Evil Fiend Hall, she was working alone in the dark. She was secretly developing her own force. Was it a force related to the shifters? If the few shifters that appeared were her people, what? Am I so handsome that you think about me day and night? Lin Xian sneered. You're just that handsome. It's mainly because of your spatial attribute. To be honest, the spatial attribute was probably secondary to her. What she was interested in was actually the Yixian group. With her ability, she felt that she could easily find a spatial attribute companion. However, it was really impossible to find a large financial group like the Yixian group. This was because she could find a young master from a large family as an accomplice. However, this young master's family was rich, not the other way around. No matter what you did, money was indispensable. Then tell me, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Isn't that simple? Develop a force that belongs to you and me. Let us become the new leaders of the world. Isn't that good? Do you have the ability? Since I have the ability to control domain realm shifters, I have the ability to control the entire world. Zhao Mengyue's eyes flashed with viciousness. He, Lin Xian sneered. Whoosh, suddenly, a hole similar to a black hole appeared behind Zhao Mengyue. Myriad Attraction Heavenly Prison. Lin Xian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If I wanted to make a move during these days when you weren't around, your sister would have been captured by me. I'm very sincere in cooperating with you. Zhao Mengyue stared at Lin Xian angrily. Unfortunately, we walk different paths. You'd better find someone else. If there's a next time, you won't be able to escape. Lin Xian said coldly. Then you can wait to die in the hands of the Evil Fiend Hall, idiot. After saying that, Zhao Mengyue's figure disappeared. The Myriad Attraction Heavenly Prison didn't suck her in. Lin Xian knew that since Zhao Mengyue dared to appear in front of him, she must have a way to escape. Therefore, the Myriad Attraction Heavenly Prison was just a test. What if it succeeded? It didn't matter if it failed because Lin Xian didn't want to talk to her anymore. Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian frowned and walked back. Regarding this matter, Zhao Mengyue appeared in time and told Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't be sure if what she said was true, but there was a certain degree of truth. This Zhao Mengyue also wanted to develop her own force. This was definitely not good news. Moreover, she had the ability to control domain realm shifters. Where did it come from and what kind of ability it was, Lin Xian didn't know. However, those few demon realm shifters that appeared should be under her control. That might not be the case because he couldn't be sure if what she said was true or false. However, this was definitely not good news. Lin Xian expected that the evil fiend Hall would make a move on him. After all, Linglong Shui had angrily slapped an expert of the evil fiend Hall. She definitely wanted to get back her face. If it wasn't for her fear of Linglong Shui, she would have already made a move on Lin Xian. There was no need to make any so-called plans to deal with Lin Xian. I have to go find Xiao Linglong. Lin Xian then walked out. If this matter was like this, he had basically investigated it clearly. Lin Xian could only do this much. Then, Lin Xian returned to Murongqing's Rose Paradise Hotel. What? How did you manage to find it? Murongqing was dumbfounded when she heard Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian wouldn't lie to her. Murongqing believed in this matter, but, could you not be so exaggerated? Didn't you go out for 2 hours? Many experts from the 3 major forces had been searching for several days without any trace. This guy went out for 2 hours and found it. Lin Xian nodded and then told Murongqing the general situation. Chapter 908. How do you know? Murongqing's brow furrowed as she looked at Lin Xian. Because that person used to be my blind date. You could say that she's half a classmate. There's a lot of hatred between us. She tried to pull me into her faction, that's why she appeared by my side and told me so much. Murongqing, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. This is just a clue I found. As for the mechanism, it's right there. On the left side of the wall, there's a button that looks like a rock. You need to use your spirit energy to press it. There's a secret room inside, that's where they disappeared. I don't think they're going back there anymore. Murongqing nodded, I see. Well, I'll go first. Oh right, if I'm not around in the future, can you spend more time with little fairy? What? Are you worried that your sister will be lonely? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. No, it might be dangerous. Although she has a spirit weapon that can help her escape danger, I'm still worried. Murongqing nodded, I know. Oh right, as for the kiss, you can make it up to me the next time I come. Also, don't forget about my heaven-ranked martial skill. Lin Xian walked away. Murongqing, what a hooligan. After leaving, Lin Xian naturally went to Linglong Shui's place. It's been 2 days since he returned home, and this was the first time he came to their place. It's normal for her to be angry. The first day he played with the other girls, the second day he played with another group of girls, and only then did he remember to come to their place late at night. But Linglong Shui didn't care. Well, it's not like she didn't care. She's more open-minded, so it's normal for her to be a little unhappy. Brother, as soon as Lin Xian arrived, Dragony happily flew over to Lin Xian. She hugged Lin Xian's neck and kissed him a few times. My face is covered in saliva. Lin Xian gently pinched her pink cheeks. He, Dragony giggled happily, haha. I heard that you've become stronger again. Lin Xian scratched her little nose, then sat on the sofa and hugged her. Okay. Last time when Linglong Shui and the others went to the ice country to watch the concert, they didn't bring Dragony along because she was in the middle of a promotion. This is a non-dangerous promotion. Linglong Shui naturally understood and also knew that it would take a few days, so she silently left Dragony at home and went to watch the concert. How is it? What new abilities have you gained? Lin Xian asked. Dragony is a very mysterious girl, her body has unlimited potential. Ugh, Linglong Shui glanced at him and said, he didn't awaken anything. He just stabilized at the domain realm. He's already, at the Grand Dominion realm. Lin Xian looked at Dragony in his arms. How long had it been since that lass had broken through the dragon egg? She hadn't even started cultivating yet, And now, she was already at the Grand Dominion realm. She had stabilized her cultivation at the domain realm, but that didn't mean that she couldn't unleash power beyond the domain realm. Otherwise, how could she have broken the door that even Murong Qing couldn't? Okay, Dragony will be able to help Big Brother in the future. Dragony said sweetly. Okay. Lin Xian had more and more experts by his side. Oh right, Xiao Linglong, do you have anything that can save your life? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Is there danger again? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Apart from being a hooligan, this guy is also a troublemaker. Danger never stops. I'm not worried about myself. I'm just worried about my friends. They will make a move on my friends. Give me 3 days, I'll help them refine a few spatial bracelets. Is it the one you gave to Little Fairy? Linglong Shui nodded. It's not that good, but it's definitely enough to save my life. Okay, it's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Xian leaned over and touched her lower abdomen. Linglong Shui took away Lin Xian's hand, her face slightly blushing. If it was just the two of them, it would be fine if they did some intimate actions. But Linglong Yu and Bing Lingyue were beside them. Why didn't your cultivation increase at all? Linglong Shui asked. Lin Xian was really embarrassed by this question. He really had been playing with all kinds of girls during this period of time. He went to Tiandu for the girls, went to Bing Lingyue for the girls. It had been a long time since he went to the beast domain. Playing with girls every day, how can I be in the mood to cultivate? Linglong Yu rolled her eyes and said. Go away, what do you know? Lin Xian rolled his eyes back. Linglong Yu then made a face. No matter what, your cultivation must be the most important. Without cultivation, you will be at the mercy of others. In this era where strength is respected, you will not have the capital to live. Linglong Shui said faintly. Lin Xian nodded. I know, but for us humans, there is a shortcut that is faster than you guys, which is the God spawn system. You can raise your cultivation level by killing monsters, there is no need to meditate. Speaking of the God's child system, it is really hard to explain. Linglong Shui frowned and said. Bing Lingyue also nodded. In the era I lived in, there was no such thing as the God's child system. Even humans had to rely on their own ability to cultivate bit by bit. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the future. Lin Xian said, yes, it is impossible to explain why people are born with a system. This is really something that goes against common sense. Maybe some people would think that this was a normal thing, but for Bing Lingyue, it was really something unimaginable. Lin Xian also felt that it was too illogical, but he could accept it more because he had the Adonis system that surpassed the God's child system. However, he did not know where it came from. Xiao Linglong, what do you think is the reason for this phenomenon? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui said, the only possibility I can think of is that there is an existence that transcends this plane. Simply put, it could be God, a true God that can change everything with a thought. His thought allowed the humans of Sky Blue Planet to have the God's child system. Otherwise, I can't explain it. God really exists. Linglong Shui nodded, not knowing doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Since there is a heavenly Tao realm, and they can't leave this plane, why can't there be an existence that transcends the heavenly Tao realm and this plane? On this point, Linglong Shui probably had the most right to say. The Void Fox race had many heavenly Tao realm experts, but they all died when they went to that place. Didn't this mean that there was an existence that transcended the heavenly Tao realm? This was also the reason why she didn't dare to go. Now, she didn't dare to go because of Lin Xian and the child in her belly. However, she had to go. Chapter 909. Lin Xian chatted with them for a long time, even talking about the future and the past. The main purpose of coming here was to give the girls around Lin Xian, Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan, and Yi something that could save their lives. This way, Lin Xian could go to the martial arts academy without worry. It's getting late, you should go back. Linglong Shui looked at the time and said to Lin Xian. Why should I go back? It's the middle of the night, I'll just sleep here. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui and said with a smile. Linglong Shui knew that Lin Xian would say that. Whoa whoa whoa. Dragony clapped her hands non-stop. Lin Xian prayed in his heart. Miss, please don't call me bump into sister anymore. Although Lin Xian really wanted to bump into her too. I'm going to wash up and sleep, good night. Bing Lingyue understood Lin Xian very well. If Bing Lingyue wasn't a wife, she would be a very good confidant. Unfortunately, she still has to be a wife. I'm going to sleep too, good night. Linglong Shui also said. Although she was very unhappy that her sister was taken advantage of by Lin Xian, what else could she do? The baby was in her stomach. Dragony, let's go. Linglong Shui picked up Dragony. Dragony blinked her big eyes. Brother, good night. Good night. They went back to their rooms, leaving only Lin Xian and Linglong Shui in the living room. Xiao Linglong, let's sleep too. Lin Xian then happily hugged Linglong Shui's delicate body. Let's sleep. Linglong Shui didn't say much. After all, she was Lin Xian's woman. She will slowly get used to this identity. Then she got up and went back to her room. Hee hee. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and happily followed her in. Lin Xian felt comfortable hugging Linglong Shui like this. If you really like a woman, you don't have to have sex with her. Just hugging her to sleep is a kind of happiness. But, after all, Lin Xian is young and strong. Linglong Shui is too charming, too beautiful. Even if you just want to hug her to sleep, you can't do it. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Linglong, I miss. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui who was nestled in his arms in the dark and played with her hair. I don't want to. Linglong Shui rubbed against him and said lazily. But I think, you have to understand the torment of a normal man hugging a perfect woman. Lin Xian's big hands started to move. Linglong Shui grabbed Lin Xian's hand and opened her beautiful eyes. But I don't want to. Although she was also a normal woman, she really didn't have much interest in that. She really just wanted to cater to Lin Xian. Although, in the end, she was really satisfied, maybe she was just like this. She could let go of everything, snuggle in Lin Xian's arms, be hugged by Lin Xian, and let Lin Xian's hands touch her body. This wasn't Linglong Shui. But she was still Lin Xian's woman. She knew it. It wasn't that she didn't like Lin Xian. It was just that she was like this. Maybe one day, when she could let go of everything, she would become gentle and considerate like the cold Han Chushua from before. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she was afraid. She was afraid that if she really fell in love with Lin Xian, she would fall in love with a comfortable and peaceful life. She was afraid that she would slowly forget more of the things she wanted to do. She never thought about love because she never thought that a man would possess her. If it weren't for this accident, if it weren't for the child in her belly, even if she really fell in love with Lin Xian, she definitely wouldn't agree to be with him. Because she had more important things to do, or rather, she didn't know if she could come back. She was afraid that if she really got together with Lin Xian, she wouldn't be able to come back. What would she do? She didn't know what to do in this situation. After the child was born, would she be willing to leave? Would she be willing to go anywhere? She wouldn't. But she had no choice. Therefore, she had always purposely created a barrier between her and Lin Xian. This barrier wasn't because of her pride, arrogance, or aloofness, but because she was afraid that if she accepted everything wholeheartedly, she wouldn't be willing to leave. Didn't she want to live a peaceful life? Didn't she want to be with Lin Xian and raise a child? Didn't she want to wait at home for Lin Xian to come home, then pass Lin Xian a pair of slippers, cook dinner, serve him a bowl of rice, and pass him a pair of chopsticks? She didn't want to in the past, but she really wanted to now because she was gradually no longer the Linglong Shui. But she couldn't. Therefore, even if she had confirmed her relationship with Lin Xian and had a child, she still wouldn't obey Lin Xian. She was destined to leave, and she might never come back. She didn't want to be unwilling to leave, and she didn't want Lin Xian to be unwilling to let her leave. Therefore, she deliberately distanced herself from their relationship. When she found out that she was pregnant, she suffered more than anyone else. As a mother, she couldn't bear to let her child leave, but she had to leave. She couldn't bear to leave now, and she couldn't bear to leave in the future. In the end, she compromised. She knew that she would be an irresponsible mother and wife in the future. Okay, it's pretty good to hug you to sleep like this. Lin Xian rubbed his head against her shoulder, quite satisfied. Lin Xian, after about 30 seconds, Linglong Shui opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian in the dark. She then asked softly, "What are you doing?" "Emichim." Lin Xian opened his eyes, and the two of them looked at each other in the dark. "I'm fine." Linglong Shui wanted to say something, but she stopped. Then, she shook her head and said, "Tell me. Tell me, is there anything you can't tell me?" Lin Xian lovingly rubbed her cheeks. He really felt that it was a blessing to have such a woman. "If I leave one day, what will you do?" Linglong Shui thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian and asked. "What will I do?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "I will accompany you." Although Lin Xian was smiling, Lin Xian knew about this. Linglong Shui's Void Fox clan had been completely annihilated many years ago because of that secret realm. No one knew where that secret realm was or where it led to. As the only remaining member of the Void Fox clan, regardless of whether it was for herself, the Void Fox clan, or for the sake of her family and elders' deaths, she believed that she had the duty to investigate everything. She had to go to that place. She had to go there. That was the meaning of her existence. Lin Xian knew about this. One of the 4 parchment scrolls was found for her by Lin Xian. She had found the place, but until now, she didn't dare to go. She couldn't bear to go. Lin Xian knew this, and he also knew that Linglong Shui bore a great responsibility. Linglong Shui closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. Chapter 9-10. Linglong Shui's tiny mouth gaped slightly before she closed it again. She opened it again, but hesitated to speak. I have to get to the bottom of that matter. Therefore, I have to go to that place. I'll accompany you." "No, you can't accompany me. You can't go either." Linglong Shui opened her beautiful eyes again and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. "You should have long known that such a day would come between us. Therefore, I wish that you would not place more of your efforts on me. Instead, place them on other girls." This was probably one of the reasons why Linglong Shui allowed Lin Xian to have other women and did not blame him at all. This was because she knew that she had to leave. She could not be so selfish as to lock Lin Xian in. In fact, it did not matter if she told Lin Xian about the matter of the Void Fox. That was in the past. She never imagined that she would have such a relationship with Lin Xian in the future. If not, she would rather die than tell Lin Xian about it. However, since Lin Xian knew, she knew that she could not hide it from Lin Xian. When I reach the heavenly Tao realm, I'll be with you. Lin Xian gently caressed her cheeks as he said softly. When the child grows up. No, Linglong Shui gently rubbed her abdomen. When the child still has no memories and can't recognize his mother, I hope that you can choose a gentle and virtuous girl to be his mother. Xiao Linglong, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xian pinched her cheeks. She really did not wish to say these words to Lin Xian, but she ultimately had to make a choice. Her choice was very obvious. She wanted to leave, but Lin Xian knew about it. Therefore, she had to make things clear to Lin Xian. If they were not a couple, if they did not have a child, if they were only friends, Linglong Shui might have really left. She only wished that the child would not remember anything while he was still young. After she left, Lin Xian would find a kind-hearted girl to be her child's mother. She wanted the child to believe that the girl was his mother from a young age. That way, even if she did not return, she would not be as worried. Subconsciously, Linglong Shui believed that it was impossible for her to survive. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. He definitely could not allow Linglong Shui to throw her life away. Just how terrifying was the pinnacle of the Void Fox? All those people had died there. If Linglong Shui went there, wouldn't that be the same as throwing her life away? However, Lin Xian also knew that this was Linglong Shui's stubbornness. Her stubbornness. He had no right to refuse Linglong Shui. His only right was that he was Linglong Shui's man and the father of her future child. But, he could not change Linglong Shui's mind. However, Lin Xian was probably the person who understood Linglong Shui the most. It was torturous. If he was given a choice one day to leave this place and return to Earth to see Dongfang Shui, what would he choose? He couldn't bear to leave this place. He couldn't bear to leave Dongfang Shui. He wanted to go back, but he couldn't bear to. Now, the child was going to be born in 8 months. Wouldn't Linglong Shui's choice be the same as Lin Xian's? To Linglong Shui, she was the fox of the void. Her parents' death was Lin Xian's Dongfang Shui. She had to make a choice. Perhaps Lin Xian would choose to stay because there were more people here that he loved and couldn't bear to leave. However, this was only a possibility. It was just that if he had to make a choice, this was more likely to happen. However, after thinking about it, Dongfang Shui was there. She could be forced to leave by her family. She could be suffering every day. She could be waiting bitterly. What would he choose? To Linglong Shui, it was more likely that she would choose to leave them and go to that place. This was her stubbornness, and this was her personality. What could he do? He couldn't stop Linglong Shui. Of course, his goal was to stop her. However, all he could do was make Linglong Shui even more reluctant to leave and change her decision. The other thing he could do was to accompany her. However, Linglong Shui definitely wouldn't agree to this. Lin Xian was really quite scared. He was very scared that after the child was born, Linglong Shui would suddenly leave without saying goodbye one day. With Linglong Shui's personality, such a day really would come if she made up her mind. When that time came, he wouldn't even be able to stop her. He wouldn't even be able to find her. Lin Xian was really scared of such a day. Especially after hearing what she had just said, Lin Xian felt like this was even more likely. However, at the very least, she wouldn't leave when the child was born and needed milk. Lin Xian was sure of this. In that case, he was going to change Linglong Shui's mind within this year. Even though it was very selfish. It's fine. Go to sleep. Linglong Shui closed her eyes after speaking. Lin Xian didn't know what to say. To be honest, in front of Linglong Shui, he, Lin Xian, was actually a child. Wasn't the mental state of a person who had lived for thousands of years countless times stronger than Lin Xian's? Lin Xian hugged Linglong Shui for the entire night without a word. He had really wanted to have sex, but after speaking to Linglong Shui, his heart was heavy and worried. He naturally didn't have such thoughts. Strength. He had to quickly strengthen himself. Could he reach the heavenly Tao realm in a year? That was definitely a fool's dream. Even if Lin Xian spent 365 days a year farming monsters every minute and every second, it would still be impossible. Even with the Adonis system, it was still impossible. All he could do was change Linglong Shui's decision. However, hadn't Linglong Shui already made up her mind? When she said that to Lin Xian, she had already made up her mind. Unless, on the day she saw her child, when she saw her child smile at her, when she saw the baby reach out his tender little hand to her and call out for his mother in a muffled voice. That was the only moment that could change her decision. Early the next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. He opened his eyes in a daze and glanced at his cell phone. So an Xian had come to Lin and City and was asking if the lazy pig was awake. Only then did Lin Xian look at the time. Fuck. It was already 10:30. He didn't know how long it had been since he slept so late. The last time he slept was in the Ice Kingdom with Xiao Runing. That was because it was too comfortable and too tiring. But he wasn't tired last night. What left Lin Xian most incredulous was that Linglong Shui was still curled up in his arms. How beautiful. It was really Lin Xian's first time seeing her still sleeping at this time. Linglong Shui slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her face was slightly red, probably because she was in Lin Xian's arms. The next second, she pulled out Lin Xian's hand that was playing with her pudding under her pajamas. This bastard. She had endured it for an entire night. You didn't even pull out your hand. Also, why are you still pinching me when you're asleep? Linglong Shui had pulled out Lin Xian's hand more than once in the middle of the night. It was as if he had become used to it and reached in. Chapter 9:11. Even though Linglong Shui didn't know much, she knew that this was a habit and definitely not a habit he had developed from her. They had only been intimate a few times, and most of the time, she didn't let Lin Xian sleep and touched him, so it must have been a habit he had developed with other girls. That's right, this was really a habit. You've developed this habit after sleeping with your girlfriend for so long. How terrifying was this habit? For example, if you slept on the same bed as your brother, you would reach into his clothes at night. This was the scariest part. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian had really developed this habit. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. So that was why her face was a little red. So beautiful, so cute. Damn, damn, damn. Linglong Shui really couldn't handle this. Even though the girls around Lin Xian were all very beautiful and top-notch, each of them had their own merits and it was hard to tell who was prettier, but Linglong Shui's looks were really outrageous. She was really a fairy. She shouldn't be in the mortal world. In any case, Lin Xian felt that the real her was the most beautiful. Even though Lin Xian felt that everyone was beautiful, there was still a certain feeling. Furthermore, Linglong Shui's temperament and celestial aura were extra points. In any case, there were two words. He wanted to slap her. It was hard to imagine how Linglong Shui would look like if she wore the professional attire that Linya would wear. Oh my god, however, she might not be suitable. She might be more suitable, for the celestial aura and the luxurious celestial dress that the Empress wore. It's quite suitable. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Linglong Shui's pretty face was slightly pink as she sat up. Do you want to eat lunch? If you want, I'll cook. If not, you can go back to work. Naturally, she had heard Lin Xian's phone ring. Even though she didn't see the content, she could roughly guess some things. Although she didn't know who was on his phone, she could guess that they were all girls. Linglong Shui really misunderstood Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian had a lot of girls on his phone, there were also a lot of guys. Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, Han Chushua's father, Han Guang, Xiao Runing's father, Xiao Zun, and his brother, Wang Fugue. It seemed like there were only 4 of them, but when he thought of Wang Fugue, it had been a long time since he last saw him. Wang Fugue and his girlfriend, Lu Junjun, were having a great time. They were traveling around the world and posting about their love every day. He often looked for Lin Xian to chat. Although they didn't talk for long, to Wang Fugue, Lin Xian was really his lifelong friend and a big brother that he respected. To put it simply, although they didn't interact much now, if Lin Xian needed his help, he would definitely put in a lot of effort. Yes, of course I'll eat the lunch my wife made herself. Lin Xian said sweetly. Okay. Linglong Shui nodded slightly and went into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian walked in and she even helped Lin Xian squeeze some toothpaste and put the toothbrush on top of the toothbrush. To be honest, this kind of small thing really made Lin Xian feel touched. As soon as the two walked out of the room, Dragony flew straight up to Lin Xian's shoulder. Big brother, Dragony called out sweetly. Hungry? Lin Xian gently scratched her delicate little nose. Yes, big sister Bing's cooking is not good, I want big brother to cook for me. Dragony nodded her little head and said. Ahem, Bing Lingyue coughed a little awkwardly. This girl is really honest. But because their relationship is very good, this kind of words really didn't matter. Bing Lingyue is after all an empress, her cooking is not bad, it's just delicious. Although she's also learning, there's still a gap between them. If it's not good, you ate more than half, you took all of mine. Linglong Shui pouted her little mouth. It's actually quite good. Hee, Dragony cutely stuck out her pink tongue. Let your sister cook, I'll relax for lunch and enjoy it orally. Lin Xian laughed. Linglong Shui is a true disciple of Lin Xian. Usually when they're at home, Linglong Shui will cook for them while Bing Lingyue and the rest will help. The more they cook, the better their cooking will be. Maybe there's still a little gap between them and Lin Xian, but it's definitely at the level of gourmet. Then Lin Xian comfortably laid on the sofa, legs propped up on the coffee table, one hand holding Dragony and the other stealing chips from Linglong Shui's bag. Linglong Shui then skillfully put on an apron and walked to the kitchen. Little Bing, you need to practice your cooking too, Lin Xian's woman has to be good at cooking, I have a good appetite. Lin Xian smiled at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue, what do you mean you're Lin Xian's woman? Hey! What nonsense are you talking about? Since when is big sister Bing your woman? You pervert. Linglong Yue was unhappy. Don't worry, don't forget our bet. Lin Xian laughed. Humph. Linglong Yue humphed. It was already half the time of the bet, let's see who won and who lost. Yes, it was indeed half the time of the bet between her and Linglong Yue. There was still half a month left, she didn't know if she could catch up with Linglong Yue. It was quite difficult. Lin Xian had been using his Prince Charming points to exchange for time, but it didn't matter if he failed. With Linglong Yue's intelligence, Lin Xian could come up with another bet with the same bet any time. Anyway, he would get this girl sooner or later. What bet? Bing Lingyue asked curiously. Let's bet on whether I can get little Bing to be my wife. Lin Xian laughed. Of course, in Bing Lingyue's ears, it was more likely that Lin Xian was just joking. Aren't you afraid that Linglong will be angry? Bing Lingyue said helplessly. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, Xiao Linglong supports me. Bing Lingyue, she really didn't know what Lin Xian said was true and what was false. But why did she have an inexplicable feeling of anticipation in her heart? Don't talk nonsense, I'm going to help Linglong. You guys talk. Then, Bing Lingyue walked away. Bing Lingyue walked away because she didn't know what to do. She really didn't know what to do with Lin Xian's words. In Lin Xian's eyes, Bing Lingyue was really a mysterious person. She was the empress, but she was especially gentle, virtuous, and considerate. But when she was really angry, the aura that came from the empress was really powerful. She wasn't inferior to Linglong Shui at all. After all, she was the empress. And she was really beautiful. To be honest, in Lin Xian's eyes, he felt that a girl's aura was something very important. Aura could add points to a girl's aura, and it added a lot of points. You're really not afraid that my sister will know? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian in confusion and asked. What's there to be afraid of? I even want to sleep with her sister, why would I be afraid of her knowing that I want to sleep with her best friend? Ling Longyue. Chapter 9:12. Ling Longyue swore that Lin Xian was the worst person she had ever seen in her life. There was no one who could compare to him. But to be honest, she didn't know many men. Humph, Ling Longyue snorted. She didn't want to talk to Lin Xian anymore. Talking to him was just asking for trouble. About an hour later, Ling Longshui finished the 3 dishes and 1 soup. Her speed was quite fast. Lin Xian ate Ling Longshui's dishes with satisfaction. Ling Longshui didn't seem to care much on the surface, but she kept looking at Lin Xian's expression. She was actually very concerned about Lin Xian's evaluation. After receiving Lin Xian's approval, Ling Longshui's expression was still calm. Only then did she start eating. She was actually quite happy. Let's go, I still have things to do. After eating, Lin Xian pinched Dragony's little face and said to them. Humph. He must be looking for other sisters. Ling Longyue grumbled unhappily. What do you know, I went to write songs for a big star. Lin Xian said. An Exin? Ling Longshui asked. Yes, you were also at the concert. She worships me to the max and kept asking me to help her release an album. It's a sin to be talented, sigh. You're shameless. Let's go, bye-bye. Although they were unhappy, they had to admit that they liked Lin Xian's 2 songs. Lin Xian then walked away with a smile. In the Wind Mercenary Group's coffee shop, Lin Xian sat in the corner while Miao Xiaomiao was beside him typing away on the keyboard, writing some kind of program. The reason why he agreed to meet an Xian here was because it was safe enough. She was a super famous star. Wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a cap, she could be recognized on the streets. It was really exaggerated. Most importantly, if you dress up in a variety of disguises, such as a baseball cap, a mask, and sunglasses, you will attract a lot of attention. Who would normally dress up like this when walking on the streets? This would attract attention and make it easier to be recognized. Fortunately, the first thing an Xian did after leaving the hotel was to take a taxi to the Bounty Hunter Guild building. She did not encounter the crowd on the road, so she was not recognized for the time being. Hey, is it true that an Xian Jia is coming? Miao Xiaomiao stopped typing and nudged Lin Xian with her elbow. She was an Xian's fan. She still had a lot of an Xian's albums at home, and some of them were collector's editions. Although she wouldn't go to other cities to watch an Xian's concerts, and although she hadn't seen any of her concerts before, she liked them quite a lot. This was because when she was composing, writing programs, or making some small inventions, an Xian songs were basically playing beside her. Wang Qianqian passed the coffee over and smiled. Anyway, it's true that Lin Xian and an Xian know each other. Lin Xian nodded and said, of course, an Xian admires me and came to Lin and City to find me just to chase me. Do you think it's true? Tisk. Miao Xiaomiao didn't believe Lin Xian's words. She might come, but, chase you. Admire you. You seem to be thinking about something else. Because she was moved by my songs and begged me to make an album for her. Really? Miao Xiaomiao blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian. This was because there was a possibility. After all, Lin Xian's news was very popular. She had also heard those 2 songs on the internet and was quite good. She was looking forward to the high quality of the sound. Moreover, the video of the concert was posted on the internet. She could tell that an Xian liked those 2 songs and was very surprised, so this was possible. Of course. You're saying that an Xian Jia will release your Sunny Day and Nocturne? Lin Xian nodded. I sold it to her. 1 million per song. Although it's cheap, I sold it to her at a friendly price. You even took an Xian Jia's money. You're not a man. Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. Lin Xian, wow. This Miao Xiaomiao, she deserved a spanking. Then are you going to produce all the songs for an Xian's next album? Wang Qianqian asked. Lin Xian nodded. More or less. She came to Lin and City to do this with me. It's convenient. So, in the next period of time, you will feel the talent of young Master Lin. Shameless. Miao Xiaomiao suddenly thought of something and asked, oh right, Lin Xian, are you going to the Martial Arts Academy? Call me Brother Xian. Lin Xian glared at her. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian said, of course, I want to go. Isn't there an assessment? I'll settle things here first. When school starts there, I'll go and try it out. I want to go too. Sure, with your talent, it's no problem for you to go. But forget it. If you go, won't you be gone for a long time? Miao Xiaomiao mumbled softly. Wang Qianqian held back her laughter. This girl is still pretending. Your longing for Lin Xian is already written all over your face in tone. Lin Xian hasn't left yet, and you're already worried about this. Stupid, the Martial Arts Academy is just 50 kilometers away from Lin and City. To me, it's just like going to school far away. It's less than an hour's drive there. After school in the afternoon, I'll just take half an hour to come back. It's so convenient, and I don't have to stay at the academy all day. Don't you know me? Academies are the most troublesome. It's better to live in the city. If it wasn't for the fact that the Martial Arts Academy is the most powerful academy in history and is filled with geniuses, I wouldn't go. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then let's go out and have fun this week. I'll treat you to a meal. You've treated me so many times, I should return the favor, right? Miao Xiaomiao suddenly realized that she wasn't quite right, so she quickly explained. Okay. Lin Xian also understood why Miao Xiaomiao didn't want to go to the Martial Arts Academy. She wanted to go, but although she was young, she was very sensible. She didn't want to go because she wanted to accompany her grandfather, Miao Zhenghao. Although Miao Zhenghao played mahjong all day, they would chat and play together at night, so she still chose to accompany her grandfather. At this time, the door of the Gale mercenaries was slowly pushed open. A girl wearing a white down jacket, a mask, a cap, and sunglasses quietly poked her head in. When she saw Lin Xian, she sighed in relief. Then she walked in. Hi. An Xian walked up to Lin Xian and patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, she could feel the youthful energy in his every move, just like Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. You're not panicking? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Chapter 9:13. An Xan took off her mask and hat and let out a long sigh. It's so suffocating. I'm already wearing so much in the winter. If I wear a mask, I can't even breathe properly. An Xan stuck out her tongue. Miao Xiao Miao's mouth opened slightly. It's really an Xan Jia. She used to see her on TV and felt that the closest she would be to her in the future would be at her concert. She didn't expect to see her right in front of her, and she's really beautiful. Let me introduce you. This is Miao Xiao Miao, and this is Wang Qianqian. Sister Qian, they're very good friends. You don't have to be polite with them. Since you're new to Lin and City and don't have many friends, you can treat this place as your secret base. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hello, I'm an Xan. An Xan smiled sweetly at them and bowed slightly. Hello, sister and Xan. Miao Xiao Miao's words were too sweet. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This girl is so obedient. I didn't expect to see a big star so close. Wang Qianqian smiled. Sister Qian, don't laugh at me. You don't have to treat me as a star. I'm very happy to meet you. I hope you can take care of me for a while. An Xan smiled sweetly. Sit down. What do you want to drink? You don't have to be polite with us. We're Lin Xian's good friends. Anything is fine. Thank you, Sister Qian. An Xan sat beside Miao Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao, right? You're so beautiful. Do you want to be a star? An Xan was stunned when she saw Miao Xiao Miao. She was really beautiful. She felt that compared to other girls her age in the entertainment industry, Miao Xiao Miao was prettier. Forget it, I don't want to. Miao Xiao Miao shook her head. Actually, she wanted to be a star. Many people wanted to be a star, but she felt that it wasn't suitable for her. It wasn't the life she wanted. You're really beautiful. If you want to be, just tell me. I have a company too. I can sign you. An Xan said expectantly. She had opened her own entertainment company and had a few artists under it. However, she herself did not belong to her own company because her contract had not ended yet. She still belonged to her current company and there was still half a year before her contract ended. At that time, she would be able to use her own company to operate herself and would not need to sign with another company. Naturally, she had her own vision. She felt that if Miao Xiaomiao became a celebrity, she would definitely be successful. Miao Xiaomiao was very happy to be acknowledged by her favorite celebrity. Okay. What about me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You, an Xan tilted her head and looked at Lin Xian, then said, you're not suitable to act in idol dramas. If you act, you'll be the villain. However, you're talented. You can be a very powerful singer-songwriter. To put it simply, it's ugly. Miao Xiaomiao played along. Pfft, that's right. Then, the two girls happily high-fived each other. Lin Xian, although they didn't know each other before, they had reached a perfect agreement in this aspect. They had great chemistry. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Xian was ugly. They had reached a consensus in the aspect of Lin Xian's ugliness, but they had reached a consensus in the aspect of dissing Lin Xian. Lin Xian finally realized that these girls, other than Han Chushua and Yi Yi, as long as they had a slightly more lively personality, they all liked to diss people. If he couldn't beat them in a fight, how could he not diss them? Fine. You've successfully hurt my heart. Now, I need to reconsider our cooperation. Lin Xian took a sip of coffee and said calmly. Don't, hee hee. Look, I specially came to Lin and City to look for you. I'm very sincere. I'm ugly, okay? An Xan smiled helplessly at Lin Xian. How ugly? Lin Xian asked with a smile. An Xan, so ugly that you'll cry. Not enough. An Xan, so ugly that no one wants you. Still not enough. So ugly that you won't dare to show your face. An Xan said with grievance. Wah. She was so pitiful. When did she get bullied like this? That's more like it. What about me? Lin Xian smiled and looked at her. Handsome, super handsome. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes. So shameless. But, why did it feel like they had a good relationship? Thinking about it, it was normal for them to have a good relationship. After all, Lin Xian saved her life on the plane. And Xian's thousands of fans were really grateful to Lin Xian for this. Since you told the truth, I forgive you. And Xian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Shameless. Wang Qianqian passed the coffee to an Xian. Thank you, Sister Qianqian. An Xian then looked at Lin Xian and asked, Lin Xian, when do we start work? Anytime. But do you have a place in Linvan City? Yes, there are many places to record. But first, we have to arrange the music. Do you know how to arrange music? Knowing how to play an instrument and knowing how to arrange music were two different concepts. Lin Xian shook his head. I only know how to compose, not arrange. Then I'll do it. I'll ask a few band members to help me play. I want to record Nocturne and Sunny Day first. If everything goes well, 2 days should be enough because of some of the lyrics and music. 2 days later, I'll release the single. Do you think it's okay? 2 days. Is it enough for tonight? Lin Xian asked. Hee hee. Let's be more conservative. An Xian smiled cutely. After all, you have such good lyrics and music. I want to put in some effort in the arrangement. But you're a famous talented girl. I think 2 songs a day is enough. Lin Xian said. Then shall we start now? Sure. Miao Xiaomiao asked expectantly, can I join you? Of course. I think we can add some super young girl's voice to Sunny Day. Maybe we can record your voice while we're at it. Okay. Sister Qianqian, we'll get to work first. Go. Then, Lin Xian and the rest left the Bounty Hunter Guild. Of course, an Xian disguised herself again. It was too easy to find a company with complete recording equipment in Lin and City. Lin Xian was still quite famous. They didn't know that the girl beside Lin Xian was an Xian. Lin Xian only spent some money to borrow a complete and empty studio. Then, an Xian started working skillfully inside. Miao Xiaomiao liked an Xian. She ran around and helped her carry all kinds of things. Lin Xian sat at a professional desk and wrote the music and lyrics for Sunny Day and Nocturne. Next, an Xian just needed to arrange the music. Actually, there was no need for a band to play. The main purpose of playing was to be easy to modify and listen to, but a computer could do it too. Chapter 9:14. After an Xian was done with the basic things, she walked to Lin Xian's side and looked at the song he had finished writing. Actually, the song you played yourself is already perfect. That's what I think. An Xian said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Of course it was perfect. After all, it was the original song. It was just that Lin Xian only played the piano. Then we'll just play according to the song you played and add other instruments. The main melody will be your melody. I think that's the most perfect way. It'll also fit your creative inspiration. It'll also save you a lot of time. And Xian said. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to play it. I'll use other instruments to cater to you and see which ones are more suitable. Little Meow Meow, you have to help me listen and express your opinions. Meow Xiao Meow nodded. Okay. Then Lin Xian and an Xian went into composing mode. The first song was a nocturne. Meow Xiao Meow was very surprised. This was the first time she saw Lin Xian like this. Moreover, this song was very nice. Lin Xian used the piano and an Xian used the guitar to play the song. Little Meow Meow, what do you think? An Xian asked. How about a drum set? Meow Xiao Meow pointed to the drum set. Oh. That sounds good. Lin Xian had some impression of this song and knew the instruments. Guitar as the prelude, then piano and drum set as the main melody. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then. I know how to play the drums. Meow Xiao Meow said shyly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, you know how to play instruments. Nonsense, I'm multi-talented, okay? I used to think that playing the drums was cool, so I learned it. I also learned the piano for a while. I'm not proficient in the piano. Playing the drums is okay, but I know everything about music. Meow Xiao Meow said proudly. Lin Xian didn't know that this girl had such a hidden skill. Wait a moment, I'll go and print out 2 copies of the song. A minute later, an Xian gave each of them a copy of the song. Then, Meow Xiao Meow sat in front of the drum set and looked at the music score. Begin. Then, Lin Xian began to play the prelude of the nocturne. The speed of the song was relatively fast, but the accompaniment was actually quite simple. There was a very regular melody. When the 3 of them finished coordinating, an Xian's beautiful eyes twinkled like stars. That's the feeling. I feel super comfortable. Lin Xian, what do you think? Lin Xian nodded. Sure. It was not much different from the accompaniment of the nocturne in his impression. But Meow Xiao Meow did look pretty cool when she was playing the drums. Then it's settled. Refine it a little more. 2 hours later, the computer played the complete accompaniment of the nocturne. It was almost the same as Lin Xian's impression of the nocturne. This speed was unbelievable to an Xian. It was too fast. And the quality is so high. Thank you, Meow Meow. Wow. That's a great suggestion. The drums are super suitable. An Xian hugged Meow Xiao Meow and spun her around, making Meow Xiao Meow feel embarrassed. Hey, aren't you going to thank me? Lin Xian said. Hee, thank you too. Without your lyrics and accompaniment, it wouldn't have been so fast, an Xian said gratefully. As long as the money is in the account. No problem. My fans are all waiting for the release of Nocturne and Sunny Day. If there are no problems with the accompaniment, we can start recording now. An Xian said. She had a very high talent for music. With these software problems solved, she basically had no problems. The remaining things were in the lyrics. The feeling of the entire song, the mood, and so on. With the original composer, Lin Xian, beside her, it was very convenient for her. An hour later, after 13 recordings, the perfect nocturne was successfully saved. Then, it was played in the recording studio. Lin Xian closed his eyes and listened to an Xian's nocturne. To be honest, he had never heard a girl sing a nocturne. Listening to an Xian's performance, he felt that it was not bad. How is it? How is it? And Xian was actually very satisfied. The lyrics and melody of this song were simply too wonderful. The starting point of this song was already here, and all she could do was perfect it. It's very good. Miao Xiaomiao nodded from the bottom of her heart. Lin Xian nodded as well. Not bad, I think it's good. Then, do you want to release it? And Xian asked expectantly. Lin Xian, you're such a big star, and you're just going to release a song like that. Lin Xian felt that it had to be the kind of song that had to be carefully considered for a long time and constantly changed. Of course not, but the song you wrote is too good. You did a perfect job of foreshadowing. Basically, I just need to complete the arrangement and recording. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Then I'll be rich. Oh, no, I have to create an album. Lin Xian, little meow meow, what do you think my new album should be called? Releasing a song was actually very simple. There was a special website and a special singer account. All she had to do was register. And Xian used her computer to log in and created the album name in the background. Then, she fell into deep thought. Think about it yourself, your album. No, no, no. This is your album. I plan to use all your songs in this album. Hee hee, it's so easy. And Xian couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time making an album was so easy. And they were all good songs. And Xian tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, how about Miao and Xian? Lin Xian, using a character in a person's name. Hey, 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 you're a popular star. Do you have to be so careless? And Xian then said, the album name isn't important. It's more about the meaning. I think this name is very meaningful. Let's do it. Then, an Xian directly created it. Miao Xiaomiao's face was red. She was very excited. Although she didn't do anything, she felt that she had to keep this album well. Then, release the recorded music. Okay. And Xian clapped her hands excitedly. Oh, right, I have to create the lyrics. The song is called Nocturne. Oh, lyricist, Lin Xian. Composer, Lin Xian. Arranger, Lin Xian, and Xian, Miao Xiaomiao. Guitar, Lin Xian. Drums, Miao Xiaomiao. Piano, and Xian. And Xian muttered as she created the lyrics. Miao Xiaomiao was very excited. Her name actually appeared in an Xian's lyrics. Wow, wow, wow. Speaking of which, don't you need to communicate with the company? It's normal. But I didn't even bring my manager this time. I've already talked to the company. Communicating with the company in advance is actually only for one purpose, and that's publicity. For example, there will be a recommendation spot on QQ Music's homepage. Those browsers and whatnot will have corresponding posts. It's not too late for me to tell the company now. And Xian said. Chapter 9:15. And Xian informed the company and took out her phone. I'm going to post on Weibo. Lin Xian, little meow meow, let's take a photo, okay? Just put one hand together. And Xian looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Forget it. Lin Xian said helplessly. Come on, I won't let you show your face. And Xian was too excited, so she was especially active. All right. Then, the three of them put their hands together and an Xian took a photo. Then, she posted on Weibo with this photo. The content was, with the help of God Lin Xian and dear little meow meow, the Nocturne was completed in 3 hours and has been released. I hope everyone likes it. Stay tuned for the next sunny day. This was an Xian's Weibo. A minute after her Weibo was released, the number of comments reached 9,300. Lin Xian was quite interested. The three of them sat together and looked at an Xian's Weibo comments. Wow wow wow. Nocturne, I love it so much. It's finally released. Go Goddess Inven. Wow. So fast. Everyone, listen to it. Also, who's little meow meow? Please tell me. Wow. I love this photo. Goddess Anne's hand is so beautiful, and this girl's hand is also so beautiful. I want to lick it. And Xian's fans were very cohesive. Under her Weibo comments, you would rarely see any slanderous comments. They were all supportive, positive, and true fans. Happy. And Xian hugged her phone and said with satisfaction. She didn't know why, but this song wasn't written by her, but she liked it very much and felt very satisfied. It felt very different. Hong Feng, and Xian is releasing her new album. On the other side, in a majestic building, an unusually handsome man in his 20s was signing an agreement. Then, a beautiful woman in her 30s with a good figure in red pushed open the door and walked in. Just release it. Didn't you say you were going to release it a long time ago? Wu Hongfeng didn't seem to care and continued to write something. The red-clothed beauty locked the door, then walked over and sat on Wu Hongfeng's lap. Her beautiful legs, which were wearing silk stockings, lightly rubbed against him. This scene was actually a little out of place, because Wu Hongfeng looked to be around 23 or 24 years old, while the woman was around 30 years old. However, it was not a big deal. She was only around 5 or 6 years old, which was actually quite normal, just a little older. Hongfeng, don't work too hard. After all, your health is more important. As your agent, I also have to supervise your health. Do you hear me? If you're not well, I'll be worried. The woman gently bit his earlobe. Don't worry. Don't you know my body? Then, Wu Hongfeng put down his pen and looked at her. He pressed her down on the table, lifted her butt, and penetrated her. A few minutes later, the two of them hugged each other, panting heavily. Wu Hongfeng was an artist who became popular in August last year. Previously, he was just a B-list artist. However, because of his manager, the woman in red whom he was deeply in love with, she bought a good song for him at a high price. Then, with her help, he became popular all over the country with just one song. Taking advantage of this popularity, he released 3 high-quality songs that he had bought long ago to stabilize his popularity. In addition, he continued to accept variety shows and dramas. One of them was a youth drama about a virtual game that he and an Xian worked on during the winter holidays. He became the husband of Wu Hongfeng in the mouths of those otaku girls. Weren't those otaku girls like that? Today, they were the husband. Tomorrow, when the next drama became popular, the husband would be the next. But it had to be said that these few waves made Wu Hongfeng become the most popular young artist recently. His Weibo followers increased from 30,000 to 22 million. This was actually quite a normal phenomenon in the entertainment industry. A movie, a drama, or a variety show could make an unknown artist become an A-lister in an instant. And all of this was because of his agent, the beautiful woman in his arms, Liang Yu. Liang Yu had taken a fancy to Wu Hongfeng and was willing to do all these for him. The woman in red slender hand caressed Wu Hongfeng's chest. Hongfeng, now that you've become popular because of a few songs and dramas, you're still a singer to the public. You need to maintain your popularity. As a singer, the most important thing to maintain and increase your popularity is the Golden Melody Awards ceremony this April. There were many good songs last year, but these few songs of yours are currently the most outstanding, dominating the top few of the charts. The Golden Melody Awards and the various charts are very important. An XAN is one of the few who can threaten your Golden Melody Awards, so an XAN songs must not be underestimated. Liang Yu said. What song did she release? It's the song Nocturne sung by the amateur Lin Xian at the concert that day. I've heard it and it's very good. Coupled with an XAN's popularity, even if your two songs were phenomenal last year, they've been circulating for almost a year. An XAN songs will definitely overtake them. Then what should I do? Wu Hongfeng asked worriedly. Don't worry, I've spent 5 million to buy 2 more songs for you. They're not bad. No matter how lucky an XAN is, she'll only have 1 nocturne and 1 sunny day. I'm afraid she won't be able to produce anything else. Once these 2 songs are released, I'll help you market them. It shouldn't be a problem to take an XAN down. Baby, you're the best. I'll go check out the songs now. An XAN. I'll definitely trample her under my feet in the future. On the other hand, once Nocturne was released, coupled with an XAN's reputation, the entire homepage of QQ Music was instantly filled with recommendations for the first single from an XAN's new album, Miao Anshuan. Half an hour later, it directly caused QQ Music's comment system to crash. That was because at the same time, there were too many comments for the song. It created a legend. The number of comments exceeded 80,000 in half an hour. This was due to an XAN's popularity. Coupled with the popularity of the new album, as well as the matter between an XAN and Lin Xian a few days ago, the popularity was too high, resulting in such a shocking result. The most important thing was that this song was really good. That was the most important thing. Meanwhile, QQ Music staff were quickly defending it. Wow! 80,000 comments. 3 million views. That's fast. An XAN was naturally very concerned about the results after releasing a song. It wasn't that fast in the past. Lin Xian asked. No. My record is 83,000 comments in an hour. This nocturne reached 80,000 in half an hour. Wow! An XAN was extremely excited. Chapter 9:16. Lin Xian chuckled in his heart. Chairman Chow's reputation was still there. Good songs were always popular. They were all good reviews, and those people were crazily begging for the next song, Sunny Day. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, let's do the next song, okay? What do you think? An XAN grabbed Lin Xian's hand and asked excitedly. Although she was embarrassed, she was very excited. An XAN was a workaholic. When she was serious about music, she could even sit in front of the computer for an entire day and night without sleeping. She could even be too lazy to eat and would just drink some coffee and hot tea. Okay. Let's just do Sunny Day. Lin Xian smiled. Yes. You're the best. Ding. An XAN's favorability towards you +10. Damn, if it wasn't for this girl's favorability, Lin Xian wouldn't have bothered to play with her. Sob. But it really did give him a sense of accomplishment. Golden Melody Awards, 10 awards. Lin Xian didn't believe that with so many classic songs in his mind, he couldn't get 10 awards for one album with 10 songs. Then 2 albums with 20 songs should be enough, right? He still couldn't get it. What instruments are we going to use for Sunny Day? An XAN muttered to herself. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao and asked, Xiaomiao, continue playing the drums. Okay. Miao Xiaomiao nodded. She felt that today was very meaningful and very happy. Do I need to play the drums too? An XAN asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Drums, guitar, electric guitar, cello, accordion, bass, and Xian's eyes lit up. Wow! You still say you don't know how to arrange music. And Xian pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian really didn't know, but he learned a little from an Xian. He only said that he had seen many instruments because Dongfang Shui liked them. Then, he recalled the accompaniment of this song in his previous life. Lin Xian could recall the sounds and the corresponding instruments. Being able to name some instruments means that you know how to arrange music. Lin Xian said helplessly. But it feels like you said it without thinking, as if you already had these thoughts in your heart. No, you think too highly of me. Oh, all right, all right. You don't want to be praised as a genius. After we finish this song, I'll treat you guys to a big meal. And Xian said happily. Okay. Miao Xiao Miao nodded happily. But Sunny Day might need more instruments to play at the same time. There are only 3 of us. And Xian muttered to herself. Isn't that simple? Why don't you just find a few people from this company to help you play the game? Just give them some salary. With your influence, tell them not to reveal that you work here. They should be obedient, Lin Xian said. Then, all right. I'll go. 15 minutes later, an Xian brought 4 people over. 2 men and 2 women walked in. They were all very excited. Teacher and Xian, I really like you. I especially like to sing and play many of your songs. Teacher and Xian, can you give me an autograph? My daughter really likes you. If I can get your autograph, I believe my daughter will be very happy. I want to give it to her as a birthday present. I didn't expect that our company's rooms were rented out to others, but it was actually rented by Teacher and Xian. Oh my God. They were all quite young. The oldest was only around 30 years old. And Xian smiled sweetly and said, Teachers, you can just call me an Xian. Please don't call me a teacher. Also, thank you for your help. I'm here to work on the album with Mr. Lin Xian. We're short on manpower, so I'd like to thank you all. Of course, signing autographs and taking photos together is not a problem. Wow! I was just listening to Teacher and Xian's new song, Nocturne. I didn't expect it to be completed here. Teacher Lin Xian. You must be Teacher Lin Xian. This Nocturne is really my favorite song this year. A woman walked towards Lin Xian and held Lin Xian's hand excitedly. Thank you for your affirmation. It's mainly because Teacher and Xian sang it well. Lin Xian joked. And Xian rolled her eyes. This bastard. Then let's not dawdle. This is the score for the next song, Sunny Day. In a while, please play according to the score with us and listen to the results. And Xian sent the score to them. No problem. Then, they went to the front of the instruments and familiarized themselves with the score. Begin. The first time. That's right. Just the first time made an Xian extremely shocked. Because she felt that the accompaniment was already perfect. Wow! This Lin Xian is a god, right? No, this is a song he wrote. He probably already thought about which instruments to use for the accompaniment. It's especially suitable for this song. This Sunny Day was a relatively lively accompaniment. There was a wooden guitar in the prelude, followed by a wooden and electric guitar and a drum set. It gave people a feeling of being enlightened. Teacher and Xian is too talented. This accompaniment is very high. A woman exclaimed in admiration. And Xian shook her head. It's not me. It's Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head, embarrassed. An hour and a half later, Sunny Day was released. the second single of the Miao and Xian album. Then, the netizens exploded again. The music staff, operations, and art designers hurriedly created the homepage recommendation spots again. Fuck. It's good, it's good. Goddess and she's so prolific, this sunny day is so suitable for Goddess and. She released 2 songs in one day. It's so cool. It's just that my Nocturne has only been looped 50 times and you've already released a second song. I can't learn it. Although I've heard these 2 songs in concert, they're really good when they're released. Lin Xian is really talented. Goddess and sings very well too, especially Sunny Day. It's especially suitable for Goddess and. But it's said that the entire album was produced by Lin Xian. It's obvious that Goddess and values and admires Lin Xian. It's just that I don't know if the later songs will be of the same standard as these 2 songs. I think it'll be a little difficult. After all, these 2 songs are too good. Lin Xian might have taken a long time to create them. But Goddess and is very serious about her songs. If they're not good, she definitely won't release them. Once Sunny Day was released, it broke the 1-hour record for Nocturne with 230,000 comments. It had 11 million views. The chart was refreshed at midnight. It was not on the chart yet. But Nocturne and Sunny Day were shared on Weibo by many celebrities in the entertainment industry. This was because they liked them very much too. Lin Xian and the others had already finished dinner. Lin Xian sent Miao Xiaomiao back to the Wind Mercenary Group. He was about to find a girl to have some fun with when he saw an Xian's post on her WeChat Moments. This girl, the background of her WeChat Moments was actually that studio. She was back there again. Damn. This girl really doesn't care about her life when she's working. Lin Xian then walked over. Chapter 9:17. In the room, an Xian was sitting in front of the piano, following Lin Xian's complete version of My Daoist Nun Friend, trying to find the right feeling. Drip. As she finished singing, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Real singers could feel the resonance of a song, and this song, A Daoist Nun Friend, had a strong feeling of imagery, and the lyrics were too heart-wrenching. The mood of the whole song was simply too poignant. If she had to rank My Daoist Nun Friend and My Daoist Nun Friend in her heart, she would like this song the most. It was too poignant. Perhaps for a girl, this kind of song and lyrics were too heart-wrenching. An Xian wiped her tears and murmured, "This bastard, how did he come up with such lyrics in such a short time? The melody is good too, this must be the best ancient-style song I've ever heard." She looked up and saw Lin Xian leaning against the door. Why are you here?" An Xian quickly stood up. "Hey, don't you need to rest?" Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. "No, I'm just like this. When I come across a good song, I feel more excited to work than rest. If I don't finish writing this good song, I won't have the mood to rest." Lin Xian smiled. It was no wonder that she could succeed and become so famous. Her own hard work was indispensable. "Then I'll finish this song with you," Lin Xian said. "Wow. Really, then, won't you be too tired?" "Then I won't be tired if you give me a kiss." Lin Xian walked over with a smile and put his face in front of hers. An Xian's face was red. "Go away." She rolled her eyes. "Hey, it's not like I haven't kissed you before. Hurry up, give me a kiss," Lin Xian said. Last time, Lin Xian saved her life, so she kissed him on the cheek. "Humph. Stinky hooligan, then I'll treat it as me repaying you for saving my life." Anyway, a kiss on the cheek is nothing. I'll let you take advantage of it. Anaxian blushed and mumbled. Actually, even when she was filming, she had never filmed a kissing scene. She didn't film any kissing scenes. Lin Xian was really the only boy she had ever kissed. But strangely, she wasn't disgusted. She really didn't dislike it. Perhaps Lin Xian's position in her heart was too high. Popped out a touch of coolness and softness touched Lin Xian's cheek, making Lin Xian feel very comfortable. All right, and Xian hurriedly tidied up the strands of hair in front of her forehead. Oh my god. Was she a bad girl? Lin Xian was not her boyfriend, and she had already kissed him twice. It was really bad. No, that's not right. Lin Xian is my savior and helped me produce my album. I've troubled him for a whole day and he's also very tired. I'm just repaying him. It doesn't seem like a big deal, right? In Lin Xian's mind, if a girl could kiss your face, then she could kiss your mouth and have sex with you. Take it slow, take it step by step. Then, Lin Xian took a look at an Xian's favorability rating. 40. That's right. They really hadn't known each other for long, just a few times, and her favorability rating was already 40. This superstar's favorability rating increased a little too fast. It wasn't fast, but it was just too smooth between them. Girls were originally emotional creatures. If you saved her life, it was already a heaven-defying and smooth start. Say, if saving a girl's life made it difficult to pursue her, then why did Gong Sun-jun pursue Xiao Xinyue, and why did Lin Xian pursue Han Chuxue directly? Girls were really easily influenced in this aspect. Girls were all beautiful in their hearts. They would all fantasize about their Prince Charming, fantasizing that when they were in danger, their Prince Charming would appear and save them. When he really did appear, you would already be the Prince Charming in their fantasies. In addition, an Xian liked talented people the most. Lin Xian's performance really made her admire him. Good girl. Lin Xian rubbed her little head. Whoosh! An Xian's little face was completely red. Oh my god. What was the situation between her and Lin Xian? Why were they so intimate now? Don't take advantage of me. An Xian's little face blushed, and her little mouth pouted as she glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. Come, let's compose a song. Lin Xian, I feel that the accompaniment for this song should be simpler. What do you think? When it came to work, an Xian was especially serious. Of course it should be simpler. This is a song that narrates a story and expresses the feelings of the singer. The most important thing isn't the accompaniment, but the feelings of the singer. Just choose 3 to 5 instruments for the accompaniment. Lin Xian looked at an Xian. Her eyes were still red, so Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this at all. She could already feel the poignant beauty in this song. She must have felt it, which was why she cried. And this song talks about the female lead's despair towards love. My understanding should be correct, right? Lin Xian nodded. The female lead's despair towards love is not infatuated, not hateful, only indifferent and resolute. She doesn't love anymore, she really doesn't love anymore. Hearing Lin Xian's words, an Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. It had to be said that the lyricist was the soul of the entire song. He was the one who understood the soul of the song the most. Lin Xian's simple words directly summed up the song's soul. That's right, this was the feeling. Then what instrument do you think we should use? I really like this song the most. Even if Sunny Day and Nocturne didn't do well, I still like this song the most. An Xian looked at Lin Xian expectantly. What do you think? Ancient, Guzheng. Flute. Lin Xian said. And Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. Damn. Genius. He's definitely a genius. Piano and guitar will definitely be the main melody. Add flute and drums in between. What do you think? I think it's fine. Let's give it a try now. An hour later, the accompaniment came out. And Xian was recording in the studio. How is it? After an Xian finished recording, she walked out and looked at Lin Xian expectantly. What do you think? I think it's pretty good. And Xian rubbed her eyes and said. Lin Xian took out the lyrics. The first line of the lyrics was, that year, the streets were full of spring. Riding on horseback, the misty rain was like a dream. And Xian looked at Lin Xian doubtfully. Then, Lin Xian added the chorus in front of the song. You held the umbrella and embraced me in your arms. Every word of your vow was so solemn. Your eyes were filled with tenderness, like the spring breeze that melted the ice and snow. You mean, to sing the chorus at the beginning? The entire song was a story, so there wouldn't be any repetitive parts. Lin Xian nodded. Try the opening chorus. Sing it without any accompaniment. Try it out. Okay. 5 minutes later, an Xian ran out happily. That's it. That's the feeling. It's sublimated. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Then let's start recording.